Chapter 284, Checking Firepower. As Akira, Shirori, and Kane were busy fighting somewhere close to the border between the slums and the wasteland, another battle was taking place. Back in Cheryl's HQ, an intense battle was raging. Ario was running through a partially destroyed alleyway when roars of chaos reached his communication device. "Hurry! Do you want to get blown to bits?" I know. Ario replied, shouting. He was already pushing himself to run in an augmented suit that he was not that familiar with. Yet, the moment he reached his destination, he was told to hurry up and go somewhere else. "Keep moving, people. Just because you're under jamming smoke doesn't mean you're hidden. You'll still get discovered if you keep still." I said, "I got it already." As Ario screamed, he extended both of his hands forward. The AF antimaterial cannon behind him immediately slid forward. Ario firmly held onto it and somehow managed to hold it up with the help of the CA-31R augmented suit. He then carefully took aim. Aim correction, done. Fire. As soon as Ario received the signal, he pulled the trigger. A pillar of light got released. At the same time, Ario got blown back from the recoil. Even so, the AF antimaterial cannon still hit its target. The pillar of light drilled a hole through the body of a large augmented suit. A moment later, it fell to the ground. The missiles that it just launched lost their guiding system and hit the nearby buildings, turning them into a pile of rubble. Meanwhile, the other heavy augmented suit nearby flusteredly tried to get away from the area as fast as they could. Seeing the aftermath, Ario thought that it was a huge success. He yelped in excitement. I did it. I shot it down. Get on your feet. Do you have a death wish?" Ario could not help but pout. That harsh reply was basically a scolding. It completely ignored what Ario had just accomplished. Though, his facial expression quickly changed. His lips returned back as his expression turned to one of anxiety. He noticed that someone was aiming their rifle at him. Ario pushed his body back up in a panic. He followed the indicator guidance shown inside his helmet's display and leapt into a nearby building. A barrage of bullets struck the location right where Ario was a moment ago. Fortunately, he was no longer there. Thus, that area was only left with ricocheting bullets flying all over. Whoa! That was dangerous. Don't give me that. Shoot back at them immediately. The display on his helmet showed enemy locations behind the wall. That display was also accompanied by 2 orders: shoot at them, use LEO multi-rifle. Ario grabbed his LEO multi-rifle with both hands and released fire toward his targets. It seemed more like haphazard fire instead of precise fire. Although the walls were relatively thick, they were like a sheet of paper when faced against the sea bullets. They had no problems piercing through and successfully hit their targets. All right. With this, I can finally get a break. Next. Get moving. Quickly. The display on Ario's helmet indicated that it was administering medicine continuously. Thanks to that, he was able to maintain his physical condition. Even so, the non-stop action and the consecutive orders exhausted him, psychologically. "Just let me take a small break, will you? The others would die if you take a break now. If you're fine with that, then be my guest, God damn it." Ario cursed and immediately started running again. "I know that Karo-san was the one who introduced you. But can't you do something about the enemies? I'm doing my best here to provide you support. It's your job to handle the fighting, right?" Ario's face twitched. In truth, it was only thanks to the other person's support that he was able to fight this well. Therefore, he could not find a counter to his stated point. The person providing support to Ario was Shiro. Other than being someone Carol brought in as support, Ario knew next to nothing about him. Ario guessed Shiro was a skilled hunter, who unfortunately got trapped in Carol's grasp. That he was being blackmailed by her to help out. Nonetheless, Ario still recognized his skills. Currently, the jamming smoke prevented the coordination support system of the augmented suit from providing any support. Without that support, they were basically close to useless. However, after Shiro started providing them support, Ario and the other children were able to recover their connection. Moreover, even with the jamming smoke, which prevented information gathering, they were able to accurately pinpoint enemy locations, past walls and other obstructions. The support was even better than their original coordination support system. In order to provide support, Shiro had been ordering Ario and the other children to install a copious number of information-gathering devices all around. He issued so many orders that it seemed like harassment. Under normal circumstances, those devices should have been rendered useless under the jamming smoke. However, with Shiro's technique, he was able to create and adjust his own communication network. The reason why Ario and the others were still able to communicate with each other was because of his communication network. Furthermore, he hijacked the enemy's communication network to accurately ascertain their exact position. In the first place, for the past few days, Ario and the others had already been installing information-gathering devices around the area. They were placed in a manner to be used in tandem with the base's security system and the coordination support system. It was fortunate that they were also located in excellent places for Shiro's use. Thus, he managed to be able to provide Ario and the others with great support. It was exactly because of their prior setup, that even in the face of an overwhelming number of enemies, Ario and the others were able to control the flow of the battle. They turned the jamming smoke to their advantage. Furthermore, Ario was using the equipment that Akira had used before. Thus, he was technically stronger than any normal hunter in the area. The heavy augmented suit that he just shot down could easily crush any normal monsters around Kagomayama City. Even so, he was able to defeat it with only one shot. Since he had overwhelming firepower, he was assigned to take down any powerful enemies that the others could not handle. Naturally, that meant Ario had to work the hardest among his peers. Good grief. You guys are on Akira's team, right? You should put more effort into this, you know? Ario was already exhausted, though it was not physical fatigue. Even so, Shiro continued to berate him, asking him to move like Akira. Because of that, Ario inadvertently replied. No, we're not on Akira-san's team. Oh. Is that so? Shiro was honestly taken aback. Due to the stress, Ario could not help but harshly explain. Yeah, we're not on his team. I don't know what Carol-san has told you, but Akira-san is only helping our boss as an individual. We're only receiving benefits from him through our boss. Akira-san is not even a member of our gang. He already stated he has no plans to join us. So, in the end, we're just working under our boss, Cheryl. We're not working under Akira-san. We are not part of his team. But I guess it's no surprise that others often misunderstand. Ah, I see. After hearing Ario's explanation, Shiro now understood why their movements were this horrendous. Up until now, he had thought that Ario and the others were a squad from Tsukasada Construction. That they were disguising themselves as a slum gang, working under Akira. He hypothesized that Akira was so proactive in helping the gang because it was part of the plan to build up Tsukasada Construction's forces here. If his hypothesis held true, their origins did not matter. Be it sent here from another place or recruited from the slum, as long as they were a military squad from Tsukasada Construction, they should be able to fight to some extent. With such an expectation in mind, Shiro kept berating Ario and the others for obvious mistakes. When he discovered his hypothesis was far from the truth, that they were really just amateurs, he felt guilty. He had been too harsh on them. I see. Sorry, I expected you guys to be able to fight better if you were directly under Akira. I'll change my approach then. For now, just keep following my orders. Alright. Ario found Shiro's sudden change in attitude to be a bit strange. Nonetheless, he hurriedly followed Shiro's instructions. After he changed location, his next order was to hide. From behind cover, a half-destroyed building, he could see tanks and powered suits slowly marching into the slums. Ario frowned. He suspected Shiro would tell him to defeat that whole squad. Although he was currently wearing Akira's equipment, he still saw this as a suicidal attack. Unexpectedly, the next order was for him to stand by. Ario felt that something was off. It was a completely different order compared to the rest that he has been receiving up till now. However, the jamming smoke suddenly got incinerated. A laser swept through, taking out the tanks and powered suits in one strike. Ario was astonished. He turned toward the source of that laser. It was from atop of a building, far away from where he was. It was from a huge laser cannon, held by someone he knew. It was Carol. She glanced at Ario and waved at him before moving to another building. Ario was still recovering from the shock when Shiro contacted him again. "See? I thought that you would at least be able to do that if you're part of Akira's team. Like I said, don't compare me to Akira-san. In the first place, I don't have the equipment for that." "Oh. That should not be a problem though. Akira did shoot down a powered suit with the equipment you're wearing." "Again. Don't compare me and Akira-san." Ario had no wish to deny that one could do amazing things with amazing equipment. However, he was reminded there was a limit to that. There were things that could not be compensated with exceptional equipment. The group attacking Cheryl's base was large. However, they were not well organized. Their individual strength varied from ex-hunters to high-ranking hunters working further to the east. In other words, it was nothing more than a motley group of hunters. Even so, with that many, they completely overwhelmed Cheryl's force. Thus, there were many in the assaulting group who were certain of victory. What's more, the majority in the assaulting group had casually decided to join the group. They heard a vague rumor and accepted an assault request. For some reason, before anyone noticed, a strange rumor with no clear source had spread. It stated that they just had to act as a diversion. Alternatively, they just had to lightly attack Cheryl's base. Do any of these, and they could gain a connection to the Lion Steel Company, receive monetary support, or get paid for this task. Though it was hopeless to pick a fight against Akira, if it was only this much, to them, it seemed completely doable. Thus, many joined to launch an assault. Some joined, seeing it as the perfect chance to kill Cheryl and completely decimate her gang. Even if Akira survived this battle, if they could get Cheryl, her gang would not be able to survive. Many struggling for influence in the slums were not able to mess with her, fearing retribution from Akira. However, with this many involved in this assault, it would be difficult to pinpoint the blame if Cheryl got killed. Thus, they sent manpower and funding to support the assault. However, it did not end there. Some remnants from the Izant and Horia's families had gathered together. They were hoping for their gang to rise from the ashes. They also received monetary support secretly from Yudajima. This allowed them to purchase tanks and powered suits. If they were able to destroy Cheryl's gang, it would throw a wrench in Inabe's plan to amass his fortune. Furthermore, many survivors of the Izant family had a grudge against Akira since he was the one who destroyed their gang. Meanwhile, the Horia's family was doing this in return for Yudajima's support, which they would use to recover their gang. For all sorts of reasons, they formed a coalition, one normally impossible to be formed in the slums. Carol was going around Cheryl's base. She was facing the ongoing onslaught while carrying her large cannon. She prioritized destroying tanks and powered suits, which were completely out of Ario and the Children's League. Well, as I thought. Even if they bring out tanks and powered suits, their skills only amount to this much. Carol gazed at the leftover destroyed tanks and powered suits. She mumbled so with a smile plastered on her face. She realized that her standard had substantially increased after she said that. Her smile quickly turned bitter. Although they were way weaker than the opponent that she and Akira had fought against, it did not change the fact they were tanks and powered suits. If it was the past, she would not have looked down on them this much. Suddenly she noticed the presence of an enemy and jumped to the side. She avoided its bullets as she aimed and fired her laser cannon. However, this opponent was particularly strong, and could quickly evade her laser beam. Normally, they would immediately continue the fight. However, when both recognized the other's faces, their battle came to an awkward halt. Both were equally surprised while facing each other. "Oh, so you're also participating in the attack, huh? You too, what are you doing here? And here I thought you went somewhere far away after buying that camping vehicle." It was someone that Carol knew from her side job. She knew that he was a high-ranking hunter, who earned a good amount. Thanks to that, he was well-equipped and pretty skilled. He was stronger than the powered suits that Carol had just destroyed. "Well, I have my reasons, you see." "Ah, now that you mention it, how about switching sides? Since we're in this situation, I will not charge you that much money." Carol said so and smiled bewitchingly. However, the man frowned and seemed apologetic as he replied. "Sorry. I would be more than happy to accept that offer if it was before I accepted this job. But I can't do that now. So, it would be great if you can just leave. I won't chase after you if you do so, yeah." Toward that guy who still looked apologetic, Carol lightly shook her head. "Sorry, I'm also doing this because it's my job, you see. So, I can't do that." "I see." Carol could not withdraw because it was something that Akira had asked her to do. The hunter could not withdraw because he was faithful to his job. As such, there was only one choice. "I won't be holding back. Be careful not to get killed, alright? You too. Just so you know, I'm pretty strong right now." Seeing Carol speak with an amused smile, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. However, his lips quickly curled up. "I see. Here I go then. Take this." Carol quickly jumped and aimed her laser cannon. The man reacted accordingly and aimed his rifle. Two people, skilled enough to kill the other, exchanged shots in the middle of the slums. Tanks, heavy augmented suits, powered suits, and even high-ranking hunters were among the attackers. To deal with them, Babalod and Levin were working as a team. Both were sold to Viola because of their debt. They were ordered to kill the other if the other guy attempted to escape. Since both had no plans to escape, they were diligently working their butts off. Putting Babalod aside, fighting such a strong force was practically suicide for Levin. The reason why he was able to keep up so far was because Kiryu had partially sponsored him. In exchange for their sponsorship, Levin's debt went past 1 billion orum. He was pressed between getting killed because of a lack of suitable equipment or getting better equipment by borrowing more money. Naturally, he ended up choosing the latter. Levin was amazed at how Babalod fought. Unlike him, who was compensating for his lack of power with equipment, Babalod was originally a member of Zealous Team, a high-ranking hunter team. "You're pretty good, I guess your rank 50 is not just for show, huh? HM. Well, I can at least do this much. If you're that strong, there's no need to get into debt in the first place, right? Just how much exactly do you owe?" Babalod frowned and went silent. Thus, Levin lightly prodded a bit further. "Well, I won't force you to tell me. Ah, by the way, in my case, it's about 1 billion orum. Just when exactly would I be able to pay it all back? 0.10 billion orum. Ha! Levin could not hide his shock, which only worsened Babalod's mood. "It's complicated." I see. Although Levin was interested in what was complicated, he did not have the courage to ask. Right at the next moment, Babalod suddenly grabbed Levin and jumped away. A moment later, the building next to them was sliced. It crumbled down to something unrecognizable. Levin was taken aback by this sudden attack. An enemy. But there's nothing on the radar. If you're talking about the information sent through the coordination support system, it's based on the information gathering device on our side. With a fight this big, it would not be surprising that some of them got destroyed. It would create holes in the radar. You should also do the scanning yourself. But I also don't see any signals from my own information gathering device. That's why I'm telling you. do the scanning yourself. This is what will happen if you leave the setting on auto. While Babalod was lecturing Levin, he was also showing him the real skill of a high-ranking hunter. Suddenly, the two who just tried to ambush them revealed themselves. The two people who thought that anyone other than Akira was nothing to be worried about, were impressed to find that their ambush had failed. "Oh, you got yourself out of that, huh? Not bad." But the other guy was surprised to see Babalod there. Wasn't that guy from Zealous team? Really? That's strange. I'm sure they said that they'll not get involved this time. I heard they're still trying to rebuild the team after one of their members betrayed them and wrecked the team. I bet he just joined their side to get some pocket change. Well, it doesn't matter. Either way, keep your wits. If he's really from Zealous team, even if he's a new blood, he must be pretty strong. Roger that. Babalod, who quickly noticed the change in aura coming from his opponent, knitted his eyebrows and warned Levin. "Hey, give me support like your life depends on it. Those two are not like the rest. If we're unlucky, just one of them might be as strong as me. Do we have any chance of winning? Stop thinking about unnecessary things and focus on giving me your full support. If you get killed, then that's it. Even if we die here, we will still die fighting. It's a far better way to die for hunters drowning in debt, don't you think?" Babalod smiled wryly there as if he just discovered a newfound resolve. Watching him get motivated, Levin frowned and pulled himself together. Let's do this then." Levin knew how awful it was to be drowning in debt. However, he also knew how much worse it would be if he selfishly ran away from the front line. It would be the same as resigning his worth as a human. As he stepped into the arena, where he could either choose to die valiantly or give his all and hope to survive the day, Levin made his resolve. As both sides showed signs of now taking it seriously, they started exchanging bullets. Although they were aware of the speed filter, they had bullets with enough firepower to lay waste to the area around them. Meanwhile, somewhere near Kugama City's inner wall, inside a restaurant on the first floor of the Kugama building, which was basically integrated as a part of the wall, Elena was gazing outside with worried eyes. She then glanced at her information panel and heaved a huge sigh. "Sarah, it has started. I see." Sarah had the same look as Elena. Seeing the same expression on her best friend, Elena looked down. "Sarah, are you angry?" Similarly, when Sarah saw Elena's expression, she gave a slight smile and shook her head. "I'm not angry. Though, I don't think I can just get over it. In the first place, I did leave the decision to you, the team leader. There's no need for you to feel responsible for everything. Thanks." Elena was finally able to smile back, though it was a faint one. However, that did not change their situation. She then gave another sigh and wondered. "I wonder if Akira is doing all right." "He'll be fine. Probably." Elena and Sarah already knew what Akira's situation was when they decided not to help him. There were many reasons why Elena decided to do so. First, they were still in the middle of a job, which was to be Hikaru's bodyguards. Since Hikaru was traumatized, she found it difficult to go outside of the inner wall. She stayed within the inner wall, never stepping out ever since she returned. Even so, their job had not ended yet. Thus, Elena and Sarah were on standby in case Hikaru wanted to go outside. Ilana and Sarah were still hunters. They could not afford to disregard their current job and go help Akira. Moreover, Akira did stress to them to do their job properly as hunters. Furthermore, Hikaru ordered Sarah and Elena not to help Akira. Judging from Akira's reaction back in the wasteland when they got ambushed, he did not want to get Elena and Sarah involved. Thus, using that as an excuse, Hikaru convinced Elena and Sarah not to go. Otherwise, it would cause Akira to get anxious. Even if Akira somehow managed to overcome the battle with Elena and Sarah's help, and either of them got killed, there was no telling how far Akira would go for revenge. In the worst-case scenario, Akira might take on the whole Lion Steel Company. If it had come to that point, that would spell the end of him as well. If his target was only Chloe, and he was able to successfully eliminate her, everything could be brought to a close. That was why Hikaru ordered Elena and Sarah to not go to Akira's side this time. There was also the issue of equipment. Although they received powerful equipment from Hikaru as the upfront payment for the bodyguard mission, those would only become their personal belongings once the mission came to an end. This meant, at the moment, if they went to help Akira and abandon their current job, they had no right to use their current equipment. From the ethical and professional point of view, it was not something that they could do. If they went to help Akira with their previous equipment, they knew they would only be a burden to him. They might forgive themselves if they went, risking their lives to help him. However, they could not forgive themselves if they went there just to slow him down. With that in mind, after a lot of thought, Elena eventually decided not to go. Sarah was fine with it since Elena had made the decision. However, neither was completely fine with that decision. That was when Shizuka called them. She called with the simple intention of inviting them to go have a meal together. However, Elena, who was crushed under the feeling of hopelessness, ended up telling Shizuka everything. It was as if she was trying to find a way to forgive herself. She finally threw a question that she had no answer to. Say, Shizuka, what do you think we should do? I think you just need to do what you want to do, don't you think so? Although Shizuka's reply was merely her opinion, Elena seemed a bit taken aback by it. She broke out a smile as if she had found her answer. I should do what I want to, huh? That's right. That's just what it means to be a hunter. Hunters do their job, charging into the wasteland filled with death on their own volition. Be it for fame, money, or glory. Even if their goal was something else, they could achieve anything by being bold. They had to understand the danger and press on in order to achieve their desires. That was what it meant to be a hunter. Elena was once again reminded that she was one of those hunters. Shizuka's intuition told her that it was best for Elena to follow her heart. Elena thought of what she had to do. One thing for certain, sitting there, depressed with her friend, was not what she desired. Neither was it the best course of action. Now that she had found her answer, Elena quickly decided on what to do next. All right then. Shizuka, sorry, but we suddenly have a business to take care of. Is that so? Okay, be careful. Of course, and thank you. Elena ended their conversation and then contacted Inabe. After she conveyed her situation to Inabe, he replied with a rather excited tone of voice. So, you want to abandon your current bodyguard job for Hikaru and go help Akira. The issue now is that you can't get permission to use the equipment you have on you? Elena was fully expecting Inabe to refuse her request. She did not expect Inabe to react in such a manner. Very well then, go. You can make full use of your current equipment. I will also pay for the ammo and medicine as well. Feel free to go as hard as you desire, but are you sure you're fine with it? As Elena inadvertently raised her voice, Inabe calmly replied. You're still planning to go even if I say no, right? In that case, it's better to send someone well-equipped to help, you know? Moreover, if I took away your equipment knowing that you'll still go, what do you think Akira would do later? Well, I will just add it to be part of the documented request. I will take care of the paperwork and corrections, so you don't have to worry about it. It also served as an excuse to give to Akira later. Even if Elena and Sarah got killed, they went there on their own volition. Therefore, Inabe could not be held responsible. Though, it was a fact that as a city officer, Inabe could not openly declare that he was helping a bounty target, one that might even attack the city. Thus, this was the limit in terms of aid Inabe could give. Despite his position, Inabe was entirely on Akira's side. Elena, who realized this, thanked him. Thank you very much. Don't mention it. Be careful out there. Elena then closed the call and looked at Sarah. Her best friend smiled at her as she spoke. Sorry, Sarah, I've changed my mind. As I thought, we should go. Right. If the team leader has decided, it's not like I have any other choice. Geez, don't say it like that. If I may add something, this is also our last chance to show up as Akira's senior hunters, okay? I see. Well, if I'm being honest, I do feel a bit irritated. We keep being on the receiving end like this. This is a good opportunity to show what we can do as his senior hunters. Elena and Sarah looked and smiled at each other. They knew where they were heading. It was a battlefield where a 50 billion bounty target was being hunted. Death was just a mistake away. Nonetheless, to achieve what they desired, they decided to go. Inside a rest area in the Kagama building, Shizuka was nibbling on a portable meal for hunters. High-quality portable meals were not cheap, they were delicious and designed to reduce digestion waste products. It was designed to support hunters' life out in the wasteland. Though, many wealthy individuals inside the inner wall often opted to buy these instead of having a light meal. This is actually pretty good. I wonder if I should stock some in my shop. Though, even if Shizuka stocked some in her shop, the only hunters that would be able to purchase them would be Akira, Sarah, and Elena. That was just how expensive it was. Even so, she still thought that it might be a good idea to have them in her shop. Furthermore, her muttering indicated she was not there to sample goods for her shop. Hikaru had used the meal as an excuse to have Shizuka placed inside a safe area within the Kagama building, which was treated as part of the area within the inner wall. Previously, hunters who were after Akira did try to attack him while he was negotiating with city management. If they were even willing to go that far, it would come as no surprise they would go as far as to kidnap someone important to him. Hikaru, who suspected that might be the case, did some research. She concluded there were 4 possible targets: Elena, Sarah, Shizuka, and Cheryl. Since Elena and Sarah were hunters while Cheryl was the boss of a slum gang, which was actively receiving support from Inabe, they should be able to defend themselves. However, Shizuka was only a normal civilian. The most that she could do was pay for some bodyguards from the private security company in the lower district. Hikaru believed it to be too dangerous. Thus, she decided to evacuate Shizuka to the safety of the Kagama building. At least until things settled down. However, by doing so, it meant that she was helping out a 50 billion bounty target. A monster recognized by the city, which feared he might attack it. This was not something that Hikaru could do as a staff member of the city. Thus, to circumvent this issue, she came up with many excuses. All just to invite/lure Shizuka to the Kagama building. After Shizuka received Hikaru's invitation, she closed her shop and started to temporarily live in the Kagama building. Once Elena and Sarah left, Shizuka received a call from Hikaru. Shizuka-san, I just have a small question. What did you say to Elena-san and Sarah-san? Just now, I received a message saying that Elian-san and Sarah-san are going to help Akira. Nothing important, they just asked for my opinion. I'm sorry, but could you please not do that? Hikaru was only barely able to convince Elena and Sarah to stay after expending so much effort. Thus, she was disgruntled that they suddenly changed their minds. However, Shizuka just made a small smile and replied. They made their decision on their own. I did not encourage them. That does not change the fact that they changed their minds. I was also trying to be considerate of you too though. What do you mean by that? I don't know what exactly is going on, but one thing I know for certain. You're in a rather difficult situation, right? If things somehow manage to calm down, to the point negotiations could be held, I'm pretty sure you will be chosen to represent city management. After all, you are a staff member from city management. You're also acquainted with Akira. You even spent quite a lot on bodyguards. Now that you don't have any escorts, it might be difficult to. Hikaru went silent. However, from her silence, it could be felt that she was simply too astounded to speak. But if you insist, I can still call them and ask them to stop and rethink it again. No, that won't be necessary. Sorry. Something came up so I have to end the call here. Bye. Hikaru ended the call with a blatant lie. Shizuka smiled bitterly and mumbled. I'm sorry, but I believe this is for the best. Though she muttered that to herself, Shizuka was not sure what was for the best. She knew that she might have done something that she should not. However, even so, instead of just sitting there and doing nothing, she thought that it would still be better for her to do something to push the conclusion in a better direction. Shizuka wished that her intuition today was still as accurate as ever as she prayed for Akira and the others' safety. Inside a large armored wasteland vehicle, Pamela was looking over how the battle was going on. She watched how Akira's group was faring against the automata that she had dispatched and smiled. Although she had lost the multi-legged tank, which was her greatest firepower, Pamela did not seem anxious at all. I guess that should do it. She had finished checking out the opponent group's fighting capability through long-range remote automata, the large-sized multi-legged tank, and the reinforcement automata. She had identified the people on the opponent's side, their equipment, as well as their trump cards. Once Pamela had decided that she had sufficient information, she grabbed Lottie's hand. Lotties, it's time. Let's go and kill them all together. Pamela then left the large room, which also doubled as the command center. She wore a huge smile on her face as she had her hand tangled together with the emotionless Lotties. They both left with the goal of killing Shirori and Kane. Joy and hatred were all mixed into one. It was to a point it was difficult to differentiate them as Pamela directed all her killing intent toward Shirori and Kane. For Pamela, this was where things got serious. Chapter 285, The Green Liquid. Shikarabe and his squad from Drenkum were repelling the attackers around Cheryl's base. Frustration could be seen on all their faces, and it was not because of the enemies. Those guys from the Katsuya's faction are still nowhere to be seen. I guess I am getting a bit too paranoid, huh? If they were going to attack Akira, this would be the perfect chance for them. That was why Shikarabe and the others were there. Kurosawa, the group's leader, had thought that the opposing faction would take this opportunity to act. They originally planned on slipping into the battle, quickly identifying those in the Katsuya's faction and eliminating them. Afterwards, quickly slip away from the battle. However, they could not see anyone from the Katsuya's faction. Meanwhile, the attackers would not go out of their way to differentiate Shikarabe's squad and ignore them. Thanks to that, they were forced to fight against them. That was when Kurosawa suddenly called Shikarabe. At the moment, those from Drenkum were borrowing the communication line from Ario and the others. Thus, they were still able to receive calls even under the jamming smoke. Shikarabe could not help but frown after receiving Kurosawa's order. Return to the base? What do you mean? Even though Shikarabe did question the order to withdraw back to Cheryl's base, he understood the intention behind the order. Regardless, they had concluded that the Katsuya's faction was not currently present. There was also a possibility that they had fought enough for the Hunter office to recognize their effort to honor the peace treaty. Either way, Shikarabe also saw no worth in staying there any longer. However, withdrawing from the fight would mean escaping from the slums to a more contentious area. There were bound to be more enemies back at the base compared to here. It was the main target of the attackers after all. Thus, it was paradoxical to return back to the base if it was for safety. This caused Shikarabe to look rather bewildered by Kurosawa's order. However, Kurosawa's vague answer was, strangely enough to convince Shikarabe. I have a bad feeling. The moment he heard that, Shikarabe knitted his eyebrows. For a hunter, Kurosawa was someone who tended to go with the safer approach. Unfortunately, many hunters thought of him as a coward because of that. However, thanks to his cautious nature, Kurosawa was often able to notice things that others would normally miss. Of course, many of his guesses ended up as mere speculation. But even so, he always trusted his guts when he led his team, and many hunters were saved by that. It was the same this time again. If his gut was right, that would mean Kurosawa felt that it was too late to try to break through the slums. Which meant, their only option was to hunker down in Cheryl's base. That I understand, we're returning right now. As a fellow hunter who risked his life trusting his gut, and also the man who requested Kurosawa to take the command, Shikarabe made the fastidious decision to abide by the order without uttering a single word of complaint. After Akira spent 5 Annihilator warheads on the multi-legged tank, he hoped that finally, the enemy would withdraw. Though, that possibility did not help his tremendous lament, the massive amount he had just spent. Akira believed the multi-legged tank to be his enemy's strongest weapon. Now that it was gone, it would be enough of a reason for them to call a retreat. However, his guess was way off the mark. Enemies that were surrounding the slums, located around the wasteland, dispatched automata in his direction. Moreover, they started shooting missiles filled with jamming smoke once again. The destruction of the multi-legged vehicle only served to help the jamming smoke spread across the slums. As Akira drove his bike up into the sky, he threw a question to Kane and Shirori. I don't know all the details, but aren't they supposed to be in the same company as the both of you? Do you know how much damage they will need to take until they kindly withdraw? I'm really sorry, but I can't really tell. Well, I guess there's no other choice but to wipe them down to the last person, no? Shirori replied seriously, but in contrast to that, Kane only replied jokingly with a smile. Akira heaved a sigh. The response was more or less what he had expected. I see. It seems that a large number of those in Lion's Steel are diligent. As expected of a large conglomerate. Akira tilted his head and smiled bitterly. However, lines could be seen on his forehead. Enemies were coming at him without any regard for their lives. They would continue fighting unless he devastated their bodies till they could no longer move. Shirori and Kane understood Akira's feelings and also smiled bitterly. They then saw automata spreading out down below. Akira-sama, we will be taking those on the ground. Please provide us with support if you happen to have extra firepower to spare. I'm leaving the sky to you. Shirori and Kane returned his rifles, which they had borrowed. They quickly jumped off the bike. On their way down, Shirori lightly lowered her head to thank Akira. Meanwhile, Kane was waving at him with her signature smile. After they safely landed, they quickly moved between the rubbles, using it as cover while slowly chipping away the enemy force. The automata on the ground and in the sky started shooting at Akira. However, he was able to skillfully evade with high-speed dexterous driving. Alpha, we don't need to use annihilator bullets on them, right? Akira asked with the hope that the answer was yes. However, Alpha simply gave a teasing smile before replying. Let's check if it's needed or not first. Good idea. Akira aimed the 2 RL-2 multi-rifles he just received back with his TGP laser cannon. The C bullets, the mini-missiles, and the laser cannon landed on their respective targets. They broke through the enemy's force field armor and pierced their bodies before causing a spectacular explosion. All right. Akira inadvertently exclaimed in joy knowing that cheap bullets would do just fine. So, he quickly resumed the fight in a good mood. Shirori and Kane quickly continued to take down automata one by one after they landed. They blazed through the thick jamming smoke on the battlefield littered with wreckage and rubble, closed the distance to their target, and attacked. Their might managed to close the gap between mere humans and giant human-shaped automata. Shirori jumped and heaved her blade on top of the 5 meters tall automaton. One swing was enough to break through its force field armor. The horizontal slash separated its body into lower and upper halves, which slid in the opposite direction and collapsed to the ground. Kane's fists were her main weapon. It was powered with her augmented suit and her enhanced body, equipped with powerful anti-force field armor. Each time she delivered a straight punch into an automaton's body, it creates a deep dent, driving a shockwave inside. The internal damage caused it to explode a moment later. Both Shirori and Kane had no issue fending off the automata. However, that was the exact reason why they were worried. Ain-san. What do you think? No idea, at least not for now. All the newly dispatched automata were strangely weak. Although they were not that cheap, they were not something that one would use to hunt a 50 billion bounty target. It was understandable if they sent every single automaton they got in one go, but for some reason, they were sent in waves. They might have been sent to buy time while the controllers were withdrawing. However, there was no sign of the other groups leaving the battlefield. For now, let's take down as many of them as possible. Roger that. Shirori and Kane continued fighting with solemn looks on their faces. They took down as many enemies as possible, still not knowing what the enemy was planning. Right around that time, Akira, who had already destroyed many of the automata, was still riding on his bike in the sky, and had the same worried expression. Alpha, do you think this is a trap? Akira wished he did not have to fight against any strong enemies. He was glad he did not need to use annihilator warheads to destroy the automata. However, considering that he had to fight a colossal multi-legged tank and take on a swarm of Pamela's remote automata after, it felt strange. He could not help but feel weird now that his enemies were weaker. Alpha also did not wear her usual smile. She replied with a severe expression. I'm sure it's some kind of scheme. Either way, they now know that you can't shoot annihilator warheads as you wish. Akira had shown his trump card, the annihilator warhead, to the enemy. The automata that were sent to pursue him in the sky were spread out. They were in a formation where the use of an annihilator warhead would significantly reduce its effectiveness. Since he decided not to use the annihilator warhead, it meant two things. Either he did not have many reserves of it, or he was not able to freely use it. After listening to Alpha's explanation, Akira replied. So basically, at the very least, I no longer can bluff my way out and act like I have that many left, huh? These automata are just expendable pawns to confirm that. But still. Although it made sense, Akira was not fully content with Alpha's conclusion and frowned. Akira, don't drop your guard down just yet. We have no other choice but to continue to fight right now. You're right. Let's do this. Overthinking was counter-effective. Akira told himself so and quickly changed gear, refocusing back on the battlefield. Even in the midst of everything that was going on, missiles were still spreading out jamming smoke. Since it was even thicker than before, it completely shrouded the whole battlefield. Shirori and Kane started to get worried about how thick the jamming smoke was. That was when Kane suddenly noticed an enemy presence from beyond the jamming smoke. She quickly turned in that direction. Shirori also did the same, albeit a little bit late. Not too far away from the two maids, right at the border of their perceptive range, their incoming opponents also felt their presence and went straight at them. The moment they recognized who it was, Shiori's and Kane's eyes narrowed as they knitted their eyebrows. They immediately went after the new hostile force. Their opponents were Pamela and Lottie's. Although Shirori and Kane knew they were being lured, they could not afford to stand still while Pamela and Lottie's were there. Especially since the other two were heading straight to where Reina and the others were. While in the midst of fighting, Akira's targets suddenly came to a sudden halt. They fell one by one, crashing straight to the hard ground. What was that? What just happened? Akira was dumbfounded and Alpha was visibly concerned. It's difficult to ascertain what is going on under this jamming smoke. All of them crashed instead of safely landing on the ground. They didn't even use force field armor to reduce the impact. The crash, at this height, with their mass, would mean all of them got disabled. I see. Although they did know what just happened, one thing was certain. The number of enemies got reduced and there were no reinforcements. In the end, things ended well, Akira told himself as much and shook his worries away. Alpha, how are Shirori and Kane doing? Can you tell from here? I can't really say with utmost certainty. However, I don't detect any incoming signals that suggest they are still in battle. I believe they are in the same situation as we are. In that case, I guess I'll go visit them after returning back to the base for now. I want to replenish my ammo. Akira said so and turned his bike towards Cheryl's base. However, suddenly, he frowned. The moment he directed his focus towards the direction of the base, he unconsciously used his information-gathering device in the same direction. The result was extremely worrying. Alpha was not able to provide Akira full support due to the thick jamming smoke. Nonetheless, the moment he realized the position of the enemies, she quickly shifted her focus to searching for them as well. She immediately understood what was going on. Pamela and the others had broken through the defenses of the base and were heading there. Meanwhile, Shiori and Kane were pursuing them. What? Since when? Alpha. We're going. Akira quickly accelerated his bike. The thick jamming smoke was much denser on the surface than in the air. It caused the slums to be separated into two areas, the upper and the lower regions. Akira accelerated his bike and rode above the border. The condensed jamming smoke made it seem as if he was driving on top of clouds. Due to the speed filter effect of the jamming smoke, the bike's force field armor was enhanced. It managed to create a path under the tires from frozen and hardened jamming smoke. The tires spun intensely on top of those platforms, pushing the bike forward even faster, managing to leave a large trail of smoke behind it. So those automata were only a diversion, huh? That might have been the case. But let's focus first and save that for later. You're right. Alpha, can you help with the aiming? If it's possible, you should rely on your own skills. The jamming smoke effect is getting stronger. If I divide up my resources to assist your aiming, my ability to evade attacks would be greatly reduced. Alright then, I'll leave the evading to you. Yep, you can leave that part to me. Akira aimed his TGP laser cannon carefully at Pamela and the others. Although he was sniping on top of an extremely fast-moving bike, it should not be a problem for him. The cannon muzzle released a powerful stream of energy. The jamming smoke did reduce its firepower, but it still traveled straight towards its target, drilling its way toward Pamela and the others. Pamela noticed that laser shot, but she simply laughed it off. The automaton created off Lottie's corpse made a 180-degree turn and lightly jumped, putting both of his arms in the way of the laser beam. He created a force field board of equivalent power. It managed to deflect the laser, bouncing it back towards Akira. Akira flusteredly swerved to get out of the way. The laser had already lost most of its firepower and got further halved as it returned back to him. Moreover, Alpha had placed all her resources into evading, thus, he had no reason to be worried at all. However, that incoming laser still caught him off guard. Whoa! That was dangerous. Well, aren't you glad that you chose to assign my resources to evading? Alpha was smiling confidently while Akira chuckled bitterly. Yeah, you're right. But still, what the heck was that? How did he bounce the laser cannon back? Albeit difficult to put into practice, it is completely possible in theory. I see. Then how about this? Akira directed all three of his RL-2 multi-rifles, 2 on his hands and 1 on his bike, at Pamela. Countless sea bullets and mini-missiles cut through jamming smoke toward their targets. However, Pamela casually received his barrages with only one arm. She hopped, turned around, and projected a force field shield with one arm to receive the barrages. The force field shield's hardness was enhanced by the jamming smoke, managing to perfectly block the bullets and the mini-missiles. Afterwards, Pamela kicked the shield. The hardened force field shield, which looked like a solidified smoked glass, deflected the incoming bullets as it flew toward Akira. Akira was caught off guard again and pulled the bike up into the sky. The translucent force field shield passed by him, slowly dissipated energy as it continued to zoom behind him. That doesn't work as well. Damn it. Akira spat out curses in reaction to the horrendous situation he was in. Not only did his shots get blocked, but he was even forced to take evasive maneuvers. Pamela used that opening to get further away from him. The further the target, the lower the might of his bullets. Worst, the stronger the force field armor his opponents had, the harder it would be to detect them. The jamming smoke enveloping the area was beneficial for those who were trying to get away from the battlefield. Shiori and Kane were also being obstructed by Pamela's force field shield. It prevented them from catching up with Pamela, even as they tried their hardest to chase after her. The Annihilator Warhead. I guess that is a bad idea, huh? Yep, Akira, you can't use it right now. Thought so. Not only would he get caught up in the explosion, but Shiroori and Kane would also get caught. Furthermore, Annihilator warheads were not something to be used against another human. Thus, Akira held himself back from using it. Alpha also agreed with his decision, but she had a different reason. Last time you shot it in the direction of the wasteland, that was why the city defense squad decided to let it slide. If you shoot it toward the direction of the city while already this close, Kagomiyama City will definitely respond. Let's wait until you get your new equipment from Sakashita Heavy Industry first before assaulting the city. Why yeah. Although Akira agreed with her hypothesis, he was a bit taken aback that Alpha had a completely different reason. A reason completely different from his own. Either way, it did not change the fact that they could not use that warhead this time. Now, Akira understood why Pamela used those weak automata as a diversion. So, we fell right into her trap. We have no other choice. Alpha, for now, let's meet up with Shiroori and Kane before heading back to the base. Don't forget that I might lose connection to you due to the thickness of the jamming smoke close to the surface. Yeah. I'll be careful. Akira accelerated the bike and headed down. As Akira plunged into the thick smoke, Alpha suddenly vanished from his view. Even so, he still went deeper into the dense jamming smoke. The moment he saw Shiroori and Kane, he quickly turned the bike in their direction. I'm heading back to the base and will just ignore them for now. Do you want a ride? That would mean if Pamela was not heading towards Cheryl's base, they would lose her. Due to the jamming smoke, it would be difficult to find her again. Furthermore, since they did not know what Pamela was trying to do, this might be a fatal mistake. Shiroori and Kane understood as much. However, they still decided to follow Akira. As long as Pamela was not trying to directly attack them, they already knew their priorities. It was more important to return back to Reina instead of chasing after Pamela. This was regardless of the danger Pamela might cause. Thus, Reina and Shiroori took a glance at one another and quickly jumped on board Akira's bike. Thank you very much. Thanks, I'll take up on that offer. Right after Shiroori and Kane got on the bike, Akira quickly pulled up, flying up once again. He only stopped when he was on the border of entering the red area, which he was barred from entering. Once at the highest point, he turned the bike and drove straight towards Cheryl's base. His terminal velocity was greatly limited when he was close to the surface, but now he was far above, the effect of the speed filter was greatly weakened, allowing him to move much faster. Even so, the speed filter effect was not completely gone. Akira still had to push his bike, to force his way against the speed filter effect. The remote automata with Pamela's face as well as the weak automata that Akira and the others had destroyed were all in large pools of green blood. Some of them got evaporated by the laser cannon from the multi-legged tank. Those that still had any remains, were all gory pieces scattered around. They were all already biologically dead. If they were machines, they would be considered broken. The green liquid they were in, was medicinal drugs. The remains were absorbing it, causing the pools to gradually shrink. Over time, the lump of flesh inside the green pool became chunks. Some even managed to grow out a mouth. Those that managed to develop mandibles went around consuming flesh and metal alike, anything left over from the automata. With every piece it consumed, it grew larger. Eventually, those chunks grew limbs. They started to walk on their legs. Meanwhile, their hands went around reaching for items that their mouths could not directly reach. They kept munching and devouring everything they took in. The more they ate, the bigger they grew. Eventually, both their size and the number of limbs increased. The same exact thing was happening all over the slums. After all, Akira and the others were fighting the automata while moving around the slums. Thus, leftovers were scattered all over the place. Eventually, these chunks became clumps, large enough to start devouring larger leftover pieces of automata. Some automata even had their bodies eaten from the inside. The green liquid broke out from inside and formed a mouth that devoured everything in its reach. As if it was infected by a parasite, its generator and force field armor projector were slowly consumed from the inside. The jamming smoke was of no help to onlookers as no one was able to notice what was happening. The jamming was originally meant to weaken the firepower of the powerful weapons used in battle. Thus, it was not easy for those, aware of the purpose of the thick jamming smoke, to notice something unusual was happening. Reina was sniping from the top of Cheryl's base. Shirori had stopped her from joining them, who were going to hide in close proximity to Akira. She managed to convince Reina by stressing how dangerous it was. However, it would also be unacceptable for Reina to stay holed up at the base, alone. Thus, compromises were made. A large-sized rifle spewed out a bullet that pierced through the jamming smoke and hit its target. It drilled a large hole through the torso of a heavy augmented suit, instantly killing its user. Togami could not help but be amazed by Reina's sniping. "You can still hit your target even under this situation, huh? That's impressive." Even with his compliment, Reina just smiled bitterly. She lightly changed the subject. "Well, I'm getting information of their precise location, after all. There's no way I can do something like this completely on my own." If she was all on her own, Reina would not be able to ascertain the enemy's position. However, by connecting to the coordination support system that Shiro had assimilated with, Reina could see the enemy's exact location through her enhanced vision. To think that there's someone who can get such accurate information in this situation. Reina and the others knew nothing about Shiro. They only knew him as someone brought in by Carol, to help in the fight. Even so, they still recognized Shiro to be an extremely skilled person. However, knowing the enemy's position did not mean that it was easy to hit them. Furthermore, with the speed filter, the trajectory of a speeding bullet would often meander slightly away from the straight line of fire. It was thanks to Reina's skill that she was able to hit her targets. Togami was praising Reina for that feat nonetheless. After hearing her response, he simply smiled wryly and tried to match the conversation. "Dada, you're right. This world is filled with so many amazing people." Reina pouted, but it quickly changed to a small smile. "Well, I'm planning to join their ranks sometime in the future though. How about you, Togami?" Seeing Reina's smile of challenge, Togami chuckled. "Yeah, that's the plan for me too. Though, in my case, that's something in the near future. Or more like, something real soon." "Oh. Is that so? Well, it's a race then," Reina declared with a smile on her face. There was a wish mixed in her words, to be able to stay close enough to Togami for it to be a race. They suddenly noticed someone else's presence nearby and quickly turned in that direction. Togami stood in front of Reina, to shield her. He pointed his rifle in the direction of the presence. The source of it was Pamela and the others. They were running toward Reina, trying to get onto the base's rooftop. Togami opened fire at once. However, Pamela immediately deployed her force field shield, which easily blocked the bullets. Without any time to bark out orders, Togami simply pointed at the rooftop's door. It was an indication to Reina, "Immediately retreat." Reina understood what Togami meant and immediately headed for the door. Since this base was where relics from Tsubaki's area were housed, it was designed and built to be especially robust. Its whole structure was not something that should be found in the slums. The walls were protected by force field shields, and once the door was shut, it would be extremely difficult to break through. This was the reason Shirori allowed Reina to provide support from the rooftop of the base. Naturally, Pamela noticed and quickly threw the force field shield toward the door, blocking Reina from reaching it. Although the force field shield would dissipate after a few seconds, it was more than enough time. Pamela could reach Reina and Togami. Reina knew that the situation was grave. Even the slightest bit of delay could spell her end. With her escape route being completely blocked. Reina froze for a second. However, that was when another signal suddenly came from above, causing her to look up reflexively. Her train of thoughts immediately returned after she saw what was above. Akira and the others were coming. They were all on Akira's bike, heading in her direction. Shiori and Kane quickly jumped off the bike and created a force field platform, accelerating themselves faster toward where Reina was. Naturally, Pamela intercepted their attempts to group up. Pamela's group suddenly changed where they were headed. Now, they moved to intercept Shiori and Kane. Pamela and Kane made contact with their fists while Lottie's and Shiori made contact with their swords. When Reina saw this, she immediately knew what she had to do. She quickly ran toward the end of the rooftop and jumped off. The best thing she could do to help Kane and Shiori was to get away from this place. To ensure that she was safe so that they could fully focus on the fight. To create an environment, they did not have to worry about her. Togami immediately understood what Reina was planning and followed after her. He also jumped off the rooftop. Meanwhile, the automata that were behind Pamela's group went to chase after them. Akira was not sure where to go as the situation had quickly changed right in front of his eyes. That was when Shiori sent a glance, to signal him to go to Reina. Thus, Akira made the decision and drove in Reina's direction. Shiori and Kane as well as Pamela's group touched the rooftop. Unlike Pamela, who was smiling like a maniac filled with killing intent, Shiori was solemn. This was despite the fact they managed to protect Reina from Pamela. I guess I should say I made it in time, or rather, I got invited just at the right time, huh? Pamela casually confirmed Shiori's question with a smile. Oh. So, you do understand, huh? It's 2-on-2, just like last time. But this time, I won't be pulling Lottie's down. Due to her failure last time, Lottie's got killed. Which had led to this situation. Pamela's smile was filled with the insanity deep inside her. However, even when faced with her insanity, Kane chuckled and mockingly asked. 2-on-2. It's 1-on-2, no? Pamela's smile immediately vanished, it is 2-on-2. As she glared at Kane, Pamela's expression started to get dyed with hatred. However, that did not affect Kane at all. Well, it doesn't matter. It was all because of my mistake last time that you managed to get away. So, this time, I'll get serious. Kane's smile vanished. Her glowing eyes of excitement whenever she looked forward to an upcoming fight disappeared. Her expression turned cold. There was no semblance of respect for her opponent. She looked at Pamela with a freezing cold glare, as if she was looking at a mere obstacle to her job. Now die. I'll kill you this time. Both uttered words to express their respective desire. Both sentences were similar but vaguely different as they sprang into action. To turn what they said into reality. Shiori and Lottie's matched them and stepped forward as well. 4 people, or 3 people to be more precise, started their death match. It was fueled by their respective emotions, loyalty, hatred, and desire to kill. With the help of their augmented suits, they swung their fists and blades with all their might. It was as if the speed filter of the jamming smoke did not affect them at all. Chapter 286, Curse from the Dead. As Reina was falling, she looked up and saw an automaton behind Togami, chasing after them. She immediately grabbed her rifle and aimed at the automaton's head. The bullet traveled straight towards its target and blew its head off. However, she was caught by surprise when she saw the headless automaton continue to move. It took a stance in mid-air and aimed its rifle back at her. Togami also turned around and shot at the automaton. Even after being riddled with bullets, it was not enough to destroy it. However, it was barely enough to temporarily stop it from moving. Reina used this opening to fire more shots. She went for the limbs first, breaking them apart using her powerful bullet. Afterwards, she took shots at the body, smashing it apart. The destroyed automaton splattered its parts all over the place. Green liquid, mixed with flesh and metal was everywhere. While everything was falling, Reina created a slanted platform to ride down on using her force field armor, which also serves to reduce their velocity. When she saw Akira's bike coming close, she jumped on board. Akira. What's going on? What happened? I don't know the whole situation myself. But since we have no time right now, I will just tell you this. You have two choices: evacuate to somewhere safe, or get away from this place and provide support for Shirori and Kane from afar. Reina hesitated for a second, but she quickly made up her mind and glanced at Togami, who would be dragged in by her decision. Thankfully, Togami gave a firm nod. I'll provide support. All right then. Akira made a sharp vertical U-turn, barely touching the ground, bouncing quickly back up. After regrouping back with Togami and Reina, Akira then thought. Alpha, that automaton that they just shot down, it's pretty weak, don't you think? Or is it just my imagination? The automata that Akira and the others had desperately fought back were much stronger than the one Reina had just taken down. A part of Akira was questioning if he had misjudged Reina and Togami's strength. If that was really the case, he wondered if his judgment had been clouded. Thankfully, Alpha denied his worries. No. They're indeed of pretty bad quality. My guess is that they're moving horrendously because the one controlling them is busy fighting. I see. Then, as I thought, the one on the top is the real Pamela, right? I can't confirm it, but there's a good chance that the assault will let up if we manage to kill her. So, let's hurry back up. Yeah, let's get this done. Since it was a conversation through telepathy, it did not take much time and the rooftop was still a bit further ahead. Even so, it would not take that much time for Akira to reach a location where they could provide Shirori and Kane support. That was of course if everything went well. As usual, there were obstacles. Akira quickly noticed that something was approaching. He immediately suspected it to be just another automaton on an air bike. Thus, he opened fire. However, when the source of the signal showed itself, it appeared from behind the jamming smoke. Its whole appearance alarmed him. It turned out that his first suspicion was partially correct. The one riding the bike was not an automaton, but a mass of flesh which had assimilated with machines. It had multiple hands growing out of its body, equipped with multiple rifles. Akira's group and the strange mass of flesh exchanged bullets between them. Although their bullets packed enough power to kill each other, the deciding factor was the ability to evade and shoot. In this regard, Akira's group had the upper hand. The first barrage stripped the mass of flesh its parts as blood was sprayed into the air. However, even after taking all that damage, it was still pulsating and alive. It took a second barrage for its form to completely collapse to pieces and fall to the ground. Akira, Reina, and Togami were able to easily grasp victory. However, they were not pleased at all. Instead, their expression displayed clear unsettlement. Reina inadvertently yelped. Akira! What was that? Did you bring them here? What exactly were you fighting against back there? I didn't see anything like that before though. Just what in the world is going on? Akira seems really confused. That was when Alpha suddenly warned him with a grave expression. Akira, more of them are coming. Get ready to engage. Akira could see more strange-looking similar masses of flesh heading in his direction from afar. They were of many different variations. Some of them had a portion of the flying bike assimilated into their bodies. Some with more limbs than the others. Some with headless upper bodies sticking out. All of them were of a distorted spherical shape, and all of them looked horrific. Although they seemed to be trying to imitate a humanoid shape, it was clear that they were failing spectacularly. Furthermore, they were obviously targeting them. Reina. Togami. We'll take them down before they can reach Shirori and Kane. Assume that I have no leeway to help you out and try to do your best on your own. Reina smiled confidently. Meanwhile, Togami made a faint smile. Both were fired up. Of course. Well, I'm Reina's bodyguard, after all. So, I have no wish to push that duty onto you. Alright then, let's go. Akira suddenly accelerated the bike and went straight up. Afterwards, they went past the roofs of most of the buildings there and raced around the base at high speed. Due to the speed, any normal person would have been thrown off by the centripetal force. However, Akira and the others were able to easily hold on, and continue using their respective rifles to shoot down the new wave of strange enemies swarming the place. The green blood splattered around as those monstrosities were shot down. However, many managed to quickly recover after they got shot down. Those that crashed down would fly up again. With more of them coming, none really defeated, shooting them only seemed to be a waste of bullets. At the moment, Akira's group seems to hold the upper hand in that right. However, it was clearly only a matter of time before the table got turned. By Shiro's command, Ario and the other gang children retreated back into the base. At first, many were displeased since it meant they had to leave the defense line that they had been maintaining. A defense line that had come at the cost of some of their friends. However, after seeing that the team from Drenkum had also returned, they were able to accept Shiro's retreat order. Now, they were confused as to what was going on outside. Closing all entry meant strengthening the building's defenses. However, they would be simply taking hits without being able to shoot back. It would only be a matter of time before their defenses got broken through. Furthermore, the force field installed in the base would not be able to buy that much time. To prevent the worst, they have been outside, striking surprise attacks. That was until Shiro issued his retreat order. Now, the entrance and exits were closed and barricaded. Each person got posted to their respective positions, all ordered to point their rifles outside. Ario and the others tensed up, believing that they would have no other choice but to take hits fired by tanks and powered suits. However, their anxiety was quickly replaced by shock and confusion. There did not seem to be any attackers coming. Ario, what is going on? Well, if I may make an optimistic guess, I would say that Akira-san has won and the enemies are retreating. Or something like that. Oh. I see. Ario had nothing to support his claim. However, it did help to raise the morale of the other children. Thus, even Ario started to believe his baseless guess. That was right when he saw something falling from the sky. It had completely betrayed his hopeful wish. What is that thing? Ario flusteredly aimed his rifle. Horrifying-looking masses of flesh with multiple limbs were raining down from the sky around the base. A monster. Why are monsters here? They're still moving. Ario and the children's bewilderment got shaken off when they heard that. The monsters were still trying to clump up and return back to its original form even after being sprayed with bullets. However, at a certain point, it could not move anymore. It took on too much damage and its regenerative capability was not able to keep. In other words, it had used up all the green liquid in its veins and finally stopped moving. However, that was not the end. Since Akira and the others were still shooting more down from the sky, these monstrosities were basically raining down to the ground for Ario and the others to fight. Ario shouted to the other children, who were in a state of disarray and chaos. Calm down and shoot at them. They're not unkillable. The other children finally calmed down and returned back to shooting. With the help of the coordination support system, they were able to perform very well and hold the upper hand. This helped raise their morale. That was when suddenly, another strange thing happened. The attackers that were hiding suddenly showed themselves. As expected, it was at the worst possible time. However, the children's fright was quickly replaced by bewilderment. After all, the incoming enemies were also attacked by the monsters. Seriously. What the heck is going on? Although the strange situation continued on, Ario and the others had no other choice but to keep fighting back. As Akira was racing about above Cheryl's base on his bike at high speed, he looked around his surroundings. Alpha, those things. Basically, the ones with greater speed are reaching us first and there are actually even more of them coming, right? Most probably, yes. They were similar to monsters like the greedy crocodile, which assimilated things that they ate. Thus, The ones Akira was facing right now were those that managed to consume and assimilate with air bikes. They were more mobile and were able to get here sooner than the others. This meant that there were still others out there, headed here. Worst, there were most likely even stronger variants. After all, some must have devoured the automata. Akira could not help but frown at the thought. That was when Reina suddenly asked with a grave expression. Akira, those things are monsters, right? Well, I think so. Akira was a little bit confused as to why Reina asked that question. After all, the answer was obvious. However, Reina took Akira's words extremely seriously. You think so too, right? Then let's tell the city defense squad. Although they're taking a neutral stance in the conflict between you and Lion Steel, I'm sure they would dispatch their men if it's against a swarm of monsters this close to the city. Togami and I will go and inform them. Akira took some time to figure out what to do. Although it was a fact that they were fighting against monsters, it was hard for him to simply accept that monsters came here in the middle of the fight with such timing by pure coincidence. These monsters definitely had something to do with the Lion Steel Company. Or at the very least, something to do with Pamela. Asking for help from city management would mean getting them involved in his problem due to his selfishness. It was not something that he would like to do. But in the end, this was something Togami or Reina volunteered to do. Although it was something he would never do, it was also not his place to force them not to involve city management. It took a moment, but Akira finally realized something. That Reina knew exactly what she was doing, that her question and future actions were self-serving ones. Even if it meant using monsters as an excuse, even if it meant getting city management involved, as long as it might help Shirori and Kane, Reina would not hesitate to do it. Akira finally understood and he gave his permission. Alright, I'll let you borrow my bike. Good luck. Reina, who was originally planning to go on foot, was shocked by Akira's proposal. Since they had to directly go make contact with city management due to the jamming smoke, the area that they had to go to was well within the red area where Akira was not permitted to enter. Thus, Reina thought that there was no other choice but to go on their own. Reina knew that they would have to split here, but she did not expect Akira would offer to lend them his bike. Are you sure? Well, they did help me out back then. So, I'll have to somehow pay that favor back, right? Akira knew that Shirori and Kane expected him to protect Reina when they sent him to chase after her. Now that they had to move separately from here, Akira believed that he should at least do something to help Reina. Thus, he thought of lending her his precious bike. Thank you. I'll be borrowing it for a while. Of course, it was safer for Akira to have the bike around. Even so, Akira allowed Reina to borrow it. She could imagine just how grateful Akira was to Shirori and Kane, for him to go this far. Thus, as Shirori and Kane's master, Reina decided to take full responsibility and gratefully accepted his offer. By the way, don't break it, okay? I'll be careful. Akira and Reina faintly smiled at each other before Akira jumped off the bike. Now that Reina was on the steer, she immediately accelerated forward. Togami. Now that Akira is not here, make sure to protect me, okay? I know it already. Geez. Give me a break. Although most of those strange monsters that could fly got shot down, there were still those that were walking on the ground. Some had deformed arms, without skin, exposing its broken bones held together by enhanced muscles. Large-sized rifles seemed to sprout out from their bodies, while some were held, all of which aimed at Reina. Reina and Togami slipped in between the warheads as they quickly left the battlefield. After jumping off the bike, Akira was falling while shooting at the monsters around the base. Alpha, who was floating next to him, seemed obviously concerned. Akira, I think lending your bike to them in this situation is overkill. Well, I will manage somehow. I'm also almost out of ammo, by the way. Akira smiled bitterly while he jokingly said, to which Alpha responded with a huge sigh. Finally, Akira did deplete his reserve ammo. Even when both his rifles suddenly stopped shooting, he calmly kicked the air and accelerated down. On the ground, the camping vehicle leapt out of the base through remote driving. Once Akira landed, he quickly entered the already opened back door and finished replenishing his ammunition before jumping out through the open skylight window. Without missing a beat, he started shooting as if to empty the extended magazine, which surprisingly held numerous bullets for its small size. The weird monsters got overwhelmed by the storm of bullets and basically got obliterated in an instant. Hundreds of mini-missiles, the size of a bullet but with the homing capability, filled the area like a tsunami. They sought their respective targets and blew up. This was just the stark difference between how many bullets one could carry on a bike compared to a camping vehicle. Akira used that to his advantage as much as he could. I bet they don't have anything like that huge tank. For something like that, I require a bike to avoid getting shot. So, let's just keep things up like this. Eliminate them before they can shoot at me. That way, I won't really need my bike. Akira said and smiled. Alpha turned towards him and made a deep smile. Akira, do you know what ammo expense is? That I used 5 Annihilator warheads back then, the rest would not change my total expenses by that much. Is that so? Well, if you say so, then it's not my place to say anything. Akira chuckled as if to push that away from his mind. Meanwhile Alpha just smiled amusedly at him. Akira went around the base on the camping vehicle, obliterating any hostile entities that he encountered. In the middle of that, he glanced at the rooftop of Cheryl's base. The homing bullets went in that direction, but those strange monsters jumped and sacrificed themselves to block the homing bullets. As I thought, they are deliberately throwing themselves in its way. The masses of flesh in the area were obviously focusing on him. However, it was not like they were targeting him because of who he was. They were targeting him because he was trying to help Shirori and Kane. In the first place, these strange monsters were not being controlled by Pamela. They were simply attacking anyone who was trying to get involved with the battle on the rooftop of Cheryl's base. So, basically, they're telling me not to get in the way, huh? Just what is going on with them? Akira thought that this was indeed strange. However, he simply continued to focus on the enemies around the base without trying to go to the rooftop. There was a good chance that those strange creatures would swarm him if he tried to force his way up to the rooftop. That might only cause more chaos, which could distract Shirori and Kane. With that in mind, Akira prioritized cleaning up the monsters in the area first. Kane's punch split the air. Her fist was filled with killing intent. It was not the usual killing intent since she had decided to stop playing around. Her killing intent right now was more apathetic. It was as if she was just doing her job, to crush an insect. It focused more on efficiency instead of emotions. That high-speed punch created a thick solid wall of air resistance between her and her target, which was not even 1 meter away from her fist. However, that did not stop her. She broke through that wall with her skill, scattering shockwaves in all directions. Pamela managed to nimbly evade. She was smiling while being devoid of emotion, just like Kane except for her smile. Their role between attack and defense got reversed. Pamela threw a punch at Kane. Just like what Kane did. It was also filled with killing intent. However, unlike Kane, it was steeped in hatred, hoping to cause her target to die a horrible death. She used the technology to manipulate bodies along with her skills of controlling dozens of automata at the same time. Her attack unleashed a blow which deformed her body to increase its power without any concern for her own life. Unfortunately for Pamela, Kane somehow managed to avoid her punch. Pamela's face twitched when Kane managed to avoid her punch. Nonetheless, it was a close call for Kane as well. It was obvious from her grave expression that she could not dodge such an attack every single time it was thrown. She's strong. As I thought. I should have killed her back then. As Kane lamented her past mistake. She used that regret to fuel her attacks. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shirori swung her blade. The combination of her powerful augmented suit and the skill that she had polished over the years gave birth to a masterful slash that demonstrated her unyielding loyalty to her master and her duty to eliminate her enemies. However, it was blocked. She was equipped with items which warranted permission from a branch manager to use, and that was also the case for her opponent as well. It was a fact that the empty husk of what was once Lottie's no longer had any concept of a will or loyalty. What was left of him only functioned by Pamela's hatred. Pamela used all her processing power, which was normally divided among multiple automata just for one body. Because of that, Shiori was having a hard time against Lottie's, and his counter was already coming for her. Shiori somehow managed to block it. As their blades made contact, the energy that was dispersed into the air created sparks. He's even stronger than before. To think that she could do this while fighting Kane. No wonder he decided to save Pamela back then. Shiori thought back, that this would not have happened if she had focused on killing Pamela last time. She was impressed by Lottie's calm and rational decision. To spare Pamela even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Meanwhile, it also showed Shiori's inadequacy since she made such a huge mistake. However, Shiori had no desire to give up. She could not do so. If they were defeated here, Pamela and Lottie's would then go for Reina. That was something that Shiori could never permit. She had no other choice but to win for Reina's sake. Thus, Shiori made her resolve and shook off thoughts of her inadequacy. She stepped forward to face her opponent. Shiori and Kane were already using battle stimulants with side effects. They were already accelerating their information processing and sharpening their senses. They could even see flying bullets and were able to evade them by pure instinct. However, even so, they were not able to fight evenly against Pamela and Lottie's. They were barely clinging on to their lives while they fought back. Similarly, Pamela and Lottie's were hard-pressed against Shiori and Kane. Just like them, Shiori and Kane were taking huge risks in order to win. However, the difference in what they would refer to as a win started to affect Pamela in a bad way. Shiori and Kane were fighting in order to protect Reina. Thus, as long as they could defeat their enemies, even if it meant that they had to sacrifice their lives, it would still count as a win for them. Meanwhile, Pamela was fighting in order to clear her regrets. Deep regret of getting Lottie's killed because she was slowing him down in their previous fight. This meant that it would be pointless to kill their opponents if they also got killed. That would count as a loss for her. In order to create the same 2-on-2 fight like back then, Pamela had to sacrifice almost all of the equipment that she brought from the Lion Steel Company. Moreover, she had ordered the strange-looking remote automata, which originally had a humanoid shape, not to intervene in this battle. Due to her hatred, she went as far as to recreate the same situation. Therefore, it was unlikely for her to change her mind now that she had come this far. However, the fewer advantages she had, the harder she had to push herself. This meant that she was getting more fatigued, which would eventually affect Lottie's movements. Thus, they were hard-pressed and unable to win. Finally, the flow of battle changed. Shiori and Kane knew that the effect of their battle stimulant was running out of time. They knew that now was their only chance to win. Thus, they decided to put everything into their next strike. They made their resolve, gathered all their strength, and stepped out. They renounced any defense and went all out in their attack. They stepped into an area where life and death were separated by a single thread. With the loyalty to throw their lives away, they paved their way forward. Even if it might be a mistake, Shiori and Kane glanced at each other and put everything they had into their next strike, both at the same time. Pamela tried to receive their attack, but unfortunately, she did not have the same resolve as Kane and Shiori. Although she was not afraid of death, she could not throw away her life just for the sake of her own goal. That difference caused Pamela to be at a disadvantage. She took a punch from Kane as Lottie's took a strike from Shiori. Since she believed that Lottie's got killed because of her, Pamela unconsciously invested more of her attention into Lottie's. Thanks to that, Lottie's was able to perfectly receive Shiori's strike. Shiori knitted her eyebrows and gritted her teeth, believing that even the attack that she had staked her life on was not enough to finish off Lottie's. At this point, Shiori had no power left to react to the next attack. A counter would come, and it would definitely end her life. With that in mind, Shiori's last thought was an apology. She wanted to apologize to Reina for not being able to fulfill her duty. But for some reason, that counterattack did not come. Kane's attack reached Pamela. Pamela did try to fend off the attack, but since she was more focused on Lottie's, she was not able to react perfectly to Kane's attack. Naturally, Kane did not let this opportunity slip. Her punch broke through Pamela's force field shield, even the armor plating on her arms. It managed to bend her arms backwards as the punch went through and reached Pamela's head. The punch had lost most of its power, so it could not smash Pamela's head to pieces. However, the shockwave was more than sufficient to fatally injure her brain. Pamela was dead in an instant. She staggered backwards and finally fell. Kane, who had hit her limit, fell to her knees a moment later. Seeing how things played out, Shiori also fell to her knees. Meanwhile, Lottie stood there, frozen. Kane. Did you get her? Why yeah, somehow. How about you? WL. Lottie's is already dead. Right from the start, though. Ah. That's right. Shiori and Kane were panting. They slowly calmed down their breathing, and after a short break, Shiori eventually managed to barely stand. Although she still had to use the sheath of her blade to help her up, she continued to move forward. She then raised her blade and spoke. Well. It's better to be safe than sorry. Shiori thought that it might be better to render Lottie's harmless before he could move again. Thus, she swung her blade down. Even in her exhausted state, Shiori had enough power to cut down a non-moving target. However, her blade could not cut Lottie's down. Wadash! Lottie's blocked Shiori's blade. Kane immediately threw a punch to help Shiori. However, since she was also exhausted, her movement was greatly dulled. Shiori's face turned grave seeing Lottie's start to move as if he was about to strike back. If Lottie's attacked them now, Shiori and Kane would definitely meet their end here. What? But instead of striking back, Lottie's jumped back and left the area. He then started running away from the place. Shiori and Kane were shocked. It was Shiori, who first to return to her senses as she turned her gaze to Pamela with suspicion. A moment later, she glanced at Kane. Kane, who understood what Shiori was about to ask, shook her head. I'm sure that this is her real body. Otherwise, we would have been killed by now. You have a point. Shiori was suspicious if Pamela had swapped Lottie's brain with hers. That she was using Lottie's body. However, if that was really the case, Lottie's would have killed them instead of running away. Pamela was already dead. It was thanks to her death that Lottie's stopped moving. That was the reason why Shiori was still alive. But Lottie's is running away though. What do you think, Ain-san? Now that Pamela is dead, Lottie's can't move through external control. The emergency measure of his augmented suit might have recognized that its user had lost consciousness and evacuated its user to preserve his life. Maybe something like that. Ah. That would explain why it suddenly started moving and ran away instead of trying to attack us. We don't know for sure if that is really the case though. But let's just leave it be for now. It's not like we have any strength to chase after him. It's more important to return back to Milady. Kane, can you still move? Geez, give me a break. I can barely even stand, you know. It's nothing compared to Milady's safety. Kane could not help but smile bitterly. It was not like Shiori could not understand how bad Kane's condition was. As a matter of fact, Shiori was also barely able to stand. Thus, Shiori understood that she was basically asking Kane for the impossible. If only Akira boy would do that for us. We did leave that to him, after all. Right when Kane said that, Akira suddenly jumped onto the rooftop. It seemed like he had scaled the wall to get there. Not sure if I should say you came at the right time or I wished you had arrived a bit sooner. Kane mumbled with a bitter smile as she saw Akira walk toward her. Akira eliminated numerous strange-looking monsters thanks to the large amount of ammunition he had. He was focused on reducing their number to a manageable level. That way, if he went up to where Shirori and Kane were, he would be able to take care of those that pursued him up to the rooftop. But due to the unending reinforcements, it took more time than he thought. Since he was worried for Shirori and Kane, he eventually started to think of forcing his way to the rooftop. That was when the enemies suddenly stopped coming at him. Every single one that was still alive suddenly started to retreat from Cheryl's base. Naturally, Akira thought that this situation was abnormal. However, it was a good opportunity for him, so he took off to the rooftop. He was glad to see Shirori and Kane were still alive. Judging from what he saw, he believed that Shirori and Kane had already won and slowly approached them. It's good to see you two are fine. Well, at least, still alive. I have medicine, want some? Oh, thank you. Akira handed over a still-sealed medicine box. Kane took it, tore it open, and poured half of the contents into her mouth. She then passed the other half to Shirori, who also downed it the same way. Akira frowned. He did not expect them to do something like this. Oh. It's working. Akira boy. This must be pretty expensive medicine. Why yeah. No wonder it's working right away. I feel better already. Ah, but at this rate, the overdose effect will kick in once its effect runs out. Since the battle stimulant's effect had run out, they would normally not be able to stand due to the side effects. However, thanks to Akira's medicine, they were now able to fight again to some extent. However, Akira's medicine did not neutralize the side effects of the battle stimulant. It only allowed them to not temporarily feel it. Kane had noticed that she would faint if she lowered her guard. Thus, she was certain she would stay down for the next few days from the fatigue if she relaxed. Akira-sama. Thank you very much for the medicine. I will reimburse the cost on another day. So then. Where is Milady? She went to the city to let them know about the monster's attack. I let them borrow my bike, so they should be fine. They should be able to run away if things go south. Shirori understood the situation just from his short explanation. She wanted Akira to stay with Reina to protect her. However, Akira was barred from entering the city. Thus, he could not do so. She judged that under such circumstances, it was commendable that he loaned Reina his means of transportation. Thank you very much for loaning Milady your bike. Don't mention it. So then, what happened over here? You won. Right? Pamela is dead. I believe that the commander from the 3rd Ward branch's side was Pamela. But I can't say for certain they will pull their force back with this. Ah, I see. It would be great if they would pull back though. Akira believed that although the situation got better, it was still too early to let his guard down. A voice suddenly echoed, which confirmed Akira's belief. I lost, huh? That voice came from Pamela. Akira and the others immediately looked in her direction. Kane. No, I made sure that she's dead, you know. Alpha. She's dead. It seems like that voice has been pre-recorded and set to be played if she dies. Pamela was definitely dead. Akira and the others had reconfirmed it. However, the voice did not stop. So, in the end, I'm still nothing but a burden. I had hoped to kill you together with Lottie's. It is indeed unfortunate. Even after her descent to insanity, Pamela still thought of a scenario where she got killed. She had set Lottie's to escape if that happened. The reason why Lottie's body quickly left the area after Pamela was killed was because she had set him up to do so right from the start. I guess there's no other choice then. She had thought of a way to continue her revenge in case they got defeated again. A scenario where she was still a burden to Lottie's. Then, you shall die by Lottie's hands. That was her final curse after her death. That faint mumble was filled with hatred. It was recorded imagining her defeat. Thanks to that, her ominous last words were extremely clear. Akira and the others frowned and looked at each other. Say, isn't that Lottie's guy the one that you've already killed? We did. But his body was maintained in a state where Pamela could freely control him. We just fought against him a moment ago while Pamela was controlling him. Although, in the end, he managed to get away from us. It was obvious from their expression that they had a bad feeling about what was about to happen. Chapter 287, Allies. Reina and Togami were able to safely make contact with the city defense squad. They were able to inform them of the monster attack. However, things did not go as they had expected. What do you mean the defense squad will not send anyone? She was talking with Gaudol through a display. It was clear that he was frowning. We can only wait until it causes direct damage to the city. Or at least we believe it will cause damage to the city. This is something that those at the top have decided upon. As long as they don't approach us or attack us, we cannot do anything about it. But they're just right there, you know. Wouldn't that be enough of a threat? Normally, you would have sent you men at this point. If you're talking about threats, we've allowed a 50 billion bounty target recognized as a monster to get this close. So, there's not that much of a difference with those monsters around. Reina went silent. It was an excellent point. However, she could not simply give up here and tried to come up with something else. In that case, can you connect me to your boss? We fought against those monsters, so we will try to convince them that it's a real threat. But I'm sorry, but I can't do that. They won't easily accept a call if the source is someone from the Lion Steel Company. In the first place, I don't have the authority to do that. The battle near the city was recognized as a conflict between branches of Lion Steel. There was a struggle for influence between the city officers, Yanagisawa, and the 3rd and 4th Ward branches of Lion Steel. However, externally, city management wanted to present themselves as a neutral third party, maintaining their position as observer, to not be involved in the battle. Gaudol added that if the city defense squad sent its men due to information from someone affiliated with the 4th branch, it would endanger its neutral position. Thus, they could not make any moves based on information from Reina. Reina knitted her eyebrows. She did not push any further since it was obvious that Gaudol was also not happy about the order he had received. Even when the men on the field were displeased, it was still not enough to change the higher-ups' decision. It would be meaningless no matter what she said. Thus, she decided to try to think of another way. Unfortunately, she could not come up with any good ideas. Not good. We didn't come here to evacuate. She did consider returning back to Shirori. However, that would be nothing but her own selfish wish. After all, they did flee from the battle against Pamela. That sole action was more than enough to ascertain their position as protection targets instead of extra reinforcements. It was only natural for the protection target to stay somewhere safe. Going to a dangerous location of their own volition would only cause Shirori and Kane more trouble. If we're going to return, we should at least bring something to help them. Otherwise, it would be meaningless to return back. Originally, she planned on getting an extra hand from the city defense squad. However, that plan did not go well. Thus, she had to find aid from another source. Reina started to get impatient, trying to think of who and how to convince them to help her. That was when someone suddenly called out to her. "Oh, Reina, long time no see." Reina inadvertently turned toward the source of that voice and was taken aback. It was Chloe and she was smiling triumphantly at her. Reina was surprised to find Chloe there since she should have been inside the inner wall. However, the thing that surprised her more was the maid and the butler next to Chloe. They were not people she knew. Though, one thing for certain, they were wearing first-class maid and butler uniforms. These outfits could only be used by high-class servants. They must either be directly affiliated with the Lion Steel main branch or were serving under a member of the Lawrence family of high position. Chloe had those servants next to her as she smiled triumphantly. It was a huge shock to Raina. Seeing how shocked Raina was, Chloe laughed and said, "Well, I will at least let you know this. As you can see, I have bodyguards dispatched from the main branch. I know you want to kill me, but I don't recommend you to do anything foolish." Raina frowned and glanced at the maid. The maid then confirmed what Chloe said. "It is the truth. We are here to protect Chloe-sama. So please be careful. Trying to pick a fight here means picking a fight against the main branch as well." "And my apologies." Judging from the maid's reaction, Raina understood that they were indeed highly likely to be from the main branch. She flusteredly bowed and apologized as she started panicking inside. "No way. That can't be. So, not only the Third Ward branch, but the main branch is also taking Chloe's side. This is bad, really bad." As Raina turned around and thought that she should at least let Shirori and Kane know about this, someone from the main branch suddenly coldly spoke to her. "Raina Rillard Lawrence. The representative is calling for you. Please come with us. Since the jamming smoke is preventing communication, we understand that you could not reply to the message from the main branch. Nonetheless, do be careful of what you choose your next action to be." "See, certainly, of course." That was just how high of an authority someone from the main branch had. It now was definitive that they were moving under Representative Alice's will. Thus, Raina could not refuse their demand. Seeing Raina's bitter smile, Chloe chuckled mockingly at her. Raina of course noticed Chloe's chuckle. However, she could not do anything. She gritted her teeth and held herself back from saying anything. Worse, she still could not find a way to better her situation. Right at that time, Togami, who had been silently walking behind Raina, suddenly casually asked. "Anyway, it seems like Raina doesn't need a bodyguard anymore, right? In that case, Raina, I will go return Akira's bike." Raina did not expect Togami to suggest that. She turned around to see Togami lightly smile at her, with a wink. Thanks to his support, Raina managed to regain her calm. She then glanced in Chloe's direction and lightly stated, "You're right. Please give him this too." Raina then handed over her ammunition and rifle to Togami. She then took a glance in Chloe's direction again. The person from the main branch did not express any reaction at all. However, Chloe's smile immediately vanished as her expression turned stern. Seeing that, Raina was able to show her usual smile. "Thanks, Togami. I'll leave it to you." "Sure. I'll get going now." Togami smiled back at her, turned on the bike, and went off. After Raina saw Togami off, she turned to Chloe and smiled triumphantly at her. Chloe was obviously displeased by how things developed and pouted. Even when Raina told Togami to return the bike, to take her ammo and rifle, as well as the information of Chloe's whereabouts to Akira, those from the main branch did not show any reaction at all. That showed the main branch was not exactly on Chloe's side. If they were, they would never allow such detrimental information to reach someone who was obviously after Chloe's life. This meant that Chloe almost succeeded in fooling Raina, acting like those servants from the main branch were her own. That was dangerous. I was so surprised that I almost got fooled. "Togami, thanks." As Raina had calmed down, she once again tried to analyze the current situation. She immediately noticed something strange. "Chloe, by the way, why are you here?" "I have no obligation to answer that question." Raina frowned and tilted her head. She interpreted her answer as Chloe not knowing why she was here. One thing that she knew for certain was that Chloe was trying to meet Alice. If it was a meeting with Alice, it was only a given for them to go to where Alice was. It was impossible for it to be the other way around. However, it should not be here. It should be somewhere inside the inner wall. Otherwise, it would be at a place suitable to host a meeting with a higher-up from a large company like Lion Steel. At the very least, both Reina and Chloe agreed that it was strange and had doubtful looks on their faces. Unfortunately, those from the main branch refused to give any information. Elena and Sarah, who had decided to help Akira, quickly completed their preparations and went straight into the slums. However, right now, they were in a rather difficult situation. In order to help Akira out, they had to first meet up with him. Unfortunately, they did not know where Akira currently was. They did try to call him, but the thick jamming smoke prevented their call from reaching him. Therefore, they decided to head to where Akira might be. Cheryl's base. However, due to the thick jamming smoke, they were not able to detect enemies that well and were forced to drive slowly and with caution. Naturally, with Elena's skill in detecting enemies and Sarah's firepower, they were able to detect and eliminate any enemies that came their way. Even so, they still had solemn looks on their faces. Say, Elena. Akira is fighting against the Lion Steel Company, right? Yeah. He should be fighting against Lion Steel and those that they've hired. So then, just what is this thing? No idea. The enemy that Elena and Sarah had just shot down was a strange-looking monster. Its outer appearance was akin to that of a multi-legged monster. However, its legs were made of thick flesh, which supported its large body. Its cannon looked like it came from a powered suit, which was growing out from its body. It was as if it was forcefully installed there. For some reason, even with its size, it was still able to nimbly move and jump around. Its quick movements also did not hinder its aim by that much, evident when it fired shots at Elena and Sarah. It was clearly not the type of monster they would normally find around Kagomiyama City. Naturally, it still did not pose much of a threat to Elena and Sarah with their new equipment. Their equipment was an upfront payment from Hikaru, for escorting her to meet Akira in the wasteland. At that time, Hikaru had considered the risk of fighting against Akira. Thus, in fear, she got extremely powerful equipment for Elena and Sarah to use. It was powerful to the point no monsters around Kagomiyama City could stand up against it. Just like the monsters that Akira fought against, the monsters that Elena and Sarah fought were originally Lion Steel remote automata. Although they were no longer able to follow detailed orders, they were still able to follow simple instructions. Pamela had ordered these monsters to surround Cheryl's base. Thus, they slowly converged there. It was to prevent anyone from leaking information about what was going on inside the jamming smoke, which would grant the monsters more time to devour more objects and grow stronger. They consumed the deceased, abandoned equipment, tanks, powered suits, and even those trying to get out from their encirclement. As time passed, they kept growing in number and size. However, not all of them grew in strength at the same rate. Their growth in power depended on what they ate. Moreover, it was not like the more they ate would necessitate them being stronger. If they devoured only weak equipment, the combination of such items hardly increased their strength. As a matter of fact, it might actually weaken them as a whole. Assimilating with items meant using up their green liquid, which would reduce their vigor. If the outcome of assimilation was not beneficial enough to outweigh this, they would become weaker. Because of these factors, Elena and Sarah did not face any trouble when dealing with them. Their only issue was the number of monsters, with some being exceptionally strong. At least, strong enough to slow Elena and Sarah down. Naturally, Sarah and Elena could not just charge through the swarm. They did not know the exact location of all the enemies. Furthermore, they would have to use their ammo to cut a path through the swarm. They feared they would run out of ammo the moment they found Akira. Though Inabe was paying for their ammo expense, they still had a limited supply. However, that was mainly due to Elena and Sarah rushing out, not spending any time on getting extra ammo as they immediately headed out to the slums. Although they were in a rush, Elena and Sarah were still moving carefully. To remain calm, they kept reminding themselves, "We are going there to help him. It would be meaningless if we only served to cause him more trouble." "Sarah, more signals ahead. It's coming this way. Be careful." "Roger that." Elena and Sarah aimed their rifles forward. A moment later, they saw a huge humanoid monster, which was in the middle of fighting against Carol. The high-ranking hunter who fought against Carol had known her through her side job. His name was Doors, and he got defeated after that intense bout. Doors found himself lying face up, on the ground with his whole arm blown to pieces. In front of him was the muzzle of a rifle. This would be my victory, right? Yeah. It's my loss. Carol smiled and lowered her rifles. Doors sighed and pushed his body up. You sure you don't want to finish me off? I can say the same to you. Killing their opponent was not their main goal. Although they were fighting as if trying to kill each other, it was merely to win. If someone got killed, both parties would accept the outcome. However, if possible, they did not want to kill unnecessarily. This line was how Doors and Carol prevented themselves from going insane after having so much blood on their hands. Doors, who got completely defeated, smiled bitterly and questioned. If you're that strong, there's no need for you to take on that other job of yours anymore, right? Or are you still planning to continue? Doors knew that his question was not something someone who just got defeated would normally ask. Thus, he expected Carol to randomly answer. However, Carol replied with something that he did not expect. Well, I'm still thinking about it. Carol only answered as much and smiled in an amused fashion. I see. Doors raised his eyebrows. He couldn't guess what had happened to Carol such that she would respond with such an answer. Thus, Doros simply accepted it and pursued that subject no further. Carol then turned around and walked away, slightly wobbly. I need to at least resupply before I head out again. Carol had an enhanced body that continuously consumed nanomachines. If she ignored her nanomachine consumption, she could achieve superhuman strength, albeit only temporarily. However, she would quickly run out of nanomachines if she did that. Thus, she had to carefully adjust her power output and nanomachine consumption. Since Doors was strong, she could only win by sacrificing a large portion of her nanomachines. For now, she was trying her best to keep up her appearance with her remaining nanomachines. She was planning to return back to base to refill her nanomachines. She took out her nanomachine reserve when suddenly, a swarm of monsters appeared. They were strange-looking, a mesh of flesh and metal, seemingly machines with fleshy legs and arms growing out of their distorted bodies. Normally, they would not pose any threat to her. However, their appearance at this very moment was horrendous. If they had appeared a bit sooner, she would have temporarily stopped fighting with Doors and dealt with them first. If they had appeared a bit later, she would have had the chance to refill the nanomachines in her body and regain some of her fighting capabilities. However, she got ambushed right as she had depleted her nanomachines, without an opportunity to refill yet. Even so, Carol still immediately reacted and started firing. Doors saw the swarm and quickly reached for his extra rifle and started shooting as well. Although he lost the fight, he still had enough strength to hold and fire a gun. Unfortunately, both were exhausted and were unable to make any difficult moves. Thus, the swarm was slowly pushing them back. That was when Carol was caught off guard. One of the weird-looking monsters got close enough to leap toward her, jaws agape. Oh crap. Carol could not evade the incoming attack due to her exhaustion. She could only grit her teeth, and prepare for the incoming pain. However, Doors suddenly jumped in between them. The monster's fangs were able to easily pierce through his augmented suit, and into his organs. Doors, still fully conscious, shoved his rifle at the monster and held down the trigger. A portion of his body got chomped off, trading it in for a few shots. Eventually, he was able to kill the weird monster. Unfortunately, since its fangs had dug deep into Doors' body, he was not able to free himself from it. This was when he turned to Carol and casually said, "Go on. I'll buy you some time. You've won after all. This is the least that I can do for you." Carol understood that staying behind would only get both of them killed. Right now, she could not allow herself to die together with Doors. Thus, the only thing she could do was convey her feelings to him. "I am sorry. Don't be. This is normal for hunters like us. If it's for the sake of sparing the life of a girl I fancy, this is actually not that bad. Doors smiled before returning his gaze back to the enemies. Carol immediately left the area. Some monsters tried to attack her, but Doors prioritized shooting them down first. That meant he allowed other monsters to get close to him. However, that did not matter. He was not planning to survive after this. He managed to continue for some time as his impending death approached. He did not hold back and used everything that he had to hold them off. As expected, his end was near. Before he ran out of ammo, his arm got chomped off. He had lost any means to fight back and was only able to allow the monsters to take bites out of him one at a time. Ha, I should have tried to hit on her sooner. Doors smiled bitterly and muttered before he met his end. Thanks to Doors, Carol was able to hide in one of the abandoned buildings. She used that opportunity to quickly take out her medicine and extra nanomachine to heal her wounds. It was not enough to return her back to 100%, but she, at the very least, would be able to put up a good fight. But still. Why are there monsters in this area? Carol inadvertently mumbled, to then quickly shake her head. Let's put that aside for later. First, I need to think of how to get out of this mess. She wanted to return back to Cheryl's base and fully refill her nanomachine reserve. However, fighting against Doors forced her to move around a lot. Thus, the base was quite far for her right now. Although the distance itself was not much of an issue, it was highly likely that she would have to fight monsters on her way back. However, she could not afford to simply wait here, hiding. It would mean there was no meaning to her coming with Akira to the slums. She reminded herself of the reason and made her resolve. She stormed out of the abandoned building. Outside the building, there were battles scattered all around, especially in the alleys. The whole place was veiled in thick jamming smoke, but Carol could still tell none of the battles involved those on her side or those that were neutral. Ario and the others from the gang nor Shikarabi and his team were involved. Her enemies were the ones facing the monster swarm. Screams of terror and confusion echoed through the area, which indicated that even her enemies did not expect the monster swarm. Carol was taken aback when she sighted one particular strange-looking monster. It was enveloped in a heavy augmented suit, as if a bundle of flesh in a distorted humanoid form had been stuffed into an augmented suit. However, its figure was not the thing that caught her eye. It was the familiar laser cannon that the monster carried. That cannon. Isn't that mine? During her fight against Doors, she had lost her laser cannon. Since it was hard to use it in a high-speed melee fight, Carol had no other choice but to let it go. After all, it was not designed to be used against human targets. That laser cannon was secured. Thus, only its registered user can use it. However, once the monster noticed her, it suddenly released a shot using that laser cannon. Carol leapt aside by pure reflex. A moment later, the laser cannon swept sideways in an arc. Buildings in its way were sliced open as if sliced by a huge blade. They crumble on their own weight and collapse. Carol, who was able to get out of its way just in time, frowned and thought. It just took a shot. So, these monsters assimilate with everything it consumes just like a greedy crocodile. I bet they're multiplying by devouring everything they can find in this area. This is bad. Really bad. The monster realized that it was not able to hit its target. Thus, it grew missile pods out of its shoulder. Mini missiles flew out and scattered all over the area. Under relentless countless explosions, Carol was only able to keep running away. That was when Elena and Sarah saw her. They quickly aimed their rifles at the huge monster behind Carol. Their powerful bullets drilled holes into the monster and blew up. It was blown to pieces, obliterated so that no semblance of it was left behind. The small pieces were scattered all over the buildings around the area by the shockwave. Carol thanked them, while still heavily panting. Thanks, you really saved me there. You're welcome, but what exactly is, Sarah, up? Alright. They just won't give us a break. Now wah. Isn't that Akira's bike? The rest immediately looked up and saw Akira's flying bike. Though it was ridden by Togami at the moment. However, some strange monsters were latching onto it as the bike was slowly descending. Elena and Sarah immediately shot down the monsters. Once the monsters were taken out, the bike was able to regain its balance. Unfortunately, it was not able to brake on time and crashed rather spectacularly not too far away from Elena and Sarah. That was close. I don't know who you are, but you really saved me there. Akira. Are you okay? Togami was surprised since he was a little familiar with the two who just saved him. Meanwhile, Elena was taken aback to see that it was actually Togami and not Akira. Afterwards, Elena, Sarah, Togami, and Carol quickly exchanged what they knew. Since Togami was in a hurry to return to Cheryl's base, he ignored the monsters and flew a bit too close to the ground. Although these monsters could not fly, they could still jump. Some managed to latch onto the bike. When that happened, Togami managed to keep moving while he fought against those on the bike. But unlike when he was together with Reina, it was difficult for him to simultaneously drive while he fought. Thus, he was about to get thrown off the bike. Since Togami was also headed to where Akira was, he asked Elena and the others if they could move together. Carol pondered it over for a bit and eventually decided not to join. She believed that she was more likely to be a dead weight. Or at the very least, she would not be able to give any meaningful support until she could return back to the base. There was also no guarantee that they would be able to reach Cheryl's base. The nanomachine reserve she had left might not last if she faced another attack. Thus, she decided she would support Akira indirectly and chose to leave the slums. Carol then earnestly requested Elena and Sarah, who were already on Akira's bike. I'll leave Akira to you. Of course. Elena smiled reassuringly at Carol before accelerating the bike. After seeing Elena off, Carol then headed out of the slums. She moved through the path Elena and Sarah had made. Considering what Pamela had said as her parting gift, Shiori, Kane, and Akira decided to stay on the roof of Cheryl's base to watch over the surroundings. However, there was nothing worth noting. The strange-looking monsters were already retreating from the area. Meanwhile, voices of Ario and the others starting a counterattack could be heard coming from below. Alpha, did you find anything? I do not see any signals that suggest enemies are approaching. If there's anything to be worried about, it would be how the jamming smoke is dispersing faster than it should. Faster than it should? What part of it is not normal? Even if we were to consider the fact that we're out in the wasteland, the rate of dispersion is abnormally higher than the natural rate of dispersion. Akira gazed out into the wasteland and squinted. He could see further, although only slightly, that it would be great if it's because they no longer wish to continue and stop pumping out jamming smoke, but... Akira said his wish, though he knew it was unlikely to come true. That was when Togami finally entered his sight. Akira, who saw Togami, was surprised to see some others on his bike. Two individuals he would never have expected to come. As Togami moved to park the bike on the rooftop, Akira was a bit nervous that Shiori and Kane were looking at him with scrutinizing gazes. This is not my fault, right? Due to their division of roles on their way to Cheryl's base, Togami was sandwiched between two beauties on top of Akira's bike. Togami knew Elena and Sarah were close to Akira. Furthermore, he considered his relationship with Reina. With all these factors, he could not help but feel horrified when Akira and the others' gazes were sent in his direction. Akira thought that Togami was acting a bit strange as he threw out a question. Togami. Where is Reina? And also, why are you with Elena-san and Sarah-san? Ah, about that, you should ask them yourselves. As for Reina, there's something important I need to tell Shiori-san, so... Togami spoke, rather flusteredly. He had also used Reina as an excuse to get away from Akira. Akira got even more weirded out by how Togami was acting. However, he decided to just leave matters be since he did not have the time to be asking irrelevant questions. Elena-san, why are you here? Well, we're here to help you out. Or more like, we want to keep up our appearance as your seniors. Ha! Akira was flabbergasted after hearing what Elena said with a wide smile on her face. The situation did not stop there as Sarah also spoke up with a smile. We're a bit angry that you left us on the side when you're in this kind of situation. That's why we're barging in to help. Ha! Akira flinched back. Although both women were staring at him with smiles, there were traces of anger in their eyes. I admit that you've become even stronger than us. Still, I don't like how you don't even see us as people who can help. That's why we came here to help. Though you didn't ask for it. Well, sorry about that. Each word they said gradually cornered him. Elena and Sarah were basically stating that they were here to help him due to their own volition and pride. Although they were exposing their true feelings, they never mentioned the biggest reason. They came here because they were worried about him. No one would help him even if he asked. Akira had experienced this for far too long. It had become a habit that had not changed. He never asked since asking for help from others would only mean causing trouble for someone else who was not even involved in his problems. Aware of his flaw, Elena and Sarah spoke using such words, that they came because they wanted to. Akira had grown enough to notice that it was their way of being considerate. Although he was grateful, he believed the situation was too dire to accept their goodwill. But, Elena-san. Even if you say so by the way, we rescued Carol on our way here too. She was too exhausted to continue. Other than that, she's not in any immediate danger. I see. Thank you very much. Akira smiled and lowered his head to them. His expression also displayed his gratitude toward Carol, who had pushed herself this far for his sake. It also contained his relief, hearing that she was all right. Immediately, Sarah and Elena sighed and pouted. Akira, you asked for Carol's help, but you didn't ask for our help. Why? Since when did you get this close to Carol? Well, a lot of things happened, you see. A lot of things? A lot of things, huh? What exactly happened? Though it's embarrassing to say this myself, I believe we're also rather close to you. Did something happen between you two that made you close enough to her? To be able to ask for her help but not from us? Well, actually, it's not what you think. I do think both Elena-san and Sarah-san as friends. Also, it's not like I'm treating Carol differently, you see. Akira was not sure why he was making excuses to answer Sarah's question. That was when Elena intervened as she wryly smiled and stated. Akira, in that case, you should just accept our help, alright? Okay. Akira gave a firm nod. Although it might be something for him to worry about later, he decided to accept their offer. This would make him more indebted to Elena and Sarah, to who he already felt indebted. At the same time, he finally noticed, with albeit of surprise, that he had already gotten this close to the two of them. When he discovered how he felt, he was jovial about it. Elena and Sarah also smiled happily now that Akira had agreed to accept them. To properly help him, Elena tried to confirm the current situation with him. So then, Akira. Can you tell me what's the situation right now? Of course, well. Akira, look at the wasteland. Alpha suddenly interjected and warned with a grave expression. Akira noticed and quickly turned toward where Alpha was pointing. Elena and Sarah followed suit, and a moment later, Kane, Shirori, and Togami gazed toward the wasteland as well. They could see something gigantic and humanoid coming in their direction. Due to the jamming smoke, they were only able to see the blurry contour of the giant, but it was enough for them to confirm that its knee was even higher than most of the buildings in the slums. Just what is that thing? The moment Akira mumbled, the giant's mouth suddenly flared. Elena, Sarah, Shirori and Kane quickly stepped forward and deployed their force field shield. A moment later, the light ray released by the giant reached Akira and the others, devouring them. It even took in the whole base. Once the light died down, Akira and the others were fine. Mostly thanks to the powerful force field shield and the jamming smoke that weakened the attack. The base also survived due to its force field armor along its outer walls. However, the other buildings in the area got completely obliterated. Akira and the others could not help but frown. To think its attack could reach us even from that distance. Akira, I have another question. What exactly are you fighting against? It should be those from Lion's Steel, though. I'm not sure anymore at this point. Akira also did not know what or who exactly was that giant. However, Pamela's last words somehow suddenly came to mind. Chapter 288, This is where things get serious. Thanks to the emergency defenses they set up, Akira and the others somehow managed to survive the giant's sudden long-range laser beam. However, their situation remained dire. The giant was too far for them to attack. On the other hand, it was able to freely shoot its powerful attack toward them. Akira was once again reminded of the curse that Pamela had left behind after her death. Shiori-san. I have a question. That thing, it's not Lottie's, right? Shiori knitted her eyebrows and seemed troubled. She seriously considered that possibility before answering his question. If that's the case, that would mean she somehow turned Lottie's corpse into that giant. Though, I don't really know why and how she did such a thing. Akira-sama, why do you suspect that giant to be Lottie's? Well, I've fought against someone I was certain I've killed. When I got attacked by humanoid monsters some time back, I fought against a giant monster, which resembled a human. There was even a time I fought against someone I thought was human. He suddenly grew multiple hands out of his body. Well, what I'm trying to say is that I've gone through all those almost strange and seemingly unthinkable scenarios, you see. So, I just thought that this might just be another one of those. The strange-looking monster, automata with Pamela's face on them. The giant that Akira fought back in Kuzushihara Ruin and Taial, who grew out multiple arms from his body. All of them had green liquid in their blood. Akira noticed this similarity and had an ominous feeling about it. However, it was not like he could just run away. Thus, he gave a sigh and composed himself. He stepped back onto his bike and jumped off from the top of Cheryl's base. He managed to land inside the camping vehicle, where he quickly grabbed his supplies, and returned back to the rooftop. The moment he returned, Akira presented Elena and the others with a smile. He simply spoke to them while still floating in the sky. Elena-san, Sarah-san. One thing I know for certain is that thing is hostile, so I'll go off for a bit to take it down. Elena-san and Sarah-san, for now, please provide me with. I guess that would be rude of me, huh? Please help me while I attack it. I don't exactly know what the both of you should do, so I'll leave that to you. Please use your experience as my senior to help me. Although he spoke in a more casual tone than usual, Elena and Sarah could feel that he was earnestly asking them for help. Thus, Elena bitterly smiled and half-jokingly stated. All right, but well, you know, we don't have any experience fighting something like that. Is that so? Actually, I fought one before. This would be my second time. Akira mentioned it with a prideful smile. This signified his leap over the wall he had erected between him and the two. It was a wall created unconsciously due to his belief that they had once saved his life. That feeling of debt created a barrier which made him not want to trouble them in any way. His statement indicated how their relationship had changed. It was meant not only to Elena and Sarah, but also to himself. Elena was a bit surprised by that, but she understood why Akira did that as both of them smiled confidently at each other. Good grief, you've grown pretty cheeky, right, Sarah? Yep, you really have. Is that so? Well, I guess that just shows how much I've grown. Now then, I'll head off. Good luck. Make sure to speak up when things get difficult, okay? We'll be there to help. Akira and Elena smiled jokingly at each other. Just like that, in a situation where the giant could eliminate all of them in one perfectly executed attack, Akira traveled all the way back up to the roof to state what he felt was necessary. Their conversation would eventually come to an end as Akira quickly accelerated his bike away. Freshly charged, the bike flew like a bullet through the sky. After both women saw him off with a smile, Elena then frowned and questioned. Shiori-san, what are you planning to do? If you're available, it would be great if you could help Akira as well, but we will provide support as well. Is that so? Reina is not here though. Milady is safer over there, so there should be no problem. Elena was a bit surprised by Shiori's response, but since it was beneficial to her, she did not say anything back. Although Shiori's response was an honest one, she hid a few things from Elena. She did not mention anything Togami told them. This included the fact that they failed to receive help from the city defense squad. The fact that Chloe was in close proximity to Reina and those from the main branch had apprehended the two of them. If she brought it up, Akira might somehow get wind of it. Fearful of the consequences of Akira attacking those from the main branch, she refrained from sharing. Shiori had to also remind herself that the main branch was maintaining a neutral position. That they were not taking sides with either the 3rd Ward branch or the 4th Ward branch. That her decision would be more beneficial to Reina once Akira ended everything with his victory. Since we are not in our best condition, we might not be able to help much. I don't plan to be dead weight. Though I have to admit, I'm pretty fatigued. The last fight was against a rather strong opponent, so yeah, sorry if I end up being a burden. Kane smiled and spoke nonchalantly. Even if she tried to stay strong, Elena and Sarah could easily notice her exhaustion. Sarah smiled at the two maids as if to reassure them. She gave a firm nod and stated. It's fine. We came fully prepared, so we'll take on most of the load. Well then, Elena, I will leave the command to you. Elena smiled. Sarah, it's true that taking command is a part of my job, but you're basically just throwing it at me, you know? That's just how much I trust your leadership. Yeah, well then, let's get going. They did not know just how powerful that giant was. Judging by its size alone, it was out of the ordinary. Even so, Elena and Sarah were smiling confidently. They were more fired up than usual as they went out to provide Akira support. After Akira flew off from the rooftop, he did not go straight toward the giant. Instead, he took a long detour. Alpha, why are we circling the giant? It's to confirm something. Though it shot at us before, I want to check if it's acting based on its will or some other trigger. Since Akira's expression showed overt bewilderment, Alpha then further elaborated. When the giant shot at them, it did not seem like it acted by coincidence. Basically, it knew where Akira was and intentionally fired at him. If it was a properly aimed shot, that meant the giant had an extremely powerful detection ability. This was considering the existence of thick jamming smoke in the area. If it achieved that without being able to detect where Akira was, that would mean it had prior knowledge of where he was. It was unlikely that the giant was scanning for information under the influence of such thick jamming smoke. Thus, there might be something else there that informed it of Akira and the others' whereabouts at that time. If that's the case, the next step would be to identify what's helping it. Akira was able to understand what Alpha meant thanks to her explanation. He frowned and questioned. They are from Lion Steel. Lottie's corpse had run away. The monster swarm had suddenly stopped coming and that giant might be one of them. Or maybe it's all of them. Yep, exactly. The giant's mouth flickered again. A moment later, it released another beam of light. It burnt everything in its way as it spread out in all directions. Although it was weakened as it traveled further, it was still able to reach Cheryl's base. Even so, the base was fine. At least for now. However, it would only be a matter of time after taking a few more hits that it collapses. Since it's still firing in that direction, I guess that means it's the latter, huh? Akira took a long detour. He was still approaching the giant. If it was originally able to detect Akira when he was back in Cheryl's base, it should still be able to detect him by now. There was no way the giant would ignore him when he was quickly approaching it. This meant that the giant was unaware of his location. That it was only attacking the base, believing its enemies were still over there. In that case, let's ambush it and kill it right away. Alpha. We'll be using it. Roger that. Since the jamming smoke has thinned out, I can give you better support now. So, leave it to me. Akira aimed his RL-2 multi-rifles. It was loaded with his trump card, the Annihilator warhead. He did not have that many left, and each one cost 100 million orum per shot. Thus, he felt reluctant to use it. However, in this situation, he did not hesitate. He knew when he needed to use it, and would do so even if his heart bled from the cost. The enemy was in the direction of the wasteland. There was no need to worry about hitting the city by mistake. If the giant was Pamela's trump card, Akira believed that he should shoot it down before it could do anything else. Thanks to Alpha's support, Akira could see a zoomed-in image of the giant through his enhanced vision. Even from Cheryl's base, he could only tell that the giant had a humanoid figure. However, after he got closer and the jamming smoke got more dispersed, he was able to clearly see its true form. Its limbs were distorted amalgamations of machines and flesh. It resembled a cyborg made from random metal it scrapped from around. The flesh underneath the metal seemed to protrude out from its body as if its rampaging cells forcefully broke through the armor plating covering its body. To prioritize power, it completely forego aesthetics. Either that or it was intentionally designed to be grotesque to terrorize its enemies. It was possible that its appearance could be the result of both. Akira looked straight at the giant. Even so, he did not feel anything. His gaze was locked onto it without any hint of fear. Together with Alpha's signal, he pulled the trigger. The bullet left the muzzle at high speed. It was further bolstered by his momentum as he sped through the air on top of his bike. Thus, once it left the barrel, it immediately broke through the sound barrier and flew straight to hit its target. When Akira shot the multi-legged tank with his Annihilator warheads, he had to fire under the bombardment of weaponry made to assault a city. Thus, he released 5 shots at roughly around the same time to guarantee his attack had enough firepower to destroy the multi-legged tank. Furthermore, within the family of Annihilator warheads, the ones that he bought were relatively cheap and had relatively low firepower. It took 5 Annihilator warheads exploding at the same time, precisely calculated by Alpha to explode at points that would increase their effectiveness to destroy that multi-legged tank. Since Akira only used 1 bullet this time, it did not produce the same level of explosiveness. Even so, the explosion was strong enough to blow everything around it away. The shockwave it released launched the upper half of the giant into the sky. Meanwhile, its lower half made a loud boom when it crashed onto the ground, drowning under the sea of flesh, machine parts and green liquid. The shockwave was quickly preceded by a powerful gust of wind. Akira squinted his eyes as he made a rather conflicted expression. That was rather anticlimactic. Or so I want to say, but each shot cost 100 million orum. Akira knew that he was forced to spend a huge amount of money just to defeat an opponent that would not cover his cost. He heaved a sigh, his regret only grew bigger. It showed how he felt more exasperated than delighted from his victory. That was when Alpha came with bad news. Akira, we're not done yet. What? But we killed that giant, right? That one, yes, but look over there. In front of a confused Akira, Alpha pointed towards where the giant was before it blew up. The whole area was drowned under a disgusting mesh such that Akira was not able to see the dirt beneath. That was when he noticed something that looked like a human rising from it. That human-like figure gradually turned to look more human-like and grew. It seems like it was creating another giant. It did not stop with just a single body. As Akira watched on in shock, another body raised up, creating another giant. What in the world is going on? It is nothing more than just my guess and it won't change the situation, but if you still want to know, I can tell you if you want. Yes, please. Even if he might not be able to understand anything, Akira chose to attempt to know. At least he might have a chance to get out of this situation, where he was getting repeatedly surprised as events unfolded. Alpha nodded and conveyed her hypothesis. Among old-world medicines, some could recover lost limbs. That was so powerful it could no longer be regarded as something like healing. It was more so in the region of regeneration and reconstruction treatment. Instead of increasing the natural ability of the body to heal itself, these medicines gathered information and determined the normal state of the body. It would then reconstruct the body to approach that normal state. Using such a medicine, even if the user was a cyborg, it would forcefully return their body to normal flesh and bones. By modifying the information the medicine contained, one could set the giant to be its normal state. It was possible to force the body to continuously reconstruct by obeying said information. Moreover, those strange-looking monsters devoured all kinds of things in the slums, which added more different materials into its body. When combined with the green liquid, the monsters managed to grow to an enormous size but were fragile. Hold on, Alpha. Let's just say you're right and those giants were originally those strange monsters. It's weird that it managed to shoot that huge laser beam though. Did it grow that laser cannon with the regenerative ability of the drug? That the drug was instructed to consider it as normal? It's true that it's difficult to create that laser cannon from scratch, but it is manageable using materials that they can find in the area, no? Someone brought such a thing here. That huge laser cannon. As Akira pondered, he somehow got reminded of the 5 Annihilator warheads he shot, which destroyed the multi-legged tank. When he considered the possibility, he shook his head. The thought of those strange monsters consuming what remained of the multi-legged tank and turning it into a laser cannon was way too far-fetched. But we basically obliterated that multi-legged tank. At most, it would only leave unusable wreckage, no? That thing, huh? They might still have more of it, you know. Alpha then pointed toward the direction of the wasteland. The lion steel tanks stationed there were gone. Alpha further elaborated that it would have taken a huge amount of medicine to be able to create 3 giants. It would be impossible even if they gathered all those strange-looking monsters in one place and amalgamated them. In the first place, those strange-looking monsters were also using a green liquid, which was only able to create their demented shape. Thus, they would not be enough to create these giants. That was where the lion steel tanks became important. Alpha believed that those tanks were filled with medicine. When Akira blew up the multi-legged tank, the other tanks plunged themselves into whatever remained. They released the medicine stored up and created a pond filled with material, ready to be used. If the construction of those giants needed more energy, they could gather more by absorbing the jamming smoke in the air and transforming them into pure energy. This would be the reason why the jamming smoke suddenly thinned out. After hearing her explanation, Akira could not help but frown. Wait for a second. They used jamming smoke to reduce their reach, right? After all, it would be bad if they somehow hit the city by mistake. So, if they thinned out the jamming smoke, that was probably just an excuse. What? Alpha then continued to explain. Information greatly affected the development of any battle. Spreading out jamming smoke that would prevent information gathering right next to the city would normally be considered a hostile act. They made use of an excuse, stating that the jamming smoke was meant to protect the city. It was a battle against a bounty target this close to the city after all. So city management allowed the matter to slide. Thus, reducing the effective range was nothing but an excuse. Their real goal was to hide the strange-looking monsters and the giants. Now, there was no longer any need to keep hiding them. As Akira was listening to her explanation, he suddenly recalled what Shirori had said. It was something about a rank 9 warehouse, used to house equipment designed to assault a city. This sudden recollection made Akira's expression turn grave. So, all the fighting before was just preparation. And now, they have completed all their preparations? Most likely. It might be nothing but my hypothesis, but if that really is the case, then this is where they will get serious. Akira's ominous feeling was right. He took a deep breath and gave a long sigh. Akira, let's change the ammo in your rifles. Conserve your annihilator warheads. If your opponents are those giants, we don't need to use them. Akira changed the ammunition and aimed both of his RL-2 multi-rifles at the giants. While in the midst of reloading, the bike was already approaching those giants. It would be disadvantageous to fight those giants from a distance. Let's use the difference in size to our advantage and fight them up close. Just leave the bike to me and focus on shooting. Roger that. His enemies were still alive and kicking. That was all he needed to know and focus on. He made his resolve to bring death onto them. The closest giant suddenly grew a huge blade out of its palm. The blade seemed to be a forceful amalgamation of tanks, vehicles, and powered suits, which was rooted onto its palm. That metallic blade started to glow and melted down, changing its shape closer into an actual blade. It then glowed even brighter as the force field armor used to solidify its shape started to break apart. The blade, still glowing, was suddenly swung down. Due to its size, it seemed as if the giant's movements were slow. However, the tip of the blade was in fact moving so fast that it released sonic booms. It seems as if the giant was trying to slice the whole world apart as its blade raced towards Akira. He only somehow managed to evade it thanks to Alpha's dexterous control over his bike. Rather than just getting out of the blade's way, the bike passed by, right next to the huge blade. The force field armor did protect it from the shockwave, but it still managed to push the bike to the side. Thus, the bike had to use its brake extensively, which left trails of brake marks on the force field armor projected under its wheel. Once Akira evaded the blade, zoomed right towards the giant. He managed to land on it and continue to grind the wheel against the giant's skin, racing up. At the same time, he aimed his rifles at another giant and released a barrage of bullets in its direction. Although it did not pack as much power as compared to the Annihilator warhead, a single shot was powerful enough to obliterate any normal monster. Moreover, Akira released the barrage at an astonishing rate. He managed to strip the giant off its flesh and mechanical parts, sending shockwaves into the giant's body. However, the green liquid that leaked out from where he struck quickly healed its wounds. The gigantic hole he created from his barrage also swelled up for a moment and got quickly filled up. With how horrendous its body looked, Akira could not tell if he had left any damage on the giant. As he was racing on top of the surface of a giant, it tried to crush him by flailing around its large arms. Akira simply made short bursts of speed and sharp turns to avoid getting crushed. However, its attempts still managed to release powerful shockwaves. Whenever its palm landed on its body, it transmitted a strong wave, which eventually managed to throw Akira's bike off. Thankfully, it was only temporary as the bike did not need a solid platform. With its ability to fly in the sky, he managed to quickly return back to the giant. However, another hand was already prepared for him, which came at him the moment he landed. Akira, we'll launch a counterattack. All right. Akira reached for his blade, which was installed on the bike. Once he pulled the handle out, a huge amount of liquid metal spilt over from the bike's tank. It quickly solidified into a blade with the help of force field armor. The blade then started to glow and formed an enormous, long sword. Akira swung his blade toward the incoming palm. Up close, the palm seemed like a wall of flesh that got randomly mixed with metal. Before he struck, the TGP laser cannon fixed on his bike released a shot. It was fired exactly where the blade would make contact. The two combined attacks sliced open its palm, and went through way past the arm, slicing its limb off. Whoa! So the blade is good enough to cut through its body. Then it might be better to use a blade instead of a rifle. What? As the amputated arm fell to the ground, suddenly a large swarm of drones came out. They were all racing off from the sliced surface. They seemed to be made from powered armored suits that had flying devices installed. They moved in sync and pushed the arm up, helping it float in the air and turn. The fingers of the amputated arm transformed into ginormous muzzles that were all aimed at Akira. It can even transform an amputated arm into a weapon if I don't completely destroy it. Give me a break already. Stop getting impressed and start shooting. I know. Akira flew in between the barrage of bullets released by the floating arms. He took aim, ready to fire, but before he could, a large shining round struck it. It came from the ground. After that one shot, the gigantic arm broke into pieces and burnt to a crisp, falling to the ground. A call reached an astonished Akira a moment later. Akira, can you hear me? Elena-san. Oh. It's connected. Akira. We're here to help. The source of that shot was Elena and the others. It came from a large portable cannon that once unpacked, it could not be packed back without help from a specialist. It seems like I can contact you from this distance. We should be able to maintain a decent enough communication line if the jamming smoke has already weakened by this much. Although Akira was talking through telepathy via Alpha, the communication line was still established using his information-gathering device. It showed just how much the jamming smoke had dispersed. Akira connected his information-gathering device with Elena's to share information between them and increased their overall information-gathering capability. We'll provide you support, so go all out. Akira broke out a natural smile in reaction to her reassuring line. Thank you very much. Akira, just a question. What happened on our way here? Why are there multiple giants now? I'm not really sure myself. While I was fighting that giant, they multiplied before I realized it. The only thing he knew was what Alpha had conveyed to him. Otherwise, he would have no clue as to why it happened. If he were to share her hypothesis, it might seem a little misplaced. Thus, he acted none the wiser. Akira was a bit overwhelmed when he challenged two giants all by himself. Now, with help from the others, he was able to gain the upper hand. Elena's team was moving like a mobile turret, attacking the giants. Their main attackers were Elena and Sarah, who were shooting out those bullets that shone. They exhausted a huge amount of energy with each shot, prioritizing power. Using some energy, the bullets maintained their round shape using force field armor. Once they landed, the force field armor immediately collapsed, exposing all the concentrated energy inside. The explosion sent shockwaves which devoured huge chunks off the giants. Naturally, the giants could not simply ignore them. They swung their huge blades at Elena's team and released beams from their jaws. However, Akira prevented their attacks from hitting. With the help of Alpha's calculations, he regularly fired at the giants' mouths and arms, throwing their aim off. This greatly aided Elena's group's attempts to evade. Meanwhile, Elena's team worked together with him in sync to preemptively move to evade the attacks. Elena's group was able to avoid a direct hit from the blades. As for the laser beams, they dealt essentially no damage to them. The laser beams prioritized covering a wide area, which greatly weakened them. Though that made it unavoidable, it was weak enough to be fended off with the combination of their force field armor along with Shiori's force field shield. Akira and Elena's groups were repelling the giants' attacks in such a manner. However, other monsters in the area were also trying to attack Elena's group. These monsters came from those pieces that were blown off the gigantic main body. They grew out of the sea of green liquid and slowly grew in numbers to form a swarm which went after Elena's team. The cannons used by Elena and Sarah were not the appropriate weapon to be used against these monsters. Despite their smaller stature, these monsters were much too strong for common hunters to contend against. Thus, Elena's team was having a hard time against them. However, with Shiori and Kane aboard, they managed to repel them. Shiori used her blade, while Kane used her fists. They were slicing and crushing those smaller monsters coming at them. Since these monsters were not as strong as Lottie's and Pamela, Shiori and Kane had no problems fending them off. Elena and Sarah worked perfectly in sync with Kane and Shiori. They executed their respective roles perfectly and increased the overall effectiveness of the team. On top of that, with Elena's superior ability to gather information and ability to maintain constant contact with Akira, she could deliver effective orders. Thus, the team was extremely effective. Together, they were overwhelming, even against the two giants. This was even despite the difference in sizes. The giants on the receiving end of the assault eventually lost their limbs and crumbled into the pool made of their own flesh and blood. "We did it!" Elena inadvertently yelped in victory. Sarah also had a huge grin on her face. Meanwhile, Shiori and Kane managed to relax as they gave a soft sigh. However, Akira's tense voice immediately reached them. "Elena-san. Don't drop your guard. They might still be alive." "What?" Elena quickly checked her information-gathering device and scowled. A new giant was rising. And now, there were 4 of them. "Akira. What's going on?" I would love to know the answer to that question as well. Everyone was equally surprised. It was only when the new giants took on their new form that they managed to snap back to reality and return to attacking. To help with the morale, Akira lightly asked. "Elena-san, is it okay for me to rely on my seniors a bit more?" "Of course, just leave it to us." Even after the increase in the number of enemies, Elena and Sarah still smiled, filled with confidence. That was when the situation took another turn. From behind them, a huge swarm of mini-missiles appeared and flew straight toward the giants. A moment later they saw a squad led by Gautol flying above. This greatly shocked Akira and Elena's team. The city defense squad. But I thought they were not going to send anyone. Akira, still reeling from the surprise, suddenly had someone connect to him through the general connection line. "Akira, thank goodness you're alright." "Carol. Sorry, I couldn't protect the base although you've asked me to. I had to go against someone pretty strong, so I had no leeway to protect the base. However, I got the defense squad to act in place of me. I hope you're fine with this." After Carol left the slums, just like Reina, she asked the city defense squad for help and was turned down the same way. However, something changed after that. To prepare herself in case information about her being an old world connector one day leaked out, she greatly enhanced the physical capability of her body. She had even gone against her usual principle and took in non-hunter clients for her side job to earn more. Among such clients, some were high-ranking city officers. Thus, Carol called those men and requested them to dispatch the city defense squad. She even contacted Viola to add extra pressure. With reward and threat, they had no other choice but to do as Carol had requested. Although, as expected, they could not simply dispatch men from the city defense squad because an outsider requested it of them. Thus, they chose to send out Gautol's team, who were already posted nearby as observers. Gautol, who had been grinding his teeth, holding himself back from going out, was more than happy to follow an order to dispatch. He immediately took the squad under him to the slums. It did not take long for him to grasp the situation that was hidden under the jamming smoke. This made him switch the mission from reconnaissance to extermination. Akira smiled and thanked her. "It's good enough, Carol." "Thank you." "You are welcome. I will head there as well once I'm done with my preparations, so please hold on for a bit. I know it has not been easy for you, so there's no need to push yourself too hard, okay? No, you just wait over there, alright?" Carol then ended the call. The last line that she said had a rather uppity tone in it. That was when Alpha, who was in front of Akira, suddenly turned around and showed a wide smile. "Alpha, what's wrong?" "Akira, isn't it great that we have more allies now, aren't you happy?" "Yeah, isn't that obvious?" Akira casually smiled back without knowing Alpha's smile was an ominous one. "I see. Well, let's not leave everything to them and get back to work as well." "Yeah, let's go." Seeing Gautol's team already joined in to assault the giants, Akira got fired up and resumed his attack. Chapter 289, The Supergiant and Spectators. Thanks to Carol, Gautol's squad got dispatched to the battlefield. The difficult fight against 4 giants had shifted, giving Akira the upper hand. Gaudol's squad was posted on standby close to the wall. Their placement had taken Akira, a 50 billion orum bounty target, into account. With the risk of Akira being so close by, attacking the city, they were well equipped to handle him. Therefore, their intense assault quickly reduced the giants to pieces. With the extra support from Akira and the others, they were able to overwhelm the enemies. In other words, they were only able to get the upper hand because of the additional force. The moment the giants multiplied to 8, that was the end of it. Akira inadvertently shouted. "Stop multiplying already." Every time they destroyed one giant, 2 more came out to take its place. However, none could be left alive. Alpha. There's no end to them. Don't worry. They will no longer regenerate once they run out of material, medicine or jamming smoke. And when would be exactly? No idea. But it's not like we're doing something pointless. That is one thing that I can say for certain. Well, it's not like I have any other choice. Although the situation seemed to only get worse, they were undoubtedly inching closer to victory. Even when everyone was getting worn down, Akira still believed that they could win and desperately continued to fight back. Far away from the battle, on top of a certain abandoned building, a group of people were observing the fight. One of them was a girl clad in an old-world dress. She was called Haruka. Haruka smiled politely at the others present and asked, "So, what do you think?" However, the others reacted pretty dully to her question. Olivia was the first to convey her opinion with her business smile. "Even if you ask. My deepest apologies, but please refrain from trying to make any unrelated offer to the company while I am in the middle of an escort mission." The next one was Tsubaki, who had left Kuzusuhara Ruin to come there. "I was the one who made the decision to come here. But from the contents proposed, all I can say is that it was a mistake to grant myself permission to move outside my managed region, even if this is just a spare body." Finally, Alicia, who was accompanied by her servants, who doubled as her escorts, smiled bitterly and spoke up. "Well, I guess we will put this matter on hold then. Though, if you want me to judge you based on the outcome, I can only say that it would be unlikely for me to continue to support you." I see. The harsh reaction from her supporter, and other potential supporters, made Haruka try her best to force her stiff smile into a more amicable one. However, her attempt only made her smile look more awkward. She then glanced at the guy next to her, Yatsubayashi. But Yatsubayashi then curtly asked, "What? Don't you have anything to say as its creator?" "No, I don't remember ever creating something like that nor ever publicly presenting the method to make such a thing." Using someone else's data without permission, how rude. Seeing Yatsubayashi mumbling curses, Haruka decided not to ask him to try and convince the others. While back in Shiro's base, Shiro was watching Akira's battle from afar. He was amazed at how they were managing themselves despite the huge difference in size compared to their enemies. However, his expression was grave. Are they really winning? There was no doubt that they were performing really well. Even so, it did not seem like they were winning. The giants had already multiplied to 12. From Shiro's point of view, it seemed like the giants were mercilessly overwhelming Akira and the others. He could even overhear their conversation from the intercepted communication line used by the city defense squad. "Where are the reinforcements? We've already sent reinforcement requests numerous times. Are those guys at the top seriously going to just ignore this situation? You gotta be kidding me. I'll freaking kill them once we get back." Even in this situation, city management was still turning a blind eye. However, Shiro did not see that as something unexpected. There was pressure from the Lion Steel Company. On top of that, some within the inner wall believed that for the sake of guaranteeing safety, there was a need to regularly destroy the slums outside the inner wall. Naturally, there were some who believed that there was still time even if they sent out the city defense squad only after Akira got killed. After all, city management recognized Akira as a monster. There were also those who would benefit from Akira's death, especially those who were in the faction opposing Inabe. Shiro understood all of this and thought the situation was getting worse by the minute. This is bad. Is there anything we can do? When one did not have enough information to find a good solution, what they needed was to gather more information. With the jamming smoke thinning out, Shiro thought that he might be able to get his hands on some new information. Thus, as he closely scanned the slums, he found a particular signal. This place. There's something there. Did someone send them to gather information about this battle? However, Shiro was shocked when he found that signal came from the representative of the Lion Steel Company. Wait. Isn't this the representative from Lion Steel? The AI. It's from Kozusuhara Ruin. Why are they in such a place? There are others too, but this dress, it is an old-world dress. Shiro tried to hack into one of their equipment. However, his location was suddenly traced back, and he quickly cut the connection by pure reflex. Whoa! That was dangerous. His pale and anxious expression, and heavy breathing demonstrated just how abnormal this situation was. Yatsubayashi, who still had a sour look on his face, tilted his head. Oh. Someone tried to hack into my equipment. Not bad. Considering that no one would normally even be able to detect my position. Hearing that, Haruka pouted. Chief, what's wrong? Nope, nothing. Also, don't call me Chief. If you want to keep calling me that, then give me back my authority. Even if you say as much. Haruka seemed a bit troubled as Yatsubayashi just shot a displeased face at her. Those on Akira's side and the giants were still locked in a heated battle. Carol, who had returned back to join the fight, provided support from the camping vehicle. While driving around the battleground, she would throw ammo at Akira from time to time. He would replenish his ammo by doing so multiple times. Thanks to that, he did not have to worry about running out and was able to continue fighting. However, their fighting continued, and the giants multiplied to 16. Naturally, Akira had enough of it already. Alpha, they're not slowing down at all. The situation doesn't seem to be improving. That's true. Though to be more precise, each giant is getting weaker and weaker. So, quantity over quality, huh? Which means the first giant was the strongest one then. I guess it was a good thing that we took it down. Akira believed that the situation was not that dire, but his expression remained solemn. His trump card, the Annihilator Warhead, was perfect for destroying a single powerful monster. However, it was not the right weapon to take down a swarm of moderately strong monsters. Furthermore, he did not have that many left. As for the other weapons, they were not that effective on the giants. However, it might change once the giants weakened a bit more, which would mean more of them. Akira preferred if the giants stayed powerful and did not multiply. For him, it was much easier to deal with a single strong one than a swarm of weak ones. However, that was exactly why the giants multiplied and slowly formed a swarm every time one of them got killed. The giants swung their blades and released laser beams. Akira slipped past through the openings and fought back. Every time he shot one of them down, the number of attacks kept increasing. Although the giants' firepower was reduced, Akira still could not ignore them. With more of them on the battlefield, it was getting harder to keep evading them. Thus, he was slowly getting pushed back. That was when Shiro's telepathically reached him. Akira, are you still alive? I'm busy right now, what is it? I got a piece of information that may have something to do with those monsters you're fighting. I can send it your way if you want. Does it say anything about their weakness? Wait, what do you mean, may have? I can't say for certain until I fully analyze the data. You might be able to find their weakness. However, that's a big might. It might have nothing to do with those giants at all. Then analyze it first before sending it to me. Seriously, do you really understand my current situation? Or are you telling me to analyze it while I fight? It was a natural response considering Akira's current predicament. However, in response, Shiro also raised his voice. It's not like I can analyze something like this with my current equipment. I could if I used one of Sakashida's facilities, but they'll find out where I am. So, you should do something about it yourself by using Tsukisada's facilities. Shiro's explanation highlighted his deep misunderstanding, which helped Akira calm down. Both of them were old-world connectors. If it was to transfer data, they could do so without any issue. This was regardless of the data format. If Akira was really someone from Tsukisada Construction, then he should be able to connect to one of the Tsukisada facilities to analyze the data. Although it was a little late, Akira finally understood what Shiro wanted from him due to the latter's misunderstanding. However, Akira was not from Tsukisada Construction. Thus, it was not like he could do anything about this piece of data if analysis required a facility from one of 5 big companies. Meanwhile, if he was really from Tsukisada, he should really want this data. Thus, he was not sure how he should respond. That was when Alpha smiled and stated to him, Akira, I will do the analysis, so just get him to send it to you. Akira did think that this came out of the left field, but seeing Alpha's confident smile, he gave a simple smile and nodded. He then reconnected to Shiro. Sorry, I'll do it then. Just send the data to me. Alright, I'm sending it now. A stream of data came from Shiro. Akira did not have the slightest clue what it contained. However, he did feel the sensation of receiving a stream of information. Akira could actually read the content if he wished. However, that was different to understanding it. He would have to decode its encryption first. However, that was something only a specialist could do, something impossible for him. However, it did not pose any challenge to Alpha. Not only did she decode the encrypted data, but she was also even able to fill in and fix the corrupted data, created when Yatsubayashi noticed Shiro trying to hack his equipment. More importantly, the data contained information that would turn the table around. Thus, Alpha immediately made a smile of victory. Her confidence-filled smile was showcased to Akira, as if to let him know of her findings. Akira, we'll do something reckless again, get ready. Strangely enough, her statement had completely calmed him down. Akira then confidently smiled back at her. Roger that. Let's go. Akira's bike suddenly accelerated right toward the giants. It was as if he was declaring that this next exchange would be the end of everything. Even in the midst of the chaotic fight, Akira's group and Gaudol's group were able to work together perfectly. They were spread around, surrounding the giants. Thus, when Akira broke through the encirclement and went alone toward the giants, they would naturally focus their attention on him. The giants swung their blades and released their laser beams at him. Their high-speed blades created powerful gales, superheated by the lasers as the air particles moved. Akira barely avoided the scorching heat as he pushed forward. Elena and the others were surprised by Akira's sudden change in movement. They knew that he would not do something pointless when he was being this reckless. Thus, they knew that he must be doing something that might turn the tide of the battle and end it. They quickly followed suit and provided him support. Meanwhile, Gaudol's squad reacted, believing it to be some kind of strategy. They also went to help Akira. Akira followed Alpha's instructions and aimed both his RL-2 multi-rifles. Although he had no idea why and what he was aiming at, he did not hesitate to pull down the trigger. A wall of charged bullets were released, which were accompanied by mini-missiles and a laser beam. However, instead of aimed at a giant, they were aimed at the sea of green liquid that all giants were in. The moment the mini-missiles landed, they exploded and blew the sea of gore and metal in all directions. Flesh and mechanical parts were blown up into the air. It was quickly followed by a laser that swept and completely evaporated everything in its path. However, from Akira's point of view, there was no noticeable change. Even after that attack, it seemed to only create a wave in the sea of green liquid, which traveled to the edge. Eventually, it would return back to its original state as if nothing had happened. In the first place, they've already shot numerous bullets and missiles into that green fleshy sea while the battle took place. It did not seem to slow down the giants. Thus, those there perceived it to be a meaningless attack. Even so, Akira was certain that Alpha had some kind of objective. He slipped in between the giants and kept shooting at it. Alpha. I don't think it's working. Just how much longer should I keep shooting? Just keep on shooting for now. According to my calculation, it should be around here. Akira. Over there. Akira could see something forming under the green fleshy sea thanks to his enhanced vision, which enabled him to see under it. Although it was just a blurry contour, it was more than enough for him to fire at it. Up until now, he was shooting around haphazardly with his two RL-2 multi-rifles. This time, he had a target and released a barrage at it. The bullets had enough firepower to easily pierce through the flesh, metal, and green liquid. They would even manage to hit the ground beneath. That was normally the case, but for some reason, this time, the bullets could not even reach his target. The fleshy mixture around it quickly gathered up and released a force field armor, one strong enough to stop his bullets. It got blocked. While Akira had his eyes widened in disbelief, the target suddenly broke into smaller pieces and went in different directions. Alpha. Which one should I go for? Wait for a second. That one. All the smaller, split-up signals in Akira's enhanced vision vanished except for one. He quickly accelerated his bike to chase after it. As the bike ran on top of the uneven fleshy greenish sea, in a straight line toward his target, he kept shooting at it. It was an attempt to try and thin out the thick fleshy wall around it, while also trying to hit the target. The barrage struck the force field created by the fleshy wall, which was absorbed and transformed into energy. It converted whatever Akira threw at it into flashes of light that enveloped the area. Akira was completely consumed by that blinding light. Even so, he did not stop shooting until his extended magazines ran out. In exchange for all that he had released, Akira was able to see some form of a reaction from his target. Once he stopped shooting, the blinding light died down. It allowed him to see his target, which was visibly exposed, protruding out of the fleshy sea. Unfortunately, it still seemed to be completely healthy. That didn't work as well. Whoa! A couple of giant blades smashed toward him. Some were even thrown by the giants that were far away from him. Even if the large metal blades did not hit him, they crashed into the ground, creating shockwaves that were strong enough to throw him off course. Even the grotesque sea was not spared as the metal blades pierced through and hit the ground beneath. Thanks to Alpha's assistance, Akira was able to nimbly avoid a direct hit. The blades sliced through the sky at a high speed, even when he compressed his time perception. He could see beads of water falling in slow motion, while those blades zoomed past him. He managed to avoid them with the slightest of margins, squeezing past where the blades traveled. He could not help but frown at how the enemy suddenly attacked him so aggressively. Alpha. What's going on? All the giants are prioritizing on attacking you right now. I will do my best to avoid them, so hold on tight. Make sure you don't get thrown off the bike. So basically, they don't want us to attack that thing no matter what, huh? Alright. I'll leave that part to you. The giants had focused their attacks on him. The ones nearby swung their blades while those that were far from him threw their blades. Without a weapon in hand, they started to run towards him, releasing lasers from their gaping jaws while they were at it. Elena and the others were trying their best to stop the giants. Seeing how frenzied the giants were acting, they knew whatever Akira was trying to do was critical. Therefore, they quickly prioritized helping him. Elena's group focused all their firepower on the giants that still held onto their blades, targeting their arms to disable them. Some powered suits flew and stood on top of the giants' shoulders but were completely ignored. This allowed the powered suits to be able to release a point-blank barrage, which threw off the giant's aim. With all the assistance he was receiving, the attacks on Akira abated. Even so, it did not change how dire the situation was. Due to the overwhelming difference in the numbers, Akira still had to charge through the attacks as if he was planning to sacrifice himself to end the fight. As blades collided with each other, sparks of fire were scattered into the air. Countless arms tried to grab onto him. Another giant from a different direction charged in between the rest of the giants, straight toward Akira. Even when the other giants got sliced by a frenzied giant flailing its blade, they were still trying to reach Akira with their arms. Even in that situation, Akira was still fixed on his target. The bike was moving nimbly at a high speed thanks to Alpha's control, but he still fired. Akira once again emptied his rifles at his target. However, the target was still vigorously moving around. Alpha. Don't you think it might be better if we call a temporary retreat? No. It's still too soon. Just keep shooting. How about we retreat and snipe it with an annihilator warhead? We can't do that yet. Save the bullet for now. Alright. Akira got a little bit frustrated but kept on shooting. The faster he shot, the faster he emptied his magazines. At this rate, he would run out of ammo in no time. That anxiety caused him to frown. That was when something changed. The grotesque sea suddenly gathered around his target. At the same time, the giants in the area suddenly threw themselves at him. When he looked up, it was full of darkness. The sky got completely blocked off by the giants. As expected, Akira thought that this was his end. But a sudden sharp pain snapped him back to reality. The bike suddenly accelerated away at full speed, completely ignoring the burden it placed on its rider and its generator. Due to his compressed time perception, the giant's fall was exceptionally slow. If they were just the size of normal rubble or debris, Akira would have been able to easily avoid them with his bike. However, any one of them was large enough to completely block out the sky. Thus, even if his bike would break down, he had to push through to escape. Alpha. Are we going to make it? Just hold tight. The ceiling above eventually crashed down. The shockwave created a miniature earthquake, which released a cloud of dust high into the sky. A moment later, Akira jumped out of the dust storm. He got out on time, but not his bike. Right before the giants landed, Akira and Alpha knew that they would not make it. They immediately chose to forego the bike. Akira stepped on top of the handle. Using the full power of his augmented suit, he leapt off the bike. A moment later, an explosion occurred behind him. That combination of both forces propelled him forward, barely getting him out of the falling ceiling. Akira eventually slowed down and landed on top of a nearby abandoned building. Whoa. That was close. Alpha. Did it go well? Yup, take a look. Alpha smiled and pointed at the giants lying below. Akira, believing that he finally won, also looked down. However, he was surprised by the spectacle. The giants piled on top of each other were melting, slowly becoming one with the rest of the grotesque fleshy sea. They then gathered and formed into a single giant. Alpha. I thought you said it went well. Quality over quantity this time, so it prioritizes power now. Alpha explained nonchalantly. She then proceeded to tell Akira the rest of her plan. After Alpha analyzed the information from Shiro, she quickly concluded that the whole fleshy sea was some kind of monster. It was neither a swarm nor an individual. Rather, it was made of two monsters. These two monsters were the cores that controlled the rest of the giants. The one Akira chased after was one of these two cores. The first one got killed by Akira's annihilator warhead. Thus, the second one decided to opt for more giants instead of better giants. After all, it was too costly to keep producing giants that required a huge amount of materials and medicines, which would just get shot down with a single annihilator warhead. Thus, it decided to produce many weaker giants as it stayed hidden under the fleshy sea. However, Alpha was able to detect and ascertain its position. After it received a direct hit, it decided that numbers would not be able to protect it. Thus, it decided to form a better, more powerful body. However, creating the same giant as the last one would only get shot down the same way. Thus, it improved the quality of its body to its very limit. After hearing Alpha's explanation, Akira looked at the new giant and exclaimed. So, that is the strongest body that it can create, huh? The current giant was smaller, as if it was the child version of the other giants. However, there was no longer a fleshy sea under it. It had used all its materials to create this body. Alpha. Shouldn't we target the core, use an annihilator warhead before it completes its body? Before its body is fully formed, I am not able to confirm if the signal is real or just a decoy. Moreover, we do not know for sure how tough the new body is, so we shouldn't spend annihilator warheads when we might actually not need to. Now that its body has fully formed, we know for certain that the core is really there. Since it has hardened its body, that should prevent the core from moving around. Although its body was tough, Akira could obliterate it with an annihilator warhead. It was an easier opponent when compared to fighting a swarm of giants. That was why Alpha made it return to prioritizing quality over quantity. This was the worst choice the monster could make. Even so, it could not fight against its settings, instinct, and programming. Alpha knew that the monster would try to protect its core even if it meant it had to sacrifice all the other bodies. Akira thought that did make sense. I see. By the way, Alpha, I feel like I've seen that thing before somewhere. Now that it prioritized on quality, I bet its outer appearance now reflects its core better than before. I see. Then, as I thought, that must be Lottie's, huh? This special giant's appearance was no longer distorted. It had completely reconstructed Lottie's face, and it even had Lottie's hair as well. Its body, which was an amalgamation of flesh and metal, now seems like an augmented suit. It no longer had the twisted gory outlook the other giants had. Akira then remembered Pamela's last words. So, this is what she meant. Although they were horribly reconstructed, all the giants that they fought against up until now had the same reference point. Akira finally understood that they were all supposed to look like Lottie's. The new giant Lottie's grew a blade out of its palm. The blade was basically a lump of metal forged into a blade, with enhanced sharpness using force field armor. It faintly glowed when energy flowed into it and was long enough to slice apart a tall building. Lottie's then took a stance with that blade and released a slash. Its first target was Gautol's squad. They temporarily stopped when the new giant was forming. However, once it started moving, they immediately reacted. They threw everything that they had at the new giant. Since they attacked it first, it prioritized its attack on them. Although Gautol's squad tried their best to get away from its attack, some still got caught. That single slash sliced the slums apart. It even reached Kagomayama City's inner walls. This was accomplished by a single powerful energy wave that the slash released. Thankfully, the city's inner walls were unharmed due to its powerful force field armor. Unfortunately, that was not the case for the tall buildings in the lower district, which were taller than the city wall. Akira was flabbergasted. What insane power and range. But in contrast to his reaction, Alpha was smiling as per usual. Well, that is indeed powerful. However, it will run out of energy in no time if it keeps that up. After that, only death awaits. At the very least, it should have enough energy to completely destroy everything around here though. That's true. So, let's take it down before it destroys everything. Judging from the attack just now, it seems like it doesn't know our location. So, you can calmly take your time to aim. At that very instant, Akira was able to receive Alpha's full support. Thus, his augmented suit's camouflaging capability was fully maximized. As long as he did not make any mistakes, he would stay hidden. Even though the possibility of getting detected was not zero, it was enough to assure him that Lottie's would not aim for him. If he got discovered, Lottie's would definitely prioritize eliminating him first. Akira finally understood why Alpha waited until Lottie's made the first move. At the same time, used Gautol's men as distractions. I bet you will get discovered after you use the Annihilator warhead, so let's end this with one shot. Yeah, I know. Akira felt bad about using Gautol's men. However, he knew that he did not have the leeway to be complacent and suppress those feelings. He swapped the ammunition in his RL-2 multi-rifles and loaded it with the Annihilator warheads. He took aim and mumbled his honest thoughts, which suddenly popped up. It's pretty amazing for you to work this hard even after death, but let's end this. I'll use the rest of my ammo in exchange. With that opening, Akira pulled the trigger. Farewell. Akira shot out 4 Annihilator warheads. They split the air and flew straight. They landed on points which would maximize their combined firepower according to Alpha's calculation. The fireball created by all 4 devoured the giant. However, it was still alive. Due to its size, everything under its knee remained intact. Everything inside the fiery sphere got annihilated, with nothing left behind. Meanwhile, everything around it was blown away by the shockwave. Akira lowered his rifle while still standing on top of the abandoned building. The shockwave even managed to reach him before eventually dying down. Finally, the view of the slums from where he stood returned. It was back to how it looked. Seeing such a scene, Akira heaved a sigh. And that was 400 million orum. Well, I guess that's cheap considering that it allowed me to destroy that thing. That was Akira's honest feelings. Alpha, just to make sure, it's dead, right? Yep, you defeated it. Though, there are pieces of it scattered around. Its core has fully stopped functioning, so it should be alright. Alright then, that's it I guess. Though, it's not the end of everything. This battle had come to an end. However, his real goal had not progressed at all. His relationship with Lion Steel was still hostile and Chloe was still alive. Akira knew that it was too soon to state this to be the end. Even so, he expected nothing would happen for the rest of the day. Thus, he heaved a sigh filled with fatigue. Well, I guess we are back to waiting for my new equipment from Sakashita then. But if this will happen as long as I stay in the slums, it might be better for me to hide in the wasteland while I wait for my new equipment. You're right. Let's think about that while you take a break. Hold on, Akira. Keep your guard up. Alpha, who was smiling a moment ago, suddenly turned solemn as she warned Akira to put his guard up. Akira immediately got into a fight or flight state. Akira's information-gathering device detected multiple signals around him. All of them were obviously approaching him and they eventually formed an encirclement around him. All of them were wearing maid and butler uniforms. It was obvious that they were from the Lion Steel Company. Akira scowled, but the main reason for that was not because of their attire. After all the fighting that he had to go through, he was able to make a good estimate of how strong someone was. Although his judgment was polished in an unconventional manner, according to it, he knew that those surrounding him were at least as strong or maybe even stronger than Hammers. This current situation was far more dire than when he was surrounded by giants. Then one of the maids stepped up and smiled politely at him. Please don't worry, we are not here to fight you, and you are. I am the representative from Lion Steel Company Eastern District Main Branch, Alice. Pleased to meet you. Eastern District. Main Branch. Yes, I am here as the head of the Lion Steel Company. I've come to negotiate with you. Alice smiled politely at him, who was obviously troubled by her while also being extra cautious of her. Chapter 290, Negotiation with Alice. Even after they saw Lottie's defeat after taking 4 Annihilator warheads, Tsubaki and the others did not show any reaction. They knew that the battle had come to an end and went on their respective business. They took it down. That would mark the end of this presentation, I presume. Now then, please allow me to excuse myself. Tsubaki declared to Haruka and vanished without even waiting for Haruka's reply. Next, Alice smiled at Olivia and asked. I believe this showcase is more than enough to make your decision, or do you still need more, that we have gathered enough information from this ordeal, the rest would depend on how the aftermath is handled. If there are no problems with the aftermath, I can promise that we will consider your offer in a positive light. Thank you very much. Well then, we can talk about the details another day. Alice gave a light bow to Olivia before turning to Haruka. I have another thing to attend to, so please excuse me. Also, although it ended in defeat, you need not worry. We will still continue to support you. Until next time then. Similar to Tsubaki, Alice immediately left together with her servants without even waiting for Haruka to reply. Haruka then sighed exasperatedly, that I guess we should go back home as well. Yeah, just leave already, go home. Yatsubayashi said so while lightly waving his hand as if to shoo Haruka away. Haruka sighed again, this time, it was heavier than before. You, come with me too. Yatsubayashi clicked his tongue and left the area together with Haruka. Akira was locking eyes with Alice, who had suddenly appeared. It was as if they were glaring at each other. It was because this was the only thing Akira could do. He knew that he would be killed the moment he tried to reach for his rifle. Akira did not question Alice's intentions after she had stated she had no wish to fight him. After all, he was still alive. He knew Alice could easily kill him if she wanted to. It was also the reason why he knew she was not lying. At the same time, he knew that she could change her mind at any point in time. Thus, he tried to approach this problem peacefully this time. So, what do you want to talk about? Seeing that he was willing to negotiate, Alice smiled and pulled out a white card. I want you to relinquish all your rights regarding this white card. That card again. Akira inadvertently frowned the moment he saw the white card, which had given him so much trouble. As I've said so many times before, I've given that card to Shiori. So that is not mine. If you have something you want from that card, go talk to Shiori. You just need to say that you've relinquished all your rights regarding this card. That would be good enough. If it is no longer yours, it would mean nothing more than ascertaining the fact that you have given it away. I believe there should be no problems with you just stating this fact. Akira thought her argument was sound. It also informed him that she had no intention to cause him any problems. Judging from this situation, it was clearly in his best interest to do as she said. However, if he was someone obedient, who would accept others' demands, he would not have found himself to be in this situation. There is no reason for me to do that just because you asked me to. At the very least he was able to calm down and manage not to straightforwardly refuse. Even so, that was enough for Alpha to facepalm. Just so you know, it is Lion Steel's fault that I have a 50 billion orum bounty on my head and got recognized as a monster by Kagami City. Do you really understand what you put me through when you are requesting something of me? To be more precise, it was something that the third branch did under its own discretion. It does not have any connection to me as the representative of the Eastern District Main Branch. In his current situation, Akira's attitude was akin to suicide, even from the point of view of those in the Eastern District. There was a huge gulf between Akira's and Alice's power, whereby the other party held full control over his life and death. This was the gap between a single hunter and Lion Steel, a large company well renowned even in the Eastern District. However, even after Akira showed an attitude against her, Alice did not show any noticeable reaction. I see. How about this then? We will erase that bounty as well as that monster designation. Moreover, we will also reimburse all the expenses caused by this incident. What do you think? Akira was completely taken aback. He was obviously confused as he questioned, "That it's not like you will kill me if I say no, right? If you want me to, then certainly." No thanks, I'm fine without that. Then, will you take my offer? Akira could not understand why someone who could easily overwhelm him with power was offering such a good offer. That confusion only caused him to become suspicious. He felt that things might get worse if he accepted Alice's offer. Thus, he pondered hard over it and finally thought of something before asking. That is actually a great offer for me, but... Is that because you want me to give up on Chloe? He had put off dealing with Chloe only after his new equipment from Sakashita arrived. Naturally, it did not change the fact that he would still kill her if he got the chance. Thus, his suspicions made him question if Alice offered such a deal to peacefully resolve the situation relatively cheaply. This was after considering the damage he could cause when he assaulted anything that housed Chloe after he got his frontline weapons. Although he was the one who came up with this possibility, for some reason, he was not that fully convinced of it. After all, he understood if Alice had planned on protecting Chloe, it would have been better for her to just kill him. He had no clue as to why Alice did not take that option. After she heard what Akira said, Alice tilted her head as if she was pondering over something. It took a short while before she immediately made her decision. Chloe, huh? Very well, please wait here for a bit. After she made her request, her group moved away, leaving Akira there, waiting. Meanwhile, the one waiting seemed more perplexed than wary. Alpha. What's going on? No idea. But it seems like they seriously have no desire to fight against you. That's why, don't get too emotional and stay calm, alright, Akira? Why yeah. Not too long after, one of Alice's servants returned with Shiori and Kane in tow. Both were obviously as perplexed as Akira. Then, another group of maids came from the direction of Kagomiyama City. They stopped beside Alice, bringing with them two particular people, Chloe and Reina. Both were perplexed, but unlike Reina who seemed troubled, Chloe was smiling victoriously. Unfortunately, both their reaction did not give him any clues as to what was happening, thus, he was even more confused than before. After Akira killed Lottie's, Elena's team immediately tried to contact him. However, for some reason, they could not reach him. Although it seemed strange, they believed the Annihilator warhead might have caused disruption to the communication line. Therefore, they decided to go to where Akira was instead. But before they could reach him, two maids suddenly appeared in front of them and signaled with their hands to stop Elena's group. My deepest apologies. Negotiation with our company is going on. Please refrain from coming any closer. The maids then politely bowed to Elena and Sarah. Elena tensed up. She knew just how powerful the maids were judging from their current attitude and equipment. She glanced at Sarah, signaling her not to make any sudden movements. Just a question, you are from Lion Steel Company, right? Indeed, we are. A hunter and a friend of ours by the name of Akira should be over there. When you said negotiation, is your company negotiating with him? We're really sorry, but we can't answer that question. Elena frowned and sighed. She then glanced at Shiori and Kane, who should be also from Lion Steel, like those maids. She wanted to ask if they knew anything about this. But she quickly noticed that both looked even more worried than Elena, herself. Shiori-san. Shiori was snapped to reality when Elena called her name. However, her stern expression did not change. My apologies. But I also don't understand what is going on. As such, I can only give you my rough hypothesis. Shiori explained to Sarah and Elena that those maids were affiliated with Lion Steel Company's Eastern District main branch. They were strong enough to kill everyone here in a blink of an eye. With those maids out here, it meant that the negotiator would be someone of a high position. Thus, she warned Elena and Sarah with a grave expression. So, please be extra careful with your actions. In the worst-case scenario, it might be interpreted as a hostile action against the main branch. Okay. Naturally, Elena had no desire to pick a fight with the Lion Steel Company as she gave a firm nod. Shiori then hesitated for a second before stepping forward. I am Suzuhara Shiori, affiliated to Lion Steel Company Eastern District 4th Ward Branch. I heard that my master, Reina Rillard Lawrence-sama, is under the main branch's custody. If I may, would you please tell me dash? Silence. One of the maids snapped at her. There was no amiability in her expression. Not even if it was directed to someone from inside the company. Don't get in the way of our duty. It was a warning from the maid, stating that she would see Shiori's actions as a disturbance and deal with it accordingly the next time she did that. I'm really sorry. Shiori deeply bowed and stepped back. Kane's face turned pale as she whispered to Shiori. Ain-san. Isn't this? It is as you might fear. Just what is going on here? Although these maids here were from the main branch, they must be of a lower position. They were posted to watch the area instead of being allowed to be present during the negotiation. However, even when Shiori was being careful with her words, that reply was rather harsh. This hinted that even the maids were on edge, which would only happen if the negotiator was someone of an extremely high position. Kane and Shiori believe only Representative Alice could cause the maids to react in such a manner. Thus, they believe Alice had come directly to meet and negotiate with Akira. This was extremely abnormal. Soon, another maid appeared. Judging from the attitude of the two maids posted as watchmen, the new maid was of a higher position than them. She walked towards Shiori and Kane before ordering. You two, come with me. Shiori and Kane frowned and seemed troubled. However, they did not have a choice. They had to do as they were told. When they reached the premise, they did not expect Alice to be really there, especially with Reina and Chloe. Chloe was surprised to see Akira there too. However, she quickly came to a conclusion when she saw Alice was in the midst of negotiating with him and smiled. I won. She was delighted, believing that she had made the right decision and won her bet. Naturally, she hid her excitement from her expression. Back in Mihazono Ruin, Alice had given Olivia some information regarding the current Lion Steel Company. However, for the old Lion Steel Company, the new Lion Steel Company was a completely separate entity and any information provided from Alice's side had been deemed to be without credibility. Thus, Olivia decided there was a need for an investigation. All these incidents that were started by the white card were part of Olivia's investigation. It was to show the old Lion Steel Company that the current Lion Steel Company was indeed a large conglomerate just like Alicia had stated. The bigger the incident got, the better it was to show how powerful and large the current Lion Steel Company was. That was the reason why Alice gave such a vague order to those in the area, to deal with the matter regarding the white card on their own. If she had preferred not to cause any more incidents, she would have given precise instructions. She would have told Shiori, who had the white card at that time, to obey the head of the third branch, Beltram. And as Alice had planned, Chloe went on a rampage, which triggered a chain reaction. It ultimately led to a huge battle next to the city's inner wall, where an officer from one of the 5 big companies, Sakashita Heavy Industry, was located. Alice believed that she had demonstrated enough power of the company to Olivia. Thus, the next thing she needed to do was show that she had the power to bring the chaotic situation under her control. It was not like Chloe knew Alice's whole plan. However, she had guessed it to some extent. When she saw Alice negotiating with Akira, she believed it to be whether he would surrender or get killed. Chloe believed that eventually, Alice would deal with the source of the incident, Akira, to show Lion Steel's might to both those inside and outside the company. Now that we're going into the cooling off phase, there's no need to cause any further incidents. This means, there is a good chance that negotiations between Olivia and the representative Alice went well. There's no doubt that it is all thanks to my contribution. Since I'm the one who helped smooth the deal with the Old World Lion Steel Company, it won't be strange for me to be promoted to the main branch. I did it. I won my bet. Although she had to cross many dangerous bridges, all those dangers she faced only added to how great her achievement was. Chloe was drunk, imagining what kind of bright future awaited her. Alice then stood in front of Chloe and swung her hand. The shockwave from her hand hit Chloe head-on, turning her into minced meat in a blink of an eye. After Alice killed her, she then looked at Akira, who was thunderstruck by the sudden change of events. She smiled at him, with the same smile she had since the start of the negotiation. Will this be good enough? Akira snapped back to reality. Although he was still as confused as before, there was a slight tint of reproach in his eyes. Isn't she supposed to be on the same side as you? That's exactly why we took care of it ourselves. To not cause any more trouble, and to show that we are sorry for what had happened. It is much better for us to take care of her ourselves. Akira thought that Alice made a good point. If he was the one to kill Chloe, it might become a seed for another conflict with the Lion Steel Company. However, if Alice was the one who did it, this would simply end as the company taking care of its own internal problem. Thus, it was a very convincing way for Alice to show that she was apologetic to him. Even so, Akira still felt that it was a bit of an overkill. Seeing Akira's troubled expression, Alice then continued. Was that not enough? In that case, should I also do the same to this side as well since they're the ones responsible for getting you involved? Alice then directed her arm to Reina's group. Shirori and Kane quickly stepped in front of Reina. Although they knew that it was futile, that they would get turned to dust along with Reina, they still could not sit still and stay silent. W8. Akira inadvertently tried to stop Alice. Although she turned toward him, her hand was still directed at Reina's group. Thus, Akira continued to try to calm her down, that they helped me quite a lot. So, you don't have to kill them as well. It's already good enough, so just stop here. Alice lowered her hand and smiled at him. Will that be everything then? If yes, if you may, please. Akira realized that by saying that, Alice had basically successfully steered the conversation. It was as if he had accepted the offer that she had made. But on the other hand, since he was the one who stopped Alice, he felt that it was not right for him to state that he had changed his mind at this point. Therefore, Akira simply gave it up and heaved a huge sigh. I relinquish all my rights regarding that card. Is that good enough? Thank you very much. Now then, please let me excuse myself. I look forward to working with you in the future if the chance presents itself. Alice tucked the white card back and activated her camouflaging device to immediately vanish. The other maids and butlers also did the same afterwards. Although Akira was still able to detect them retreating from the area through his information-gathering device, their signals vanished soon enough. Akira immediately let gravity take control of his body and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Just what in the world was that? And as expected, no one there could answer his question, which came from the depths of his heart. After Alice and her servants left, the isolation of the area was immediately lifted. Not too long after, Elena, Sarah, and Carol appeared in front of Akira. They were so glad to find he was still fine. They did try to ask him what had happened, but Akira was just as confused as they were. Therefore, for now, they decided to return back to Cheryl's base together with Reina's group. Once Akira returned, the area was under a strict watch from the city defense squad. Their excuse was to maintain the safety of the area. When news of Lottie's attack reached the inner wall, as expected, city management could not afford to ignore it any longer. Although they did not go as far as to arrest Akira and the others, the group was advised not to go outside of Cheryl's base. After all, their main goal was to maintain neutrality. It would be counter-effective to arrest Akira, though, thanks to their presence, Akira's group need not worry about another attack for the time being. Personally speaking, Akira wanted to bathe. However, Alpha warned him not to. After all, he was too exhausted and would most likely relax too much, enough to drown. Thus, he had no other choice but to take a mere shower. After he finished showering, Akira threw himself on top of the bed in a room that he borrowed from Cheryl. The moment he relaxed, fatigue assaulted him. He allowed it to take full control and lull himself to sleep. Inside a certain meeting room within the inner wall of Kagomayama City, Inabe slammed his fist on top of the table. God damn it! It was amazing how he was able to hold himself back until all the officers from the Lion Steel Company had left. However, because of how much he had bottled up, the moment he let it out, it was powerful enough to dent the table. All the city officers of Kagomayama City, including Inabe, were informed by the Lion Steel Company. They were all told that everything that had happened, the chains of incidents, the strange monsters that appeared near the city, and even the attack from the mutated lotties that hit buildings within the inner wall, were all not the will of the company. This was a humongous incident. It was created from the combination of multiple factors. There were two main ones, namely, one of their servants went on an insane rampage after the death of her coworker and the unexpected effects of the medicine used during the battle. Overall, it was just one large accident, and the company did not mean for it to happen. That was the formal statement provided by Lion Steel. As expected, Inabe and the others did not believe this to be the truth. It was impossible for such an incident to occur if some parts were not pre-planned or agreed upon. Thus, they already knew that part of it was completely intentional. However, they had no other choice but to accept it. If they declared this statement to be false, it would spark a war and the opponent would be the Lion Steel Company Eastern District main branch. Kagomayama City had virtually zero chance to win. Lion Steel was willing to take responsibility for this incident and offer the city payment for the damages that they caused. However, that would make it no different than sweeping everything under the rug for money. The situation whereby the city could do nothing but accept was extremely humiliating, causing Inabe to be livid. One of Inabe's men tried to calm him down. "Chief, please calm down." Most do chalk this incident up as rude treatment by the Lion Steel Company to Kagomayama City. Also, the matter with Akira has come to an end with this. Although it was not publicly declared, it could be seen as him forcing Lion Steel to withdraw the 50 billion bounty placed on him. Recognizing a connection with someone like that, your influence will greatly increase. And Akira's reason to attack the city has completely disappeared. This could be seen as a resolution that was achieved due to your contribution. You're right. Inabe took a deep breath, trying to regain his calm. Send a request to the other departments. Get everyone to calculate the total damages incurred. Include the expense from dispatching the defense squad and the damage to the lower district as well. Just include everything, and I mean everything you can find. Right away. His men gave a light bow and quickly got to work. Seeing them leave, Inabe also tried to change his mood and got back to his own duties. However, due to a specific person, his expression was still tinted with irritation. But still, to think that he didn't even attend the officer meeting just now. Just where is he now? Although he was a very important person who could manipulate Kagomayama City to his will, Yanagisawa was nowhere to be seen during the city officer meeting. Inside one of a room under the area owned by Sakashita Heavy Industry, located in the upper district of Kagomayama City, Shugadome, who was a high-ranking officer from Sakashita Heavy Industry, was listening to the explanation regarding the recent incident from the branch manager of Lion Steel Company 3rd Ward Branch, Beltram. Very well, I understand that this was an accident. Our company has no wish to say anything regarding the matter if both Kagomayama City and Lion Steel Company are fine with this conclusion. Thank you very much. But still, about the medicine that you mentioned before, would it be possible for us to get the data as well? If it's possible, I also want to know how you managed to lay your hands on such a medicine and why you have it stockpiled. I want to know everything. Beltram, who was conversing with a polite smile, froze for a moment. Is it something really necessary? Yes. If such a medicine that could cause such a huge accident were to be found in our possession, it would be extremely dangerous, no? So, in order to prevent something similar from happening in the future, don't you think it would be wise to share this piece of information? Beltram once again went silent. He then thought about what might happen if he refused. After considering the gains and losses for the Lion Steel Company, he then said with a smile, Very well. But the data is under the possession of the main branch. As such, I cannot send you the data right away. I will have to contact the main branch and the process would take some time. Would that be all right? Yeah, it's fine. Thank you very much, we shall send you the data at a later dash. Also, if it's difficult to send the data to us since it is highly confidential, I don't mind receiving the data through another method. What do you mean? I've actually sent a request for anti-rebuild personnel, you see. you can deliver the information through that request. They are affiliated with the corporate government and we have some of our men among them as well. Naturally, the main aim is to prevent the rebuild. So, even if you conveyed a corporate secret on such a platform, there would be no need to worry that it might leak to Sakashita. After all, it is under the strict watchful eyes of the corporate government. Would that work for you? Beltram's amiable smile vanished for a second since that suggestion completely came out of the left field. However, he quickly returned back to his usual smile. Personally speaking, I don't think there's any need to go that far, but the one to decide would be the main branch. I will at least convey that suggestion to the main branch. I see. Beltram and Shugadome looked at each other with mutual respect as fellow high-ranking officers from their respective companies and ended their conversation there. As soon as Beltram ended the meeting and left the room, Shugadome quickly made a call to Kazusuhara Ruin. He ordered with a solemn expression. It's me. Investigate why Representative Alice from Lion Steel came to this place right away. Hasn't it been confirmed that it was for the sake of negotiations with the Old World Lion Steel Company? We have also confirmed that is the reason why Kagamayama City was dragged into the recent incident. Considering that this even warranted Representative Alice to come here as well, I believe there is no need for any suspicion. Redo the investigation. There's a good chance they are hiding something behind that seemingly perfect excuse. Very well. If I may ask, what is the basis of this suspicion? The head of the Third Ward branch reacted when I mentioned the anti-rebuild. Furthermore, the assault group that attacked the city came from their facility in Higaraka Residence Ruin, which was built right before the incident regarding the white card, which means that they may have planned to attack the city even before the matter with the white card came up. It's just to be safe. We will redo the investigation right away. Shugadome then ended the call with someone by the name of Matsubara. Judging from his tone, it seemed like Matsubara was able to understand the gravity of the situation. Shugadome then sighed with a frown on his face. I hope that it's nothing but unfounded fear. The rebuild, referred to in the anti-rebuild, was the reconstruction of civilization. And the first phase of the reconstruction process included wiping off existing civilization first. Basically, the rebuild meant completely destroying the current civilization and forcing it to join a part of the old world. The anti-rebuild was formed to prevent this from happening. It was one of the rare occasions in which the 5 biggest corporations in the Eastern District, who were hostile against each other, were willing to work together. Although the current Lion Steel Company under Alice was focused on trade across the Eastern District, it still was deeply related to the Old World. After all, it was led by Alice, who originated from the Old World. If the need ever arose, Shugadome was concerned that she would initiate the rebuild without hesitation. Furthermore, with Shiro's escape, everything seemed to be connected in Shugadome's mind. After Beltram left the inner wall, he made a call to the main branch from inside the car. Inside his augmented vision, he could see Alice and Flip, the branch manager from the 4th Ward branch. Beltram, Flip, report. After listening to both reports, Alice lightly nodded and declared. Very well. I will prepare the data to be sent to Sakashita. Regarding the fact that he mentioned the anti-rebuild, let's ignore it for now. Whether it's a bluff or not, does not matter. Continue with your usual duties. Inside the virtual space, Beltram and Flip bowed. After they exchanged a glance, Beltram then asked. Representative Alice. Personally speaking, we both agree that Reina and Chloe did very well for the sake of the company. Especially Chloe's contribution toward the company. It is enormous. But you've killed her. Was there some kind of mistake in how we evaluated Chloe's achievement? As the branch manager of the 3rd Ward branch, he had to be careful with how he treated those from the same faction as Chloe. With Alice eliminating her, it would definitely affect that faction. Since Alice's evaluation seemed to deviate from his, there was a need for him to fix his evaluations. However, Alice did not deny Beltram's opinion. No, they both did very well. Give their group and faction the reward that they deserve. Chloe was already dead. Thus, Alice was suggesting they take her death as her sacrificing her own life for the sake of the company. In which case, the faction to which she belonged would reap the reward for what she did. Understood. If I may, in that case, why did you kill her? Because there was a need to. After Alice had demonstrated the power of the current Lion Steel Company to Olivia, the only thing left was to deal with the aftermath. Alice thought that using more power to calm down the situation would only lower Olivia's evaluation of her. The reason why she had Akira give up all his rights regarding the card was because it was the source of all the conflicts. It was also Alice's way to put out the fire of the conflict. Moreover, she wanted to have someone in her own company have ownership rights for the card. Normally, once the original owner of the card had given up their rights, the card would be simply returned. However, Akira gave that card to Shirori, and although it was not through the correct procedure, Shirori did accept it. With Akira relinquishing his rights, as per protocol, the ownership of the card had transferred on to Shirori. Although the death of the owner would also free up ownership of the card, Alice did not kill him. The reason being her main goal was to calm down the situation. Otherwise, she would have killed him. With that goal in mind, Alice decided to kill Chloe so that Akira would agree to relinquish his ownership of the card. If necessary, she would have killed Reina's group as well. As a matter of fact, Alice took Reina and Chloe under her custody in case they were needed as sacrifice. Naturally, Alice did not care whether Chloe lived or not. If Chloe had somehow managed to survive or Akira somehow got killed, there was a good chance that Chloe would have got promoted to the main branch due to her achievements. However, Akira survived, and he mentioned Chloe during their negotiation. Thus, Chloe's death was set in stone. After Alice gave an explanation, Beltram nodded deeply. There was no need for him to fully understand Alice's reasons for why she did what she did. The most important thing for him was to be in line with her way of deciding reward and punishment. Chloe was able to accurately predict Alice's will, but she made a mistake in the very end. Even if Chloe won her bet, even if she was able to leave a great achievement inside Lion Steel, that did not guarantee that she would be spared. She would indeed be greatly rewarded had she been alive. However, that was all there was to it. For Alice, making the deal with the Old World Lion Steel Company was worth more than preserving the life of the Lawrence family. Alice made her decision based on her priorities. That was all there was to it. Chapter 291, Strength and Weakness. The next day, Akira slept through the morning and passed the afternoon due to fatigue. After he woke up, he went to get something to eat and went to take a bath, inside the base's great bath. He entrusted his body to the warm water, which sapped away his exhaustion. Normally, he would enjoy such a warm bath without any worries. However, this time, he still seemed rather tense. His sighs were not from the bath but from exasperation. Seeing that, Alpha, who was also in the bath with him, could not help but ask. Akira, are you all right? Do you need more sleep? No. Well. It's true that I'm still tired, but that's not it. He no longer had a bounty on his head, his monster designation got removed and Chloe was dead. Even so, Akira still was not content with this outcome. It continued to weigh down on his spirit. Alpha smiled and tried to cheer him up. In that case, let's take the whole day to recuperate. You worked hard yesterday. It can't be helped if you still feel tired after going through all of that, yeah. Akira gave a deep nod and tried to brush off that feeling. However, he was not able to do so and slowly returned to his previous state. That was when a call from Shizuka suddenly reached him. Akira picked up the call via telepathy with Alpha. Akira, it's me. It seems that you've gone through quite a lot recently, but I'm glad that you're fine. Thank you very much and sorry for making you worry, Shizuka-san. You really did make me worry, good grief. Can you imagine how shocked I was when I found out that one of my shop regulars became a bounty target? Shizuka was speaking in a joking manner, which Akira then tried to lightly laugh off. At the very least, he was able to make a chuckle, albeit an awkward one. About that, because of this, I will soon go purchase ammo and medicine from Shizuka-san's shop, so please let this slide. Good grief, it can't be helped then. They then continued to chat about how they were doing lately in a buoyant mood. The flow of the conversation naturally cheered Akira up. Right around the point where he sounded a little springier, Shizuka's tone changed to a scolding one. Akira, this might be nothing but my imagination, so just ignore it if you think that it's just my misunderstanding. Okay. Akira was taken aback by this sudden change but gave a firm reply. Shizuka continued slowly and clearly. I'm sure you've gone through a lot lately and I'm sure you'll have to face a lot of things in the future. If it's something that you are going to do for your own sake, please do so without holding back. You've simply become someone with the capability to do that. Akira was expecting Shizuka to be scolding him because of what had happened. Thus, he was surprised by those unexpected words. Shizuka then continued by putting more emphasis on her words. But, if by any chance you do it for our sake, you should stop. Please don't make us the reason for you to use force. Akira had gone through multiple rampages in the past. Most of the time, it was because of revenge or self-defense. He reacted extremely violently when triggered, he was like a landmine, completely docile in other circumstances. However, he was slowly changing. Previously he only recognized those around him as either hostile or not hostile. Now, he started to recognize others as friends and allies. It was indeed a good thing, but at the same time, it also gave Akira more trigger points. If it was for the sake of self-defense, Akira would stop once he was able to protect himself from the enemies. However, if it was for the sake of revenge, the aim was to kill, not to protect. To annihilate his enemies, in such a scenario, it was possible for Akira to never stop. His retribution could grow larger due to hatred, fear, or regret. He might even start to hunt anyone with the slightest relation to his target down to the very last person. There was no doubt that Akira would meet his end eventually if he went down this path. However, how many people would he drag down to hell before that happened? The world was not naive enough to let him go on a rampage forever, such destruction would be massive, and it would be his own undoing. With that worry in mind, Shizuka conveyed her warning clearly to him. She firmly wanted to prevent Akira from going down this path. The first and foremost way to prevent him from doing so was to draw the line of avenging those important to him. It's just something I think we all share the same sentiments on. It's not like I'm telling you to not care about us. We are happy that you think of us. But I want you to stay calm, think things through, and consult with others more. Akira, are you listening? When Shizuka called him, Akira snapped back to reality. He gave a bitter smile and replied with his usual tone. Yeah, I'm listening. I'm sorry for not consulting with you. But, Shizuka-san, as expected, it's not an easy subject for me. I don't think I could have done what you suggested, Shizuka-san. I had become a bounty target, wouldn't it be difficult to ask for advice at that point? You have a point. I don't know what to say if you put it like that. Right? As I thought, that's why I did that. Akira then continued talking casually with Shizuka. As they conversed, he could feel the weight in his heart slowly being lifted. The source of that feeling was his inability to process the feeling of helplessness. Although it all started when Chloe threatened him, the two main reasons why he did not back down were because Chloe looked down on him and that she threatened those he had identified as his friends. Akira then tried to solve both issues with his own power. He decided to do so because he thought he had the power to accomplish it. He had to admit there was a level of pride and ignorance mixed in this decision of his. However, in the end, Akira basically failed to accomplish both. Although it had come to an end, Alice could have easily killed him and left the other side alive. And Chloe was killed by Alice, which was more than likely out of Alice's whim. In the end, his actions and wishes did not have anything to do with the outcome. Akira had already thought that he was no longer his old self. That he had grown stronger. To prove that to himself and to others, he used violence fueled by his strong emotions. However, his opponent did not even see him as someone worthy of being considered an enemy. Even the target of his violence got taken before he could swing his fist. This gave Akira the feeling of helplessness. Even so, the fist that he had raised was still up. In the worst-case scenario, he might go and look for another reason to bring that hammer down. Akira then realized something. After listening to Shizuka, he was about to distort his originally pure intentions. The fist that he had raised was originally done so to protect his friends. Now, he had almost ended up using his friends as an excuse to use his raised fist. Now that he had realized it, stopping himself was easy. It also helped him accept the fact that he was indeed still weak. To put it in another way, it gave Akira the strength to admit that he was still weak. So well, with that, I ended up using quite a lot of my ammunition. I have to resupply soon, so, I'm sorry, but is it okay if I place my order now? Sure, but as expected, I can't get you any Annihilator warheads. So please don't expect me to have those. I know. Now that I think about it, I wonder how did Katsuragi get those? There are these kinds of amazing merchants out there, huh? I have to work hard to make sure my regulars don't run off to them. Don't worry about it. I will be visiting your shop sometime soon, so I'll be in your care. Alright, I'll be looking forward to it. See you. Shizuka then closed the call. Akira stretched out his body and smiled. It was as if he had accomplished a huge task. He was finally able to put a lid on the previous incident. Alright then. I guess I should get out soon. But Alpha sighed and looked exasperatedly at him. What? You always listen to everything Shizuka has to say. In all honesty, after watching how you're so obedient to her every word, I would prefer it if you did the same to me as well, you know? Akira looked away from Alpha's gaze and laughed awkwardly. Although no one knew the full details of what had happened, in the end, Akira won, and his bounty was taken down. He was also no longer recognized as a monster by the city. For Cheryl's gang, that was a huge win. They were elated that they had won a battle where they were greatly outnumbered and were in a tight spot. At the same time, they were also greatly saddened by the death of their comrades, who had lost their lives in that battle. The whole gang was flooded with emotion, but after a single night, they calmed down to some extent. However, for Cheryl, this was not the end. She was swamped with work as the boss of the gang. She was so busy that she could not head straight to the bath immediately after she heard that Akira went in after he woke up. When she finally found an opening to wedge in some free time for herself, she immediately went to the bath. However, when she entered the changing room, Akira was already in the middle of wearing his clothes. Akira, you're already done. I did take my time though. I'm pretty sure I'll pass out if I spend more time inside the bath. I see. Akira was not lying, he did spend quite a long time inside as he took his time chatting with Shizuka. However, that did not change the fact that Cheryl had missed her chance to get in the bath together with him. That regret was obvious from her expression. Now that Akira was no longer recognized as a monster, he no longer had any reason to be staying in her base. The more she thought about it, the more awful she felt. That the next opportunity was so far away, making her regret missing this opportunity even more. Once Akira finished putting on his clothes and had left the room, Cheryl simply silently followed behind him. Cheryl, aren't you going to take a bath? I wanted to get in with you, but since you've done, I'll take one later. I see. They had gone together multiple times before. It was definitely bold of her to do so, and she almost said something bold in response to his question. That every chance to get into the bath together with you is a precious occasion. However, she did not end up saying it. She just sighed as per usual at how nonchalant he was. Akira, do you like older girls? It's not like I have any particular preference, but... That was out of the blue, where did that come from? Nothing, it's just that I saw you with Elena-san, Sarah-san, and Carol-san. I just thought that you have quite a lot of mature women as your close friends. Isn't that simply because there are a lot of adults among hunters? Yeah. That must be it. Yeah. Even if she acted a bit jealous, as she had expected, Akira's reaction was as dry as ever. Cheryl could not help but sigh again. Akira, I just remembered. Shirjima said he wants to meet you face to face. What do you plan to do? Akira tilted his head. It seemed like he had completely forgotten who Shirjima was. Thus, Cheryl had to remind him that he was the boss of a gang. Thanks to that, it refreshed his memory. Ah, that guy, huh? If it's about the gang, tell him to discuss that with you. About that, he said that it has nothing to do with gang business. When I asked him what he wanted to talk about, he said that he can't tell anyone else other than you. So, I have him waiting in the guest room. Should I just send him off? At one point in the past, Cheryl was just the boss of a small gang in the slums. Meanwhile, Shirjima was the boss of a medium-sized gang. At that time, Cheryl was in a lower position in terms of power. However, that power hierarchy had been completely overturned. Furthermore, with Akira emerging victorious from the recent battle, it only served to widen the power gap between the two gangs. Even so, the two gangs have gotten along for a long time. Therefore, Cheryl was not willing to shoo Shirjima away or used force to make him state his business with Akira. Furthermore, since he mentioned it had something to do with Akira, she had to act with more precaution. Cheryl told him to wait in the guest room, and that there was no guarantee that Akira would meet him. Well, if he's already here, might as well meet him before I leave. Akira was in a good mood after talking with Shizuka. Therefore, he just simply thought that it would not hurt to see Shirjima for a bit. When Alicia told Shirjima, who was waiting in the guest room, that Akira would meet him soon, Shirjima inadvertently frowned. And he's seriously going to meet me? You could just say that someone like me isn't worth your time, you know. Why the heck are you earnestly coming to meet me? Although he was the one who asked to see Akira, he was hoping to get rejected. The reason why he chose to come here today was because he thought there was a good chance Akira would refuse to meet him. However, despite his wishes, not too long after, Akira came into the room together with Cheryl. To add salt to the wound, Akira was planning to head back home as soon as Shijima's business with him was done. In other words, Akira was carrying all his equipment. With a 50 billion bounty target standing fully armed and ready to fight any time in front of him, as expected, Shirjima tensed up. Thinking that it was counter-effective to be overly cautious and scared, he tried his best to give off the same aura as back when Akira was just a small, unknown hunter and he was a boss of a medium-sized slum gang. Akira sat face to face with Shirjima. So, what is it? If it's possible, I want to be covert about this. Shirjima said so and glanced at Cheryl. However, Cheryl did not show any reaction to his glance. Tell me why you are here first. If it's about gang business, I will leave it to Cheryl and go back home. It's about the Third Ward branch of the Lion Steel Company. Are you okay with her listening? As Shirjima expected, Cheryl's face turned dire. This was why he had refused to explain why he was there to her beforehand. In the worst-case scenario, he might get killed the moment he tried to explain. Akira thought for a bit before turning to Cheryl. It's up to you, I don't mind either way. Just to be safe, I will take my leave. If it's something that is okay for me to hear, please tell me what it is later. All right. Cheryl gave a light bow and exited the room. Shirjima saw Cheryl off with conflicted eyes. Being left alone with Akira meant that he might be able to slowly manipulate Akira with words. However, at the same time, it also meant that there would be no one to stop Akira if he went on a rampage. To help calm himself down, Shirjima forced himself to see this from a positive point of view. So, what is it? Akira threw the same question as before. Shirjima made his resolve before opening his mouth. The Lion Steel Company Eastern District 3rd Ward Branch wishes to make peace with you. So, I'm here today as a negotiator sent from their side. Akira raised his eyebrows and tilted his head. He did not expect that at all. However, Shijima could not help but see that as him being irritated. From Shijima's point of view, it was only natural because he had mentioned Lion Steel 3rd Ward branch in front of Akira. He tried his best to put a lid on his welling anxiety. The conflict between Akira and Lion Steel had met its end. However, to be more precise, it was forced to end in peace due to the intervention from the main branch. At the moment, although they were not fighting against each other, those from the 3rd branch still saw Akira as hostile. The manager of the 3rd Ward branch, Beltram, thought that there was no need to prolong this conflict any further. At the very least, as long as there was no order from the main branch to continue the fight, Beltram had no wish to continue the 3rd branch's conflict with Akira. However, it would be naive to assume that Akira also had the same opinion. From the point of view of common sense in the Eastern District, picking a fight against the Lawrence family was simply unthinkable. Although they were certain that Akira would not do something as pointless as attacking the main branch, they feared he would have no problem causing a battle of the same size as before if it was against a branch. Furthermore, Akira was scheduled to get frontline equipment from Sakashita Heavy Industry sometime soon. He might avoid engagements at the moment, but there was a good chance that he would try to attack the Lion Steel branch once he got his powerful equipment. Naturally, if it ever came to that, unlike last time, Beltram would use the full might of the 3rd branch to fight back. Compared to the incident with Chloe, it would be a force that was incomparable in size, which would have no problems eradicating Akira. However, considering the expenses needed to create, deploy, and manage such a force, Beltram wanted to avoid this even if it meant that he had to be the one who directly worked on it. To do that, the 3rd Ward branch needed to negotiate a peace treaty with Akira. However, the 3rd Ward branch still needed to keep its prestige and still act as a large company. Thus, they could not simply declare that they had backed off because of a hunter. If they did that, other companies would look down on them and it might become a trigger for more conflicts. Thus, considering both ends, the money and manpower needed to fight against Akira and to prevent other hostile companies from acting up, they needed to make it look as if Akira was the one who sued for peace. Naturally, Beltram knew that this was an extremely difficult feat to pull off. If Akira was someone who would listen to others' demands without trying to fight back, he would not have fought against Chloe. However, even so, they still could not afford to continue this fight. They had to negotiate for peace. Thus, Lion Steel used its resources to look for someone who could act in their stead. They came up with one person. Someone who started with a hostile relationship with Akira, and just like Chloe, went as far as to threaten Akira's friends, but somehow managed to find peace with Akira by paying a huge sum to him. It was extremely easy for Lion Steel to scare Shijima into doing their bidding. Shijima continued the difficult negotiation, which placed his own life in danger. If he was able to handle things peacefully, Lion Steel would owe him a favor. However, if he failed, only death awaited him. The only difference would be whether it would be Akira killing him now or Lion Steel killing him later. With that in mind, Shijima desperately continued to negotiate. So, the 3rd Ward branch wants to make peace with you but they want you to pay a small sum to them. Wait, calm down, listen to everything I have to say first, okay? Akira's expression only showed bewilderment and doubt. However, Shijima could not help but perceive his expressions as him being on the verge of exploding. Naturally, that would be horrendous considering Akira had the firepower to literally blow up the whole slums. Therefore, Shijima was desperately trying to convince Akira while preventing him from exploding. So then, about the money, they asked for 300 orum. On top of the unexpected subject, Shijima worded out an unexpected number. As expected, it only got Akira to feel even more confused and unsure of how to react. 300? Like, 300 million orum? Or 300 billion? No, it is just 300 orum. After Shijima repeated, he put 3 100 orum coins on top of the table as if to establish what he said further. This much. As Akira's expression slowly turned into pure bewilderment, Shirjima thought that he was close to succeeding and made the push to seal the deal. I know that you don't like being looked down on, so this negotiation is basically the opposite of that. Shirjima then said with a livelier expression as if to entice Akira. I know people say there is nothing more expensive than free stuff, but that is a huge lie. As expected, free stuff is cheaper than having to pay. You see, there is something cheaper than free. There are things that would lose their original value by putting a cheap price tag on them, you know? People's actions do not always coincide with the rule of law. Some actions were not to be committed, not because it was written in a book. Rather, it was common sense not to do so. When a law gets enacted with a fine in place, it is declaring a price tag for said offenses. People's perception of such offenses might shift from common sense not to commit, to monetary acceptance. They could do so as long as they could pay the fine. As such, more of such offenses might take place, especially if the fine was cheap. Even after all you've done against the Lion Steel Company, you can get out scot-free only by paying 300 orum. Don't you think it's an excellent offer to mock them? You will also be able to have a peace treaty with them, you know? Isn't it just perfect? Shirjima believed that no one was insane enough to refuse such an offer. Even though he offered with a lively attitude, he was trying his best to hide his desperation. Shirjima knew his words were nothing but cheap trickery. If Akira were to refuse, he had no other way he could think of to convince him. But still. Seeing Akira mumble, Shirjima's voice started to tremble. Is there something that you don't like? Not really. It's just, let's leave me aside for now. Do you think they will be okay with me mocking them like this? Don't they need to convince their men for this deal? I see, about that. Don't worry. In the end, this offer is just for the company to keep up appearances. If you accept, they can make a public statement, stating that you paid a sum of money to form a peace deal. They will definitely not state the exact amount of money that you paid. Those who don't know the details would naturally assume that you have paid a huge sum. Is that so? Is that how things work? Yeah, it is as simple as that. But well, as expected, they wouldn't want you to go around leaking the amount you've paid. I'm sure they'll bring that up later. To keep it a secret. But that would be a different negotiation at a different time. The only thing that they asked me to do is this. So, what do you think? Akira hummed for a bit before finally nodding. Alright, should I just transfer the money? Because of what had happened, it has become extremely difficult for me to carry around this small of an amount. I did live out in the wasteland for quite some time after all. Wait, in the first place, where should I transfer the money to? Shirjima immediately pointed at the 300 orum on top of the table and offered it to Akira. He wanted to strike before Akira could change his mind. I'll give this to you, so you can pay it right here, right now. Akira's expression immediately turned serious as he shook his head. No, if I'm going to pay, I will do it properly. Shirjima sighed deep inside his heart after watching Akira's problematic side come up. However, to not sour his mood, Shirjima decided to let Akira do as he pleased. He took out his information terminal and told Akira where to transfer the money. Transfer it to this address. You don't mind if it's my account, right? Since I'm the negotiator from their side this time. It's fine. Akira took out his own information terminal and completed the transfer. Once he received notification that the transfer went through, a peace treaty between Akira and Lion Steel 3rd Ward Branch was formed. Shirjima was tottering as he was leaving Cheryl's base. Fatigue immediately struck him in one go after he had concluded the deal with Akira. The whole time, he felt like he was walking through a minefield. The feeling of elation from being able to get out alive supported his shaking legs as he returned back home. For a negotiator, who had successfully concluded his deal with a highly dangerous opponent, Shirjima was extremely gloomy. He knew he had gotten lucky. That he was able to handle it just fine this time. However, if there was a second time, there would be a third, fourth, and so on. Thus, Shirjima had no confidence that he would live if he was asked to do something like this again. For now, he decided to not think about it as he heaved a huge sigh and waded through a portion of the slums which had been turned into a mountain of rubble. After Shirjima left, Akira gave Cheryl a brief explanation before he left the base to head back home. He informed Cheryl that he had made a peace deal with the Third Ward branch, but did not share that he had to pay 300 orum to do so. Hearing that, Cheryl sighed in relief. Once Akira arrived back home, he put his equipment down and stretched his body. I'm finally back. The feeling of finally being home hit him. He was finally able to relieve the tension he felt, which latched onto him during the days when he was aiming to kill Chloe. The feeling of freedom was overwhelming. Even Alpha was smiling happily as she said, "It is indeed great. Since you have made peace with Lion Steel, there's no need to worry about ambushes and you can take a good rest. But still, it was rare for you to be willing to make a compromise like that. It was quite unexpected of you." During his negotiation with Shirjima, Akira was asked not to say anything about the amount to outsiders. He easily agreed to this, which took Alpha by surprise. Akira simply gave a soft smile and explained, "Well, I don't want any more trouble than this. It might be weird for me to say this after going through everything, but it would be really troublesome to have Lion Steel staring at my back all the time. So, I am least willing to make that much of a compromise." Everything he said were all his honest feelings. However, it was also true that such a conclusion was reached only because of his conversation with Shizuka beforehand. Had he not lowered his fist before he negotiated with Shirjima, Akira might have used this as a reason to bring it down. On top of that, the 300 orum price tag played a small role in changing his heart. That 300 orum was a small amount for him right now. At the same time, it was the same amount he first received after he officially became a hunter. On one hand, it was a small amount of money, but on another, it was the first amount he had earned through risking his life. The mere fact he was able to form a peace treaty with a large company like Lion Steel filled him with mixed emotions. A conflicted feeling of accomplishment. I see. Either way, being able to avoid any unnecessary conflict is a good thing. We can now just wait patiently until your frontline equipment from Sakashita Heavy Industry arrives. You're right. Right at that time, a notice from the Hunter office reached his information terminal. When Akira read through the content, he could not help but knit his eyebrows. Bounty target notice, it says that it's a notice for a new bounty target. Akira told himself that it should not have anything to do with him as he slowly read through the notice. The new bounty target was not Akira. However, he was slightly surprised to see the name written being someone he knew. Yesterday, around the time when the city officers, including Inabe, were receiving an explanation from the Lion Steel Company about what had happened, Yanagisawa was not in the city. He was staying inside a particular room in the Saranthal building back in Mihazono ruin. If you're done with your investigation, it would be great if you can deliver my agreed-upon payment already. Very well, as I have promised, here is your reward. Seeing Olivia declare with a nod, Yanagisawa was smiling, satisfied. Yanagisawa was helping Olivia in her investigation. Everything from slowing down the Kagamayama city management's reaction to allowing Akira to stay near the city. Naturally, the huge battle that took place was also part of the investigation as well. And as payment, Yanagisawa was to be given a certain piece of information. Yanagisawa, who was smiling happily up until now, suddenly turned solemn. Now then, I want to get information about the people who are working together with those AIs. That would be rejected. Yanagisawa tensed up, his face turned stern. What do you mean? That's not what you had promised. Yanagisawa's voice was filled with intimidation, enough to freeze even veteran hunters in the vicinity. Even so, Olivia was not bothered by it at all. I agreed to share information with you, but I've never said that I will share everything we know. The quality and the amount of information that we're willing to share depends on how well you did your part. I'm pretty sure I worked pretty hard back there. That does not concern us. Our company is willing to adapt our decision depending on the current situation. Since we were forced to share national military-grade information with someone outside the company, that alone took away most of your achievements. Yanagisawa had no other choice but to withdraw after Olivia stated such a thing to him. He then carefully chose his words to ask her. Then, how about you tell me what I am allowed to ask considering my contribution to your investigation? That will also be rejected. The method that we use to decide the value of information is also a form of information. Moreover, not giving you the information that you're looking for can also be interpreted as giving more information than what you're asking for. That would mean paying more than what you deserve. Yanagisawa scratched his head. He understood Olivia's argument. If he kept asking questions regarding what information he could get, Olivia might treat it as a part of his payment, which would inevitably cause him to spend his achievements. Yanagisawa understood that doing this might lead him to end this rare opportunity without being able to get any valuable information. Then just tell me if those AIs have people working with them around here. No, right now, in the deeper part of Kuzusuhara ruin. No, do those AIs have someone working under them who is strong enough to go to the deeper section of Kuzusuhara ruin? Not on the route made by Kagomayama City. No, scratch that, can you recognize those people? Wait, no, can you find any individual with over 90% chance? Yes. Yanagisawa's expression grew even sterner. So there are, huh? And they must be pretty powerful. Did those AIs strike some kind of deal with high-ranking hunters who are coming to Kagomayama City lately? But hunters are not allowed to go too deep into Kuzusuhara ruin. We made use of it being an area under Tsubaki as an excuse. Did they break through all the restrictions we have set up? Can you tell me their name? No. Yanagisawa could not hide his shock. So, she won't even tell me their name, huh? Does that mean this person is very important to the Old World Lion Steel Company? Is it their patron? Wait, it might be someone from the current Lion Steel Company. Since Olivia's negotiation with Representative Alice went well, they might have made information regarding that person a secret. No, that can't be. If it is connected to the current Lion Steel Company, the number of people working with those AIs would increase significantly. Telling me the names of their important employees would be extremely valuable information. Is that why she refused? Yanagisawa did not know how many more questions he could ask. With that in mind, he carefully chose his next question. In that case, give me the current picture of just one person that satisfies my conditions. You can zoom out as much as you want with that person in the middle. Well, do so till you can show that picture to me. If Olivia refused, then Yanagisawa must have made a fatal mistake in his estimation. However, even if he exhausted all his achievements with this one request, it would give him enough information to readjust his next moves. Yanagisawa concluded as he waited for Olivia's reply. Certainly. Olivia then showed a 3D image in front of Yanagisawa, but the person in that image was not someone that Yanagisawa expected at all. This person. She's from Katsuya's. It was the picture of someone who was in Katsuya's faction, Eri, taking an aim at Akira. There were few from Katsuya's faction who agreed to join Chloe's side. They acquired powerful equipment thanks to the funds provided by Chloe. However, they were rallied under Eri due to their local network and not the Lion Steel Company's Third Ward branch. Due to their strong desire to kill Akira, just like Eri, it was easy for her to take over the local network and command them. After Eri was done gathering allies, she quickly left Kagomayama City using the opening created when Akira and the others started fighting under the thick jamming smoke. Inside Eri's enhanced vision, Alias pouted her lips as she stated. I'm pretty sure that our original agreement was not only for you to gather manpower, but also to provide him with support. Absolutely not. There's no reason for me to help the person who killed Katsuya. At least I'm holding myself back from attacking him. According to her contract with Eri, Alias even had the permission to interfere with her self-identity. Even so, Eri could still refuse Alias' request due to her deep-seated hatred. Alias sighed. It can't be helped then, but you should do the rest properly as per our contract. I know. Eri had not been turned into Alias' remote terminal even when the latter had the ability to alter Eri's self-perceived identity. Alias knew this had something to do with Eri's deep-seated hatred. Therefore, Alias had to be careful when dealing with matters related to it. For now, since she could not do much about it, she decided to just let it slide. After Shiro returned to his hideout, he quickly proceeded to analyze the data that he gathered in the slums. Not only did the data confirm Tsubaki's and Olivia's presence, but it also held the key to defeat those giants back in the slums. He hurriedly checked the data to see if he could extract any other important information from it. However, without the help from an old-world AI like Alpha, and without access to Sakashita Heavy Industries facilities, he needed more time to analyze it. Even so, he was able to process the data at a relatively good pace. In the middle of processing, he received information about a new bounty target. Lion Steel has put up a bounty for someone again, huh? Oh. It's for a group of hunters with someone by the name of Eri leading that group, huh? The reason for this bounty was because the group had abandoned their contract with the Lion Steel Company. Seeing that, Shiro frowned and mumbled. Contract? I bet it's about attacking Akira, right? So, those who abandoned their accepted request will get a bounty on their head, huh? But I'm pretty sure the Third Ward branch has already made peace with Akira though. It was indeed as Shiro had thought. The Third Ward branch did not put up that bounty due to their own will. It was something that Yanagisawa had requested. There was a time lag between when the bounty was placed and when Yanagisawa discovered Eri from Olivia. Yanagisawa did not want to make any unnecessary waves that might cause those from Anti-Rebuild to notice him, that was why he waited for some time before putting up the bounty. Well, I bet the bounty was put up because of something different. In reality, Shiro's guess was spot on. Nonetheless, he simply pushed matters related to this bounty aside and continued analyzing the data. Not too long after that, once he was almost done decrypting the data, he suddenly froze in shock. He was able to clearly see an image of the girl next to Tsubaki and Olivia. Haruka. Shiro knew Haruka. Haruka. Why? Are you there? What's going on? Shiro was greatly shaken and confused. The girl in that picture was a friend that he wanted to save. He wanted to save her so much that he was willing to betray Sakashita Heavy Industry. Never would he have imagined her to be somewhere so close. The slums had turned into ruins after the battle. However, renovation and rebuilding were already starting. The heavy construction machines that Inabe sent were working hard to remove the rubble. Among one of the mountains of rubble, no human nor machine was nearby. It looked completely ordinary, like those around it until it suddenly moved. An arm broke out of the rubble, followed by a human scream. It was Levin. A moment later, Babalod also emerged. Both were buried under the rubble in the middle of the battle and just woke up after being knocked unconscious. Thanks to the rubble on top of them, they were spared from the energy wave released by the giants. Babalod lightly scanned the surroundings and sighed. I don't know what's the situation, but at least we are still alive. Yeah, we're alive. We're alive. We're alive. We survived. Levin shouted in delight. His happy voice echoed through the slums. At the very least, until he realized that his debt had just multiplied after his equipment got completely ruined. Chapter 292, A Summon from Kobayashi. After Akira's conflict with the Lion Steel Company had come to an end, he was no longer recognized as a monster by Kagamayama City. His bounty was also taken down. He finally returned back to the situation where he could wait in peace until his new equipment from Sakashita Heavy Industry arrived. That was when he received a message from Kobayashi, to meet him in a particular restaurant on the first floor of the Kagama building. When Akira arrived, he could see Kobayashi wearing casual clothes sitting at a table. He was waving at him with a wide grin. It seemed like Kobayashi had already ordered food before he had arrived. Man, that was another hell of a fight. I was so disappointed when I noticed that you were not going to tear down the city's wall and bring havoc to those within the inner wall. Still, you did use annihilator warheads, and that swarm of giants that came out of nowhere was also interesting. What can I say? You really never cease to amuse me. Akira looked apathetically at him. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that you're happy. Naturally, Kobayashi completely brushed past Akira's remark and continued. Of course. I always knew you would pull it off. But still, to think that you can do that much damage even before you got your new equipment from Sakashita Heavy Industry. Just what kind of crazy things do you have in mind after they arrive? Nothing. I have no plans on getting caught up in any incident. In contrast to Akira, who had a curt expression, Kobayashi was smiling like a Cheshire cat. It was as if he was saying that it would be impossible for you and that he knew the exact reason why that was the case. Akira sighed. It was a rather deep one. He knew he was partially at fault for the previous incident. Putting that aside, you have my thanks for getting me ammo and equipment through Katsuragi. Things would have gotten way out of hand had you not done that. So, I'm really thankful for it. Don't mention it. It's not like you're a stranger to me. As long as you do something to amuse me with the things I send you, it's all good. Akira did not want to get into a situation that would amuse Kobayashi. His emotions were in full view on his face, which had turned sour. Unfortunately, that only served to amuse Kobayashi even more. Akira sighed once more and decided to put that aside for now. He changed the subject. But still, how did you get those annihilator warheads? It's not something that you can get your hands on easily, right? I was still recognized as a monster by the city back then. Normally, no one would think it was acceptable to give me that kind of ammo, no? Oh, about that. I was also surprised. You were. But weren't you the one who provided me with those annihilator warheads? Well, that statement is partially true. To be more precise, it wasn't exactly me. I'm sure you know about those annihilator warheads very well, since you shot a few yourself. Those warheads packed a lot of firepower. If it's only me, I would never be able to get those for you no matter how hard I try. Then, how did you get them for me? Akira looked at him in confusion while Kobayashi's smile widened. Since it's not something that I can get you, myself, it just means that someone else pulled some strings behind the scenes. Considering your situation back then, I bet that person wanted you to shoot those warheads at the city's inner wall. I don't know who they are and why they did that, but one thing is for certain, they knew that those warheads would end up in your possession. Well, I bet that's their main goal. So basically, someone got those warheads for me hoping that I would use them to attack the city's inner wall. Akira could not hide his surprise while Kobayashi continued to elaborate on his hypothesis of what might have happened. Well, this is nothing but just my guess. My original plan was to make you wait until equipment from Sakashita Heavy Industry arrived. At least wait and hide long enough to get your equipment before you actually start fighting. The reason why I provided you with equipment and ammo is so that you don't get desperate and do something reckless. I even told the city that it was for the sake of holding you back as an excuse. When you get your new equipment, I plan on announcing the precise time you'll attack the city so that the city can prepare itself. I was even anticipating someone from the Nationalist offering to help you. That would no doubt result in a bigger fight. But before that came to fruition, someone managed to foist those annihilator warheads through the delivery I had set up and if this unknown person's plan came to fruition, that battle would have been so big that it completely obliterated both sides. Nothing outside the inner wall will be left after such a fight. However, seeing how Kobayashi was excitedly talking about destruction and mayhem, Akira could not help but get weirded out. Akira knew he was the reason why Kobayashi could come up with such crazy ideas. After all, he was the one who started it, so he could not blame Kobayashi for it. Thus, Akira spoke up to change the subject. By the way, you're actually a part of city management, right? Is it really okay for you to do something like that? If you're talking about the method I used, nope. It was absolutely not okay. No matter what the reason, I gave access to Annihilator Warhead to someone who was officially recognized by the city as a monster. It won't be strange if city management decided to put a bounty on my head. Akira was exasperated after hearing this. He then tilted his head and asked Kobayashi a question. So, it's not okay, huh? Then why would you do that? Did you get fired or something? Nope, as a matter of fact, I got promoted. What? How? Why? Regardless of what I did, the incident did come to a rather decent conclusion. Though I did provide you with Annihilator Warheads, you didn't fire it towards the city. Also, it had allowed you to defeat those giants, which has helped reduce the damage to the city. And it's fine just because of that? Yup, exactly. Organization-wise, the process and method I have used would never be in their guidelines. Rather, everyone would be warned of how dangerous my actions were. So, my actions can't exactly be seen in a good light just because the results were great. However, it must be stressed that if I were to go by the book, and the results were deemed a failure, would my actions not be pointless? Doubly true when failure causes a huge loss. It was a very pragmatic way of thinking. In the end, Kobayashi was able to deal well with someone as dangerous as Akira, and the damage to the city was kept at a minimum. Or at the very least, that was the evaluation of city management toward Kobayashi. Officers who kept their hands off this matter up until now could say anything they wanted, but in the end, the results spoke for themselves. None of their sharp comments could change the final evaluation. Neither could they fault Kobayashi for the damages. Meanwhile, city management did not want to lose someone competent in dealing with dangerous individuals such as Akira. Thus, considering that something similar might happen again in the future, the evaluation of Kobayashi's actions tilted in his favor. The fact that he was able to suppress and resolve the situation weighed more heavily than the fact that he supplied Akira with items that might cause considerable damage to the city. Not to mention his eagerness to push for such provisions were seen as decisiveness. In the case of Hikaru, her ability also got praised by city management. They considered her to be competent in dealing with Akira as well. Thus, city management had also decided that in the case something similar happened again in the future, they would first go to Hikaru to handle it. Food that Kobayashi had ordered beforehand started to be placed on the table. Before they started eating, Akira asked another question. Well, the food is here, so let's get to the main subject right away. I'm sure you did not call me here just for some silly banter, right? Sure. The house that you're living in right now, it is still the same house that I introduced you to in the past, right? Yes, why? Sorry, but can you move to somewhere else? Sorry. Akira thought that Kobayashi had called him here to talk about some business connected to Kagamaima City. Therefore, this request completely caught him off guard. Seeing how Akira's facial expression twisted into something he anticipated, Kobayashi laughed merrily and continued. Today's meeting is for my personal business, you see. Had I called you as a staff of city management, I would have told you to come to one of the restaurants on the upper floors. It's just too expensive for me to go there on my own dime. Ah, but if you want to go there now, I don't mind. No, it is just that what you said came out of the blue. Why are you suddenly asking me to move out of my house? The housing agency came crying at me, you know. Asking me to get you to move out to somewhere else. Ah. I see. Even Akira, who was usually dense, was able to understand why that was. After all, he got into a fight with Lion Steel, which had completely flattened a portion of the slums. As expected, no housing agent would want the area under their management to be the next battleground for such a battle. It was not that hard for Akira to understand why they would be in tears. They're willing to pay the expenses for your move. Well, I do have a good relationship with them, that's why I brought it up. Though it's not like I'm forcing you to move out. It would nonetheless be of great help if you were to move out to somewhere which would not cause any trouble. It's not like I'm refusing, but what will be the outcome if I refuse? Well, it's not like we can do anything about that, right? There are not that many people who have the courage to live next to you. So, I bet they would start cutting their contracts. The housing agency won't dare try to evict you by force. So, I'm sure that the most that would happen is the housing agency crying to sleep every night while they await bankruptcy. I see. Naturally, Akira would turn hostile if he was harshly ordered to get out. Similarly, he would feel guilty if they came at him, pleading while crying. Kobayashi noticed his feelings of guilt and made use of that opening. It's not like you have any grudges against the housing agency, right? So just be nice to them and move to somewhere else. In the first place, that housing area is originally meant for hunters with rank 30 and below, you know? It's no longer suitable for you to keep living there. If you're willing to move out, I can at least help to find another place for you. Akira gave up and softly sighed. Alright. That's great then. In that case, you can sign here. Kobayashi then pulled out a document. Akira did ask Alpha to check the contents. Once he received confirmation that the document was okay, he signed it. Now that he had Akira's signature, Kobayashi returned the document to his bag and smiled. We have a deal then. With this, others' evaluation of me will go even higher. What does me moving out have anything to do with their opinion of you? It's complicated. It has something to do with the inner workings of city management. I can't really say it to an outsider. But well, since it's not like we're strangers, I don't mind telling you. But in exchange, make sure to not cause any trouble and just move out, alright? Akira was indeed curious about what lay under Kobayashi's smile. Considering that he had already signed the papers, Akira gave a nod. Alright, so, why? There is actually a plan to build up a second wall. Well, to be more precise, that plan had already been around for quite some time now. However, due to unforeseen circumstances and other priorities, it had been delayed indefinitely. But after the previous incident, Kagomayama City suddenly received a huge sum of money from Lion Steel. It was to reimburse for the losses caused by that battle. Because of how dangerous it was, the number of people who wished to get into the inner wall suddenly shot up, so the plan immediately got pushed forward. That battle caused considerable damage to the lower district, but the area inside the inner wall was unharmed. In other words, the populace started to understand the price of safety. Many had previously thought that living within the inner wall was nothing but a status symbol. They thought that reputation aside, living in the lower district was safe enough. Now, these people are flusteredly trying to move inside the inner wall. Thanks to that, the land prices inside the inner wall skyrocketed. It's quite extreme. There were even people who were living within the inner wall who got kicked out to make space. Well, granted that they were barely qualified to be inside in the first place. Anyways, even if we try to make more houses to accommodate the newcomers, in the end, it is surrounded by a wall, so the available land would not increase no matter what we do. Some demanded to build vertically, but there's a limit on how tall the buildings can go. That's why, by building a second wall, everything can be solved. Oh, I see. So basically, we will get the lower district surrounded by a wall as well, but naturally, once the wall is erected, land prices within that wall would jump up. Although it's still in the planning stage, they're already securing lands that are highly likely to be chosen. Kobayashi paused for a bit and smiled. So that's where you come in. Except for you living there, the area where you're living is actually a pretty good area. As expected, that was enough of a hint for Akira. Ah, I see now. The request for Akira to leave was because the housing agency wanted the land under their management to be chosen. Furthermore, city management wanted to avoid having Akira inside the second wall. Therefore, Kobayashi, who managed to get Akira to peacefully leave, would be better appreciated both by city management and the housing agency. Kobayashi broke out his trademark amused smile as he said. So there, you have it. Well, since they're willing to pay for the moving out expense, you can build yourself a luxurious home with that amount. Alright. Wait, build? Not rent? Yeah, you can build your own house. Just to let you know, I bet there's no housing agency around here willing to rent property to you. I'm sure you know the reason, right? Since Akira knew why, as expected, he could not think of any counter-arguments. He just bitterly smiled with a troubled expression. In contrast, Kobayashi was still smiling as usual as he continued. Don't worry. Although their cases are not exactly the same as yours, many hunters have gone through what you are going through. As I promised, I will help you find a new home, so I will at least tell you how to deal with your current situation. Well, thanks, I guess. There was a tint of irritation in Akira's voice, but even so, Kobayashi's smile still stayed the same. Kobayashi advised Akira to build his own home on the outskirts of the city. It was the common choice taken by hunters who could no longer live inside the city due to certain reasons. Naturally, the condition for this was the hunter's relationship with the city, which had to at least be amicable. Not strained enough for the city to issue a military hunt if the hunters got close. At the same time, these hunters must be strong. The hunters must be strong because the outskirts were not a safe place. There were monsters from the wasteland and robbers from the slums. Thus, the hunters who were in this situation had to be strong enough such that those monsters and robbers posed no problem to them. As a matter of fact, they could even add security value to the area around where these hunters lived. Although they had to pay security to guard the house while they were off to hunt for relics or monsters, it was not that different from when they lived inside the city. In the city, they still had to pay for the security of their homes. This deposit would be paid to private security companies, which would be held responsible for keeping the area where their houses were safe. When an individual hired a group of guards, there were cases where they got along and performed really well. Some formed a new private security company, which would contribute to the long-term safety of the area around their houses. As the safety level increased, others would naturally flock there. The price of land would naturally increase, and the economy of the area would develop. After it reached a certain standard, eventually, that area would be recognized as a new portion of the lower district of the nearest city. When it reached that point, the original hunters who first started establishing their homes there would be recognized to have contributed greatly to supporting a new economic area. This would be reflected in their track record, which in turn would allow them to rent a house in the city again, if they wish, of course. Furthermore, Kobayashi recommended Akira to use those from Cheryl's gang as his guards. That way, there was no need to start a new private security company from scratch. It was already known to be an organization formed under Akira's support. Thus, it had enough power to keep an area safe even within the slums. Furthermore, it was connected to Anabe, a city officer. It was a perfect choice. Meanwhile, before his new house got completed, he could live in Cheryl's base. After listening to Kobayashi's advice, Akira left and went to Cheryl's base. As expected, Cheryl was extremely happy when she heard about this plan. Her smile was dazzlingly bright as she said, "Of course. Just leave it to us. We can take on the guard duty and we're more than happy to have you live inside the base. To be honest, I don't mind if you use this base as your new home, you know. You can pick any room that you want. We'll empty it for you. We can also change the layout of the base if you want. Thank you for your offer, but it's alright. As expected, I want to have my new house properly built somewhere else." "I see, in that case, how about next to this base? It'll be convenient to have it nearby, that I will carefully ponder it over. I will also have to think carefully about the blueprint for the house as well." "Indeed. It's not like you can just change the layout once it's built and you find something unsatisfactory. I think it's best to take your time to plan it out before deciding." The longer Akira had to plan, the longer he would have to stay in her base. That was why Cheryl carefully and fervently encouraged him with her charming smile. "You're right. I will take my time to think about it. I need to think about how much money I have to set aside for this as well. Ah, by the way, Cheryl. If Viola is around, tell her to come and meet me. There's something I need to talk to her about." Of course. Cheryl was not really sure how his expenses would have anything to do with Viola. Nonetheless, she quickly called Viola over. Since Viola had something to do in the base at that time, she quickly came over to see Akira. "Akira, long time no see. I heard you have something to talk to me about." Viola came and smiled amicably at him as she spoke. However, her expression was slightly tense. Akira had almost killed her after she got him involved in an incident in the slums. It was after she negotiated with him that he agreed to spare her life in exchange for helping Cheryl's gang. The previous time she met Akira was back in Miyazono Ruin, when he threatened her to tell him about Chloe's whereabouts. To repay her for the information, he stated that he would not regret sparing her life. Before he left, he reminded Viola to hope that Chloe was really there. Viola had no idea if Akira was able to find Chloe with the information she gave him. If he was not able to, that might be the end for her. Akira might kill her right now. Although it was now removed, Akira had a 50 billion Orum bounty on his head and even tried to kill a member of the founding family of the Lion Steel Company. Though no one knew for sure if he was the one who did it, Chloe's death was already widely known. Akira was someone who would not hesitate to kill when he decided to. It was regardless of who that person was. Naturally, Viola could not maintain her usual calm in front of such a person. However, Akira did not notice how she felt as he casually asked Viola. "Say, Cheryl is basically indebted to me, right? If I'm not mistaken, it's about me being a hunter supporting her gang. Furthermore, you're helping the gang to repay that debt. So, about that, how much of that debt is left?" "A rough approximation is enough." Hearing his question, Viola sighed in relief as her usual smile returned. "Let's see, probably somewhere about 50 billion Orum." 50 billion, huh? That amount was the highest Viola could come out with, which she would not get Akira to be suspicious. At the same time, it was also to push Akira to keep sparing her life so that she could help Cheryl's gang repay the debt. Although Cheryl did think that amount was a little exaggerated, she did not say that outright. She only sent an easy-to-notice questioning glance at him to let Akira know. However, since Akira was rather inept in that kind of thing, and with it being the same amount as his now removed bounty, he did not question it at all. He simply declared, "I see. Well, Cheryl, considering all the things that I put your gang through during my conflict with Lion Steel, let's take it that we're even. You don't need to pay me back anymore." Cheryl and Viola were equally surprised to see Akira casually let go of such a huge sum. He then continued. "As for the debt that you have for me backing your gang, well, considering that your gang will guard my house soon and with other things like investment for the relic shop, what do you call that, again? Stock. We can call that even as well. I hate having to deal with debts and stuff like that." After hearing that, Cheryl's surprised expression quickly turned into a big smile. In a sense, that debt was her only connection with Akira. If it was taken away, she would have felt more anxious than happy. However, with Akira mentioning about guarding his new home as well as investing in the relic shop, it meant that they were still connected. This helped relieve her anxiousness. It also allowed her to know that Akira believed that she had been a great help during his fight with the Lion Steel Company. This made her on cloud 9. Of course. Akira, thank you very much. I will be in your care in the future as well. Yeah, I'll be relying on you. Now that matters with you are done, next would be Viola. Sure, what can I help? The reason why Akira let Viola live was so that she could help Cheryl repay that huge debt to Akira. Now that Cheryl's debt was gone, as expected, Viola could not hide her unease. I brought up what you owe to me back then when I asked for information about Chloe's whereabouts. I did that because I didn't have money back then. But now that I have money, as I thought, it's better for me to repay you that way, right? I'm pretty sure I did say that it would at least cost a few million aurum. It might be with a few more zeros though, do you remember? I do. If it's only a few 100 million aurum, I can pay you. Depending on how many zeros you add, I might still be able to pay for it. Akira really did have that much. Lion Steel did not raise any issues when it came to his compensation for what he had lost in that battle. Thus, it was processed quickly. The whole thing included all ammunition used, his new equipment and the bike that he had lost. It all totaled to 20 billion aurum. Representative Alice stated to Akira that the Lion Steel Eastern District main branch would compensate for all the losses from that incident. Naturally, Akira did not expect them to just simply pay 20 billion aurum without saying anything. This just reminded him how powerful these so-called large companies were. Akira did convey his thoughts on compensating Shiro back the amount. He asked Shiro if it was better for him to return the 16 billion aurum back. However, instead of getting told that he could just return the money, Shiro got angry at him. Shiro warned Akira that he should prioritize his request, just like what their original deal was. Thus, Akira was able to get the money to pay for Viola's information. Considering that he had to build his new home, he thought that it was better to pay for the information first. Although his housing options would be limited if he had to pay more than 10 billion aurum to Viola, he believed that paying for that information took priority since it was accurate. So then, how much is it? Viola winced back. The fact that Akira brought that up meant that there was a high chance he would actually pay with money. Viola at least knew that much. However, if he paid with money, it would mean that the thing Akira had put up as collateral would be returned. Namely, the thought of not regretting sparing her life. On the other hand, if she said some impossibly huge sum just to make sure Akira would not be able to pay it, he would see through her intentions. Otherwise, Cheryl would point it out. That would definitely worsen her situation. Viola then smiled with her usual mysterious smile as she said, "But before that, I want to ask you a question first. How much value did my information provide compared to my debt to you? Back then, you told me to hope that you would find Chloe there, nothing more. As I said, Chloe was actually there, right? So, with that information being correct, we need to first admit the value of that information. So then, how much is it valued?" Let's see. Akira pondered. Seeing that, Viola's smile widened. However, it was only from the outside. On the inside, she got even more tense. Akira eventually made his decision. "If Cheryl asks me to dispose of you, I will at least ask for the reason first and think about it before actually disposing of you, I guess. After all, it is thanks to your information that I was able to find Chloe." Viola felt like she was freed from shackles when she heard those words. It meant that Cheryl would no longer be able to simply decide her life and death. Viola could not help but to leak out an honest smile. "In that case, that is good enough for the information. That was our agreement back then, so I don't need you to pay me anything. Is that so? But you did ask me if I can pay it or not. So wouldn't money be better?" Seeing Akira uncertain, Cheryl intervened with a smile. "Akira is right, money is better. If you're holding yourself back because of how expensive it is, the gang would help pay it too. You don't have to worry about it. Moreover, we can also ask Inabe-san if need be." Cheryl was thinking of disposing Viola once she was done with her. Now that her debt to Akira was mostly gone, she did not see any issue with getting rid of Viola considering she no longer had a need for her. With a hunter as powerful as Akira, who would go as far as fight against a company like Lion Steel, there was no longer any need to have Viola handle relationships with other organizations. If Akira resolved this matter with money, then he would really have no reason to keep Viola alive. That was why Cheryl suggested Akira to resolve the matter with money. Seeing Cheryl pushing that option, Viola quickly interjected. No, that would be a horrible idea. No matter what the reason, it's not good to turn back on the deal that you've made. Trust is extremely important for a strong hunter. So, it would be horrendous if you did that, you know? Since we made a deal, we need to honor it. If people start questioning your integrity, you won't be able to make deals with anyone anymore, you know? Even if it's a deal that would benefit the other side, they won't believe your words. After all, there's an example of you not honoring a deal in the past. Such a mark would completely tarnish your track record. Akira understood what Viola was saying. It reminded him of how Shiro refused his offer to repay the 16 billion orum. It was a large sum of money to him. Thus, he agreed that if the other party said that there was no need, he should not push it. Besides, keeping it was more beneficial to him as well. You have a point, alright, that will be all then. Is that so? Well, I'm busy right now, so please let me excuse myself. Viola smiled, turned around, and left the room. She could hear Cheryl click her tongue behind her. In the end, Viola managed to get through this meeting safely, though, only barely. She was still alive. It was a fact which made her break out a gentle smile in celebration. Cheryl looked at Akira with objection. Akira, was the information from Viola that valuable to you? Well, yeah, pretty much. I see. Cheryl smiled and was determined to learn how to gather information to reduce Viola's usefulness to Akira. Akira then returned back home. He enjoyed his last dip in the bath of that house. With the vacate document already signed, he planned on bringing his stuff to Cheryl's base the next day. The first time he took a bath after he moved in, it felt extremely luxurious. However, after multiple dips, it felt normal. After he had experienced the more luxurious bath in Cheryl's base, he was now not able to fully appreciate his own bath. Even so, since this would be the last time, he felt a bit saddened having to not be able to take a bath here ever again. As Akira thought of all that had happened to him up until now ever since he rented this house, he spoke in a contemplative voice. But still, a lot has happened since I moved into this house. Alpha, who was also in the bath together with him, was acting as usual. She smiled at him. You can say that again. A lot of things have happened up until now. It was one hell of a journey. Indeed, it was. But just a bit more. Once your new equipment from Sakashita Heavy Industry arrives, we can finally go to explore our target ruin. To be honest, Akira was not thinking about that. However, once Alpha mentioned it, he could not help but think about it too. That I see, it's finally soon, huh? Yup, it really took a long time. Though, it did not take as long as I had thought it would. What do you think? Can't really say for sure. Either way, we can only go once I have my new equipment. We still have to deal with Shiro's request as well. Though what we have to do right now is just wait. I wonder when they will actually arrive. That was when Akira received a call from Kobayashi. The moment he took that call through Alpha, he could hear Kobayashi's voice being suspiciously uppity. Yo there, Akira. I have 3 pieces of news for you. One bad, one good, one a bit good. That I bet what you mean is one bad news, one really bad news, and one not really good news, right? Considering that it was Kobayashi, Akira could not help but get cautious. Don't worry, it's not that bad. I will start with the good news as proof. Is that so? What is it? The vehicle carrying your new equipment is already somewhere close to Kagamaima City. Hearing that, Akira could not hide his surprise. However, that also completely changed. So, what is the bad news? It is about the vehicle transporting your new equipment. For some reason, it got caught in an accident and had to stop in the middle of the wasteland. There are still no clear estimates as to when they can continue. Knew that something wrong would happen, seriously. Akira sighed. But hearing that, Kobayashi's voice seemed even happier. Don't get too sad. I still have one more piece of good news, you know. I'm sure you'll cheer up once you hear it. I hope that is indeed the case, so, what is it? Just because it's originally for you, doesn't mean they will hand over your cargo even if you go there yourself to pick it up. Well, those are frontline equipment we're talking about. They are regulated under very strict rules. So, as I said, even if you go there to pick it up yourself, they won't hand it over to you. Confirming your identity is not going to help. Even if they are directed to you, the cargo is still owned by Sakashita Heavy Industry. Saying that it is yours will not help. So, where is the good part of this news? Be patient. The good news comes right after this. If you want to get your new equipment immediately, I can arrange it such that you can pick them up yourself. Basically, you will be taking on the role of a transportation personnel. Isn't that great? Well, if it's too much trouble going there yourself, feel free to just wait until they arrive. Tell me, isn't this good news? What will happen to my stuff if I say that I will just wait? They will arrive late, that's all. Though, I can't really say for certain how late they will be. You keep asking me when they might arrive, so I assume you want them as fast as possible, no? But that's true, I'll be counting on you then. Of course. Just leave it to me. I will get to work right away. You should also prepare yourself when you go pick them up, alright? Until then, later. After Kobayashi ended the call, Akira frowned and seemed rather troubled. It was indeed great that he could pick his stuff up himself. However, the fact that an intercity transport vehicle got stuck in the middle of the wasteland was rather suspicious. Akira had once traveled in an intercity transport convoy from Kagamayama City to Ziegelt City. At that time, there was also an incident. However, the transport convoy did not stop at all. Therefore, something big must have happened for an intercity transport vehicle to stop in the middle of the wasteland. Kobayashi's fervent encouragement for him to go there only served to prove his worries. Alpha made her usual smile as she spoke. Let's hope it's nothing big. We can prepare as much as we can before going there to pick up your new equipment. Yeah, let's do that. Akira smiled bitterly. He already knew that his wish would not be granted. It was clear Alpha also shared the same thoughts. Otherwise, she would not have added, prepare as much as we can before going. Chapter 293, That Akira. Inside a certain room in the upper district of Kagamayama City, Shugadome, an officer from Sakashita Heavy Industry, was looking solemnly at the person in front of him. Welcome. Or so I want to say, but is this everyone from the investigation team? Just you? Alone? Even in the face of a high-ranking officer from Sakashita Heavy Industry, that man, Maruwa, was still completely calm. The anti-rebuild is working very hard every day to ensure the survival of the Eastern District. As such, we're always short on people. It's not easy to adjust our posting, you see. It seems like they had to go through a lot of trouble just to send me here. I hope you can understand. Thank you and I apologize. I know you must be very busy. After that short exchange, it had clearly shown their standing toward one another. Shugadome then stepped into the main subject. Well then, please start the investigation right away. If you need extra help, we will send some of our men as well. Very well. Ah, by the way, just to make sure, this Shirokuen, who is mentioned in the documents, do you have any objection if we deal with him ourselves? Shugadome squinted his eyes. Of course, but please only do so when there are no other alternatives. If you kill him unnecessarily, we will see that as a hostile act toward our company. It was a firm warning from one of the 5 biggest corporations. Everyone in the Eastern District knew just how frightening crossing them was. It was not an exaggeration, nor an overstatement. It literally meant picking a fight against 1/5 of the whole Eastern District's economic zones. Even so, Marwal was completely calm. No need to worry about that. Well then, we will start the investigation right away. Please let me excuse myself. Marwa slightly lowered his head and left the room. Shugadome saw him off and sighed. The anti-rebuild had the duty of protecting the Eastern District. Among them, there were those who were extremists. They saw everything as minute when compared to the sake of protecting the world, and I can only hope that things would get resolved peacefully. Acting based on caution did not always go along with being effective. As a high-ranking officer of Sakashita Heavy Industry, Shugadome always reminded himself of that fact. He understood that he had no other choice but to use such people with great caution. Nonetheless, Shugadome still had a migraine whenever he saw how these kinds of people around him continued to increase. Marwa left Shugadome's room and walked past Yanagisawa in the hallway. That must be Yanagisawa, huh? Well, my priority right now is to investigate Shiro-kun. Let's put matters related to him for later. An investigator from Anti-Rebuild, huh? It seems that I must hasten the plan. Though both recognized each other, they did not say anything as they walked past each other. Akira took the camping vehicle that he received from Carol to drive through the wasteland. His destination was where the intercity vehicle got stuck. After he spoke with Shizuka and spoke with Katsuragi, Akira prepared as much as he could. Though, as expected, he could not retain his previous bike, the one he bought from Ziegelt City. Likewise, he could not get more Annihilator warheads. At the very least, he was able to refresh his supply and do some maintenance for his augmented suit and rifles. With all the supplies that he stuffed into the vehicle, the insides felt stuffy even when only 2 people were on board. Akira and Shiro. Shiro, there's no need for you to come with me, you know? It's fine, isn't it? As per our agreement, I will have you complete my request first after you obtain your new equipment. So, coming with you would mean there will be no need for you to return back to the city first. Yeah. You're right, but why are you in such a hurry? I'm sorry, but I'm a little desperate right now. But it's not like I'm doubting you or anything. Akira also had something else to do once he got his frontline equipment. Thus, he understood why Shiro would insist on coming along, to make sure Akira would prioritize his request first. Moreover, it was true that Shiro was in a hurry. He only had 3 days out of the 1-month grace time that Shugadome had granted him. Thus, he could not afford to waste even a single second. As Shiro reevaluated his current situation, he heaved a sigh. That I didn't even have any spare time to create a negotiation route to Tsubaki like Shugadome had asked. If I return back without having done anything, they will really treat me as a renegade from Sakashita. Say, Akira, if it has come to that, can you please find a way to reserve a place for me in Tsukasada? No. Whoa, you don't even need to think about it, huh? Just so you know, I'm pretty amazing. You should take more time to think about it. Absolutely not. Shiro sighed once again since Akira showed no signs of willingness to negotiate. Though, it was just a huge misunderstanding on Shiro's part. Akira actually had no connection with Tsukasada construction, thus, he was incapable of fulfilling Shiro's request. In that case then, Akira. How about I focus on creating a negotiation route to Tsubaki-an? Shiro was only saying so jokingly, but he stopped midway when he noticed Akira's face twitched. You. Don't tell me you already have a route to contact Tsubaki. I don't. That's a lie. Then what is with that reaction? I negotiated with Tsubaki before, that's all. But that has already been concluded. So, it's not a lie. I have no negotiation route to Tsubaki. Concluded? Then how are you still alive? Sakashita tried to negotiate with Tsubaki before. After conveying the contents of our offer and its demands, she killed everyone there. This included the negotiator and his escorts. The negotiator even got his whole body sliced into minced meat, you know. Well, except for their head. Hearing that, Akira was once again reminded of how precarious the situation was back then. His face turned slightly pale. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Shiro could relent as this was an unexpected opportunity. Although the negotiation ended in failure, you were able to still negotiate. Heck, you're still alive, which means, you do have a route to contact Tsubaki. Please. Help me make a negotiation route to Tsubaki. No. What? Why? Does it have something to do with Tsukisada? If yes, I'm willing to talk with Tsukisada about this. It's not that simple, alright? Let's just put this matter for later. The intercity transport vehicle is coming into view. Since the gigantic intercity transport vehicle was visible from afar, Shiro decided to acquiesce to Akira's demand and give up for now. I'll definitely bring this up again later. Akira sighed. Alpha, Shiro is asking for that. So, what's the actual situation? Can you find a way to make a communication route to Tsubaki? That will depend on how they define this route. If it's only a single opportunity to negotiate with Tsubaki without any guarantee for their safety, then yes. But to be honest, I don't see why we have to do such a thing for him. That's true. As the intercity transport vehicle was getting closer, suddenly, a call through the general-purpose communication line reached Akira. I am a representative of the private military contractor, Brunkle. Under the agreement with Kagamayama City, Mirakawa City, and Tarkian City, the area ahead is closed off due to various reasons. I'll send you the exact area that is closed off. I apologize for the inconvenience, but please take another route. This is Akira, a hunter. I have some business with the Atlas D2771 inside that enclosed area. I already have permission from Kagamayama City. I will send you the documents, so please check them. Akira forwarded the documents. The guy on the other side checked them and exclaimed in surprise. I've confirmed the documents. So, you're that Akira, huh? I have things that I need to explain first, so stop your vehicle at the designated location. Sure. Akira closed the call and made a bitter smile. Welp, it seems like it has come to a point where they recognize me as, that Akira, huh? That just shows how great your track record is. I guess you're right. Alpha said with a smile, to which Akira was only able to agree. Akira stopped the camping vehicle pretty close to one of the intertransport vehicles. Its large size was barely able to fit into his view. Around him, soldiers from Brunkle were patrolling around the closed-off area to secure the intercity transport vehicle. Akira, for some reason, found them to be strange. Alpha, it might be just my imagination, but aren't they posting more soldiers within the enclosed area instead of around its outskirts? That seems to be indeed the case. Just what is going on? Akira frowned, considering that Kobayashi sent him there with such a huge smile. Some kind of incident was bound to happen. Seeing some men from Brunkle approaching the camping vehicle, Akira stepped out. Those men looked at Akira with interest. So, you must be Akira, right? I'll give you the map information for Atlas D2771. Your stuff should be in there, so you can go to pick them up yourself. I'm sure there's no need for me to warn you, don't take others' cargo, alright? We might suspect you of trying to steal something if you go outside the indicated areas. So, don't go around entering places. Just only go through the doors that are open. Alright. Up until that point, that warning was pretty reasonable. After Akira received the map information, the explanation took a strange turn. I don't mind if you decide to fight against enemies, but as expected, it would be great if you can avoid using annihilator warheads. The damage to the vehicle will be too big and it might damage the other cargo as well. For Akira, who was there only to pick up his cargo, he did not expect to find words like enemies and fight. What exactly is going on inside the vehicle? Or more like, why did an intercity transport vehicle get stuck in the middle of the wasteland like this? You didn't hear anything from Kagamayama City? Yeah, I only heard that the cargo I've been waiting for quite a long time got stuck in the middle of transport. I was advised that since it might take a long time to arrive, I should go pick it up myself. I see. In that case, I'm sorry. I can't tell you anything, I don't have the permission to do it. It's fine, in that case, if the situation is really that awful, just tell me what you can tell me. The guy tilted his head and hummed before speaking. We are here basically to take over the job to close the area around Atlas D2771. Most of the team members present have hunter ranks around 60. Though we were offered the job to storm into the vehicle, we refused. It just doesn't seem to be worth the trouble. Basically, there was something dangerous inside the intercity transport vehicle. It was so risky that a group of rank 60 hunters refused to go in. Though Akira was very thankful for that information, it did not change the fact that he was heading there. He knitted his eyebrows at the thought. Thank you for the valuable information. You're welcome. Akira returned back to the camping vehicle. The guy saw Akira off with an amused smile. As they watched Akira drive his camping vehicle toward Atlas D2771, the men from Brunkle talked about their impressions of him after seeing that Akira up close. So that was Akira, huh? The hunter who had a 50 billion Aurum bounty on his head. He doesn't look that strong, so I wonder just how strong he really is. Yeah, that was Akira. I heard that he obliterated a group of hunters that tried to kill him all by himself. I bet the right amount for his bounty should be way above 50 billion Aurum. I would bet on that as well. You have to consider the fact that he dared to pick a fight against a branch of the Lion Steel Company and survived. So, there's no doubt his bounty should be way more. Also, he's still young, you know. I bet hunters who eventually manage to go to the front lines are just like him. Well, I don't know all the details, but we should just enjoy his fight from here. The hunters from Brunkle were much stronger than any hunters around the area, and they showed a deep interest in Akira. The colossal intercity transport vehicle was so huge that it might change the definition of a vehicle. The ramp that came out from inside it was 10 meters wide and it led up to a height taller than a 3-story building. It was wide and long enough to give sufficient space for cargo to go in and out of the intercity transport vehicle. It was guarded by many soldiers at its sides. Akira stopped the camping vehicle near the upper part of the ramp. Shiro, by any chance, can you tell what is going on inside this transport vehicle? Shiro raised his eyebrows in surprise. You. Don't tell me you came here without knowing anything. Wait, the information about the lockdown by Sakshita might not have reached Tsukasada yet, huh? I don't mind telling you, but be careful with what I'm going to say. It's basically secret information. I'm sure you know what will happen if they discover their secret information got leaked outside of the big 5 corporations of the Eastern District. Alright, I'll be careful. So then, what is going on? Shiro hesitated. Is this really going to be okay? It doesn't seem like he is good at keeping secrets or lying. Just like back then when I noticed that he was an agent from Tsukasada, it was easy to judge what he was thinking from his expression. Someone with zero subtleties like him is not suitable as an investigation agent, so just why did Tsukasada send him out? Considering his ability to fight, did Tsukasada send him here because there is high probability combat will be involved in this mission? Is that why he came all the way here to pick up his frontline equipment? Shiro got even more confused than before. However, he quickly cut it off there and wrapped it up as Tsukasada construction having its own reasons. Considering how losing Akira here would not help with his goal, Shiro finally decided to tell Akira what he knew, that it's not confirmed yet, but it seems like Atlas D2771 is transporting the cube and it got attacked by people who are aiming for it. Although they were unable to repel the attack, they somehow managed to lock the attackers inside the vehicle. The cube itself is still safe while the attackers are still locked inside, even now. The cube, some people might also call it the seed. It was a device with parts resembling cubes. It was found underground, and if activated, it would bloom like a flower and create something from the old world. These were the reasons why it was called the cube or the seed. It was thought to be a nanomachine cluster with regenerative capabilities, originally an old-world production device. Rumors say it could create all kinds of things using its supplies from where it was activated. It could create humans, biological living beings, machines, houses, factories, or even old-world cities complete with its own denizens. In the past, one cube fully rebuilt an old-world military base. That military base then sent out soldiers to clean up the illegal occupants around the area. In other words, clean up people from the current world, and eventually cause significant damage. Though, there were also records stating how those from the corporate government had dispatched men to control the situation. They somehow managed to extract the old-world technology used by that military base, which ended up creating more profits than losses. Thus, it became widely known that if it bloomed uncontrollably, it would turn into a huge problem. Though, if the ones using it were able to accurately predict what it might produce and prepare accordingly, it might turn a problem into a blessing, netting them a huge amount. This was why it was still considered to be a highly valuable relic. Akira was listening to Shiro's explanation while also listening to extra information from Alpha. This greatly helped him in understanding what he was facing. However, that did not change how dire the situation was as he knitted his eyebrows. Say, is it normal for an intercity transport vehicle to get attacked like this? Well, it would be a biased opinion since I used the opening left behind when the intercity transport vehicle got attacked to escape. It is actually a very rare occurrence. Rather, it almost never happens. Even if the attackers are capable of damaging the intercity transport vehicles, it would still be suicidal. Then why do the ones that I get involved with always get attacked? There's no way I would know the answer to that. Isn't it simply just because the area under Kagomayama is not normal? I heard that recently, many huge incidents have occurred around Kagomayama City, you know? That is not normal at all. Akira unconsciously looked away. He knew that he was involved in most of those huge incidents. No one would believe him if he said that he was roped in by pure coincidence. In some cases, he was even the main source of such incidents. That was why Akira inadvertently reacted to Shiro's words. Shiro noticed that and found it strange. Say Akira, by any chance, were you dispatched here to investigate those huge incidents? Maybe. Since him being an agent from Tsukisada Construction was a misunderstanding he wanted to keep, Akira curtly replied. Shiro did not pursue it any further. Even if all those incidents were related to Akira, he did not have the leeway to care about it at the moment. Well then, I'll go pick up my stuff then. Alright, be careful. If the attackers are really aiming for the cube, they must be strong. Though, it's kind of redundant to state that since only those with sufficient might would attempt to attack an intercity transport vehicle. Yeah, it's not like my aim is to fight them anyway. I will just quickly leave once I get my new equipment. Akira prepared himself to go inside the intercity transport and left the camping vehicle. Up the ramp, it led into the cargo compartment of Atlas D-2771. The squad sent to secure the transport vehicle were securing the junctions that connected to multiple compartments. Akira walked through the cargo sector A7 and eventually stopped in front of a door. He gazed at it as if he was trying to peek through it. Akira's information-gathering device noticed what he was trying to do and prioritized its computational power to analyze the information coming from in front of him. Though it reduced the area under its watch, it greatly increased its accuracy. It was to the point that a normal wall would seem transparent to him. However, Akira could not see through the door. It didn't work, huh? Alpha, can you give me a hand? Though he was not able to do it using the power of his information-gathering device, it might be possible with Alpha's help. That was why he asked for her support. Though it would serve as excellent training if he relied solely on his own ability, it would be meaningless if he lost his equipment in the process. Thus, Akira was planning not to hold back. He was willing to rely on Alpha's support whenever necessary. However, Alpha shook her head and explained. Akira, unfortunately, I can't see through it as well. This transport vehicle is divided into multiple sectors, with each sector being protected by a powerful force field armor. Due to the abnormally high power being discharged to keep up these force field armors, information is blocked from leaking out. Ah, so it is one of those that prevent the propagation of information, huh? Yeah, no matter how much my support increases the power of your information gathering device, it is still limited. I can only improve the quality of the software and how it processes information. I can't increase the quality of its sensors, which is its hardware. If the sensors can't even pick up signals from the other side due to interference, I won't be able to do anything about it. I see, alright then. Please provide me with support for the other parts. No matter what is going on inside the transport vehicle, I really need to pick up my new equipment no matter what. Of course. Just leave it to me. Seeing Alpha's usual smile filled with confidence, Akira pulled himself together and smiled back at her. The locked door between the sectors prevented him from going any further. However, Akira already received permission to unlock them. Once he informed the guards nearby that he was going to open the door, a vehicle-wide announcement was made. It warned everyone in the area that the door was about to be opened. There was fear of the attackers waiting behind that door. Everyone in the area was tense as they readied their rifles, this included Akira. The door slowly opened, and information started to get leaked through the small opening. Akira quickly acted and analyzed whatever he could. Any result was shown in his enhanced vision. He could even see the route that laid in front of him, and fortunately, no enemies were detected. It seems alright. I'm going in. Akira went through the opened door and into the hallway. Immediately after he entered, the door automatically closed, once again isolating that sector. As he proceeded deeper, he was ambushed by enemies in the form of a swarm of small multi-legged drones. They were able to freely run along the ceiling, walls, and floor. Some were even capable of flight as they shot Akira with their laser cannons. However, with his current equipment, they were basically harmless. Akira accurately predicted where their shots were going to land. He easily avoided their barrage and shot them down with charged bullets using his RL-2 multi-rifles. The bullets, charged with energy, formed a wall, which annihilated the swarm. The drones did not stand a chance against the might of his bullets and got blown to pieces in a blink of an eye. Nothing was left, except for their remains scattered on the floor. However, more of them were coming from the front. Worse, they started coming from behind as well, forming a pincer with Akira in the middle. Akira calmly dealt with them. With two RL-2 multi-rifles in his hand, he could shoot his front and back at the same time. Without anywhere to escape, the barrage crushed the swarm with no mercy. Even if they were protected by powerful armor, a single charge bullet easily pierces through them. It even blew them up to smaller pieces. As Akira was shooting down the swarm, they were also shooting back at him. Some of the drones used their defeated counterpart as shields. They managed to survive barely long enough to shoot back at him. Their laser cannons released a concentrated beam of energy that even scorched the air. The beams melted through metal as they went straight for Akira. However, Akira remained unfazed. He completely saw through where those rays were going and evaded them. Meanwhile, the heated air from the lasers was completely blocked off by his augmented suit's force field armor. The battle only lasted for a few minutes. In that short time, countless lasers and bullets were exchanged in that narrow hallway. Akira, the winner, was completely unharmed. Even his breathing remained steady. Meanwhile, the swarm got completely obliterated. Even rank 60 hunters were not willing to go inside this vehicle. That ambush Akira had just received clearly showed the reason why. However, he handled it flawlessly. As a matter of fact, he seemed to be a bit disappointed. They were weaker than he had expected. Especially when his enemies were aiming for the famous, invaluable cube. Is that it? Seeing how he reacted, Alpha smiled and said. That's because of my support, so it only amounted to this much. Well, you have a point. Akira did not retort and simply agreed to what she said. Alpha's smile turned softer and kinder. You've also gotten stronger. As expected, after surviving the fight with Lion Steel, Akira had indeed become stronger than before. So much so that even Alpha had to truthfully admit he had done well. That I see. Akira smiled, he seemed happy. He felt both a sense of accomplishment and happiness since before he realized it, he had become strong enough for Alpha to recognize his strength. His personal strength and his frontline equipment, Akira had satisfied one of the two requirements to go and do Alpha's request. Furthermore, it would not be long before he satisfied the other requirement. That was when Alpha lightly teased him. But Akira, no matter how weak your enemies are, you should not hope to fight strong enemies, right? I know. I also prefer weak enemies. I've been fighting so many strong enemies up until now. It's great to have an easy battle like this from time to time. Alright. Let's go. Akira smiled bitterly and went deeper. After he left the hallway, a change suddenly occurred. Some of the scattered pieces left over melted to form a liquid and started combining into a single object. This green liquid spread along the floor, consuming any other pieces it made contact with. A large green puddle gathered in one place and started to solidify, as if it was using the metals that it had consumed as materials, eventually, forming a humanoid object. Once no more liquid was left on the floor, all the wreckage around already got consumed by it. The only thing that remained was a girl formed out of that liquid. It was a young girl clad in an old-world augmented suit. She glanced in the direction where Akira went, and then a moment later, she started running in the opposite direction. Chapter 294, Shiro's Surprise. Two groups of hunters just arrived in the cargo sector A7. This was the sector that had become the only way in and out of Atlas D-2771. They came to secure the intercity transport vehicle and eliminate the attackers. One of the teams was headed by Tatsukawa and Melshia, while the other team was led by Zealous. Tatsukawa seemed fired up as he heartily laughed. Good grief, if only they had hired us to escort the intercity transport vehicle itself. This would not have happened. Now, they're calling for us when it's already too late, am I right, Melshia? The offer did reach us before, though. In the end, we could not agree on the reward they offered, it did? But well, if we could not agree on the reward, then it was still their fault, right? The offer came in a rush. We were going to do it when it came. I did say that I don't mind accepting it, but you got a little annoyed and demanded a huge amount, remember? Saying something like, they should have offered at least this much for interrupting our good time. Tatsukawa finally remembered what had happened after Melshia pointed it out. He was only able to laugh awkwardly as he tried to move away from this topic. Noticing his obvious attempt, Melshia giggled and spoke. Well, thanks to that, they eventually agreed to hire us with a huge amount. So, it was not all that bad. Tatsukawa quickly decided to ride on the wave she gave and nodded along with her argument. Alright. Alright then, let's get started. With how much we were offered, let's do this seriously. As Tatsukawa was about to enter the intercity transport vehicle, Melshia suddenly grabbed and stopped him. We're not done coordinating with Zealous-san's team yet, so wait for a bit. Zealous, who had been listening to their conversation, sighed and changed the subject. Are you done now? Well then, about the sectors that our respective teams will secure. Zealous' team and Tatsukawa's team were hired separately. Therefore, their chain of command was not the same and they were moving separately. To make sure there would not be any conflicts between their teams, including gaps between firepower and contribution to this mission, it was important to discuss everything beforehand. Of course, they had completed the majority of their discussion before they came here. The only thing that remained was a final confirmation for what was agreed upon prior, and actions taken under certain circumstances. As high-ranking hunters, Zealous and Melchia were already used to it. Thus, they quickly went through everything and were about to conclude their discussion. That was when Zealous suddenly added one extra condition. I don't know all the details, but it seems like Akira is inside Atlas D2771 as well. In the scenario we somehow encountered him, I want you to handle the talking. I'm sure you already know that my team has a history with him. Back then when Akira still had a 50 billion Aurum bounty on his head, Zealous' team broke into two factions. The vice-captain, Gelgus, wanted to join the bounty hunt while Zealous was against it. In the end, Zealous could not prevent the faction under Gelgus from splitting up and leaving the team. Gelgus' death and his team's defeat simply showed how Zealous' prediction about Akira was right. It was unfortunate that both sides could not peer into the future and knew about this outcome. Thus, it could even be said that both sides had their own valid reasons which caused the team to split into two factions. Since they did not split up because of a fight, Zealous still recognized Gelgus as well as those that left the team under Gelgus as his friends. Had Gelgus won against Akira, it was highly likely that the split teams would merge back again. Though, at that point, the leadership would shift to Gelgus. It was only natural that Zealous would be hostile against the person who had killed Gelgus and destroyed his team. Although they had no wish to harm Akira, and they knew that as hunters, taking revenge on him would be misplaced vengeance, that did not mean they could just forgive him. As such, Zealous wanted to keep his team away from Akira as much as possible. Melchia understood that as well. However, she still threw a question to Zealous. I can understand what you are trying to say, but that means you're going to throw this issue at us, right? So, what's in it for us? If we somehow ended up fighting against each other, you would get involved as well. And I don't believe Akira is willing to take the trouble of differentiating between our teams. I believe you can prevent that from happening. Well, frankly, I don't mind either way. I won't force you to talk to him. Now that it was up to Melchia, she hummed for a bit and glanced at Tatsukawa. Meeting her eyes, Tatsukawa casually stated. There should be no problems accepting his condition, don't you think? I've also always been wanting to talk to him if I ever get the chance since that day. Well, if you say so, then I don't mind. Sorry and thank you. Now that's out of the way, let's get started. After both teams completed their preparations, they stormed the transport vehicle and started securing the insides. The team under Tatsukawa and Zealous were slowly fighting through the force that attacked the intercity transport vehicle. Putting aside the level of danger they faced, their job was a simple one. They had to go into each sector of Atlas D2771. Each sector was protected by powerful force field armor, and they had to check, kill any enemies that they discovered, and secure the sector before moving to the next sector. They had to do this until they've completely secured the whole intercity transport vehicle. Of course, the attackers would all get eliminated through this process. Unlike Akira, who was only there to pick up his cargo. The team under Tatsukawa and Zealous were hired to eliminate the enemies inside Atlas D2771. Thus, they had to diligently go through each sector and check every nook and cranny to make sure that no enemies were left. The main firepower of the team, like Melchia and Tatsukawa, blitzed through the sectors and destroyed the drone swarm. They did this until it was safe enough for the rest of the team to come in. The rest would sweep through the entire sector, checking to see that they did not miss anything. Afterwards, they would set up a portable barricade to the other hallway as well as do other finer details to secure the sector. Along the route that they had already secured, the rooms were turned into forward bases, where large amounts of medicine were stocked. This was done so that they could quickly heal any injured member of the team. Their systematic process was proceeding extremely smoothly. Tatsukawa was even able to smile casually after fighting a swarm of drones. That was easy, though they're quite numerous, they aren't that strong. Although Melchia also had the leeway to smile back at him, she still warned Tatsukawa. Danger comes soonest when it's most despised, you know. You always get ahead of yourself too quickly. No, I'm doing better lately though. Back then, I only did that because we wouldn't be able to succeed unless I got a bit reckless, you know? Well, I wonder about that. Anyway, it's my job to kick you when you get too carried away, so feel free to do whatever you want. Melchia made a half-teasing smile. Tatsukawa only smiled bitterly in response to what she said and apologized. Sorry, I know I keep causing you trouble. But as I said not too long ago, our team has grown this big and it's mostly thanks to your leadership and management skill. I have no plan to throw that down the drain now. But don't worry. If something goes wrong because of you, we can always start again and rebuild it. Yeah. Melchia slightly blushed. Tatsukawa was basically saying that he did not mind losing the team that they had brought all the way here through their hard work if it was for her sake. If you really mean it, make sure to not drop your guard. I don't mind starting from zero again in a new team, but that would be a lot of work, right? Yeah, you're right. As they proceeded to secure the sector, the rest of the team witnessed Melchia's and Tatsukawa's flirty exchange. Those two were the spearhead of the team, so the rest just exasperatedly ignored them, thinking that it was just as usual. Tatsukawa's team, which had secured 2 sectors and was in the middle of securing the 3rd sector, once again encountered a swarm of the multi-legged drones. Although it was another easy victory for him, Tatsukawa felt something was off. His expression turned solemn. This is strange, Melchia, what do you think? Strange? What's strange? Even Melchia, who was good at reading between the lines, could not understand what Tatsukawa was talking about. Tatsukawa pondered over what he felt and spoke nonchalantly. The hallways and rooms are way too pristine. There's no wreckage left by the drones. Isn't that weird? There was an original escort team that was sent inside to secure Atlas D-2771. Thus, there had to be some signs of battle against the attackers. This meant that there should be pieces of the multi-legged drones on the ground, if not, corpses of the deceased team. However, even after they had already gone this deep, they have not encountered anything like that. As expected, Tatsukawa found that to be worrying. Melchia gave it a bit of thought before explaining a possibility. Including the dummies, there are 12 special sectors designed to house the cube inside Atlas D-2771. Although that is all that they can share with us since we're basically outsiders, I bet the original escort team, the attackers, and the original suppression team affiliated with the transport knew of the correct location of the cube. So, it is possible there are no leftovers around because the battles only occurred near the sector housing the cube. We might still not be there yet. Or at least, that is just my guess. Do you have any other possibilities in mind? Well, that's a good guess, but... Tatsukawa agreed with Melchia that it was a plausible explanation. However, something still felt off and he could not bring himself to accept it like this. His face was still as solemn as before. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to contact Zealous. Normally, the powerful force field armor protecting each sector would prevent them from contacting each other, but since they kept some of the doors open, and placed relay devices along the hallways, they were able to reach each other. Tatsukawa gave a short explanation regarding his worry, and then Zealous replied. The situation is the same for us over here as well. The only ones on the floor are the ones that we have defeated. So far, we've only encountered those weak multi-legged drones. We have not found anything that might be from the original attackers. I see. By the way, have you encountered Akira yet? Nope. Then I'm afraid it is as you feared. Something is indeed not right. Even if Melchia-san's guess is correct, that the attackers were gathered somewhere near the sector where the cube is stored and that these multi-legged drones are only sent for reconnaissance, we've encountered so many of them. Akira and the other hunters who went in before us must have encountered them as well. So, why don't we find any leftovers from them? Does it mean that Akira did not encounter them? That is highly unlikely. If it was only them, then it might still make sense. However, considering Akira had gone in before them, things became extremely suspicious. Basically, there was something that they did not know happening inside the transport vehicle. both Tatsukawa and Zealous proceeded with more caution. Akira continued going deeper into the transport vehicle. He was following the route to the sector where his stuff was located. Although he encountered multiple swarms of multi-legged drones along his way, he was able to deal with them with no difficulty at all. Akira checked the map, which showed the insides of the transport vehicle and sighed. He had just confirmed that it would take him some time before he could reach Sector B-28, where his cargo was housed. The route they gave us takes a rather long detour, don't you think? It would be great if they can allow us to use a shorter route. After Akira leaked his complaint, Alpha casually stated. Well, it's understandable considering the situation. The new equipment that Akira had ordered through Sakashita Heavy Industry was all frontline equipment. Naturally, they were expensive and extremely dangerous. Although there was no need to keep them in a secured sector, as secure as where the cube was kept, they were still located inside a sector that was more secure than the other normal sectors. Such a sector was protected by multiple layers of force field armor and was located deep inside the transport vehicle. However, the attackers were also inside the transport vehicle. To prevent them from escaping outside Atlas D-2771, they strengthened the already powerful force field armor. Excluding the A7 cargo sector where Akira entered the transport vehicle, there was no other way to get out of the vehicle. Thus, it effectively locked the attackers inside the transport vehicle. As an outsider, Akira had received limited permission, thus, his access was strictly limited. He was not allowed to go into most of the sectors. Furthermore, with strengthened force field armor, some of the sectors were even rendered completely inaccessible. Because of all these factors, although Sector B-28 was easy to reach from another exit, Akira had to go through a rather long route to reach it. After Alpha explained all these points, she then elaborated further. Most probably, the reason why this intercity transport vehicle is not moving is because it's diverting all its energy to fuel its force field armor. It no longer has the capacity to accelerate the transport vehicle. I bet they prioritized supplying the force field armor protecting the cube, meanwhile, making sure that the attackers are trapped inside as a secondary objective. This way, they could send in a strong team later to secure the transport vehicle and resolve the situation. Akira frowned and asked, "That strong team you're talking about? That's not me, right? Even if someone hoped that you would do that for them, you didn't receive such a request. So, let's not worry about it. You just need to pick up your stuff, and get out of here as soon as possible." Alpha smiled as she spoke. Hearing that, Akira's frown vanished and was replaced by curved lips. "You're right, let's just get this over with." Akira pushed that thought aside for now and just focused on reaching the cargo sector B-28. As he reached the door to the next sector, he readied his rifle and cautiously opened the door. The power force field armor turned into a layer that was impermeable to information. Thus, when Akira slightly opened the door, information from the inside of that sector started leaking out. It was quickly analyzed and displayed in Akira's enhanced vision. Immediately, he tensed up. There was a signal indicating someone else was nearby. "Who's there?" Akira raised his voice, prompting a reaction from this unknown person. He rested his fingers on the triggers, ready. With his rifles positioned, he waited for the moment this person jumped out from behind the door. If there was no answer, then Akira would consider that signal hostile. The time limit Akira gave before he began to take the initiative to attack was immediate once the door was fully open. But right before the time limit, before the door was fully opened, a voice responded to his question. "Right back at you, who are you? If you're not a part of the attackers, show me your identification code. I will shoot you if you can't do that." Akira glanced at Alpha, so she broadcast using a short-range communication frequency Akira's identification code, which was provided with the map information he had received. A moment later, the other person also sent back their identification code. "It seems like you're not one of the attackers. Okay. I will step out, so don't shoot, alright?" "Alright." Akira lowered his rifle. After a short pause, as if they were confirming the situation, the other person stepped out from behind the door. Akira was a bit surprised to see it to be a girl that looked around the same age as him. The girl also seemed surprised when she saw Akira. She fearfully asked, "You? By any chance, are you that Akira? Just to be safe, which Akira is that Akira you're referring to? The one that had a 50 billion orum bounty on him. Then yes, I am that Akira." I see. The girl's conflicted expression obviously indicated that she had regretted showing herself. She did not want to meet someone like Akira, who she did not want to get involved with. Meanwhile, Akira was uncertain as to how he should deal with her. Eventually, he came to a decision. To just ignore her and walk past her. That girl's gaze went back and forth between Akira's back and the direction where he came from. A moment later, she loped behind him. The moment she caught up with him, Akira asked. "What? Can I come with you? I don't feel safe going around alone inside the transport vehicle, so." The girl stated that she originally came here together with another team to secure the transport vehicle. However, they were ambushed by the attackers. She got seriously injured and got separated from the rest of her team. Currently, she was in the middle of escaping. Once she explained her situation, she asked Akira for a favor. "Please don't misunderstand my intentions. I'm not hoping for you to do my job for me. You can just continue to secure the transport vehicle as per your request and profit from it. I will help during the fight, and I won't complain about whatever my share of the reward is, so yeah, it's okay, right? Right? Sorry, I don't have the leeway to accept an escort request." "Escort? It's not something like that." The girl looked away and awkwardly smiled. She started blabbering, trying to make excuses. Explaining that it was not like she was hoping Akira would be her escort, but her awkward attitude did not convince anyone. Akira simply sighed. "If you're going to come along, feel free to do so, but just don't get in my way." "Of course. I will never do something like that. By the way, my name is Rebecca, nice to meet you." "Right, I'm Akira." As Akira gave the expected reply to people who just met each other for the first time, Rebecca walked next to Akira and giggled. "I know. Yeah, right." Akira bitterly smiled and rushed ahead. In the middle of going through the hallway, Alpha suddenly warned Akira. "Akira, I don't mind having that girl come along with you, but don't drop your guard. Don't forget that she's still a stranger that you've just met in a dangerous area. If we get attacked, there's a good chance that she'll use you as a diversion and run away. She might shoot haphazardly when she panics as well. So, keep in mind that she adds an unpredictable factor to this situation. Leaving aside her skill, her equipment is not that bad. So, it would be troublesome to deal with her if it came to it." After Alpha gave her warning, Akira glanced at Rebecca and scanned her equipment. She was using an augmented suit that looked like a leotard with some holes on it. The holes seemed to have some unknown function other than needlessly showing skin. Furthermore, she was using a dress with a large slit, which was her defensive coat. Both were of the old world design. She was also carrying a rather large rifle with her. "Rebecca, that equipment, are they old world equipment? Do they look so? At least they look relatively strong." "Is that so? Thanks. But they are not. Though, they are still pretty powerful." Rebecca then smiled rather smugly. But Akira instead noticed something strange. "You said that you fought the attackers and got defeated, right? So, what kind of enemies did you fight?" "Multi-legged drones equipped with laser cannons." "I bet they were brought here by the attackers. Not only are they strong, but there were also billions of them. And your team was defeated although you have that equipment? You were in a team, right? Not alone, right?" Judging from the drones that Akira had fought and considering Rebecca's capability to fight based on her equipment, Akira found it to be weird. Especially when he considered her team members to be equipped with the same level of gear. How did such a team get defeated by such weak enemies? Akira inadvertently shot a suspicious glance at Rebecca. But unexpectedly, Rebecca exasperatedly said. "Ha, well, you did survive even after having a 50 billion orum bounty on your head. Your evaluation of our fighting capability is completely off. I'm sure you said that based on your own experience fighting those drones. Was it really that easy of a win for you? At least, I wouldn't say that it was hard." Rebecca sounded a bit offended as she replied. "Well, that would explain everything. But don't worry. Although I'm super weak compared to you, I will at least make sure not to get in your way if we get attacked." "Oh, okay." Akira thought that he made a mistake there since he ended up saying something that sounded like reproach with a hint of mockery. Thus, he only managed to awkwardly reply with that short okay. Moreover, he had become strong enough for Alpha to admit it. Furthermore, Rebecca did not have Alpha's support. Thus, he reflected on his evaluation and believed that it was awful of him to use the strength of the enemy to evaluate someone else's fighting capability. The sour mood stayed for quite some time before Rebecca opened her mouth. "Sorry, I said something rude. You are the one allowing me to come along with you. Though I almost got killed during the fight and I'm worried for the rest of my team as well. So, I guess I'm a little bit more stressed out than I thought. Yeah, sorry. But I was being honest when I said that I won't get in your way and help you fight too if we got attacked." Akira lowered his shoulders. "Okay, I'm sorry for suspecting you. I think I got a little bit paranoid since I'm only here to pick up my cargo. Instead, I got roped into this troublesome mess." But something in Akira's apology piqued Rebecca's interest. "Pick up your cargo? What do you mean?" "It's exactly as you heard." "Ah, right. I'm not here to secure the transport vehicle, I'm here just to get my stuff. You do know that there are attackers inside this transport vehicle aiming for the cube, right? But you still decided to go to such a dangerous place just to pick up your stuff." "Yeah." Seeing exasperation on Rebecca's face, Akira added an extra excuse. "I have my reasons, alright." Rebecca found Akira's attitude amusing and giggled. "As I thought, your common sense is completely different from us." "Oh, shut it. I'll leave you behind if you keep saying something like that." Akira paced his steps faster. Rebecca was still giggling as she lightly jogged to follow next to him. On their way to cargo sector B-28, Akira and Rebecca once again encountered a swarm of multi-legged drones. Akira was able to handle it all by himself. Therefore, now that he had an extra helping hand from Rebecca, the swarm did not give them any trouble at all. Rebecca smiled smugly after drilling holes through those multi-legged drones with her laser cannon. "So, what do you think? I'm pretty good, right?" "Yeah, not bad at all, you're pretty strong." Although Akira agreed with her statement, he had a conflicted expression on his face. Naturally, Rebecca noticed it. "You don't seem that happy though." "I know that I'm not as strong as you, but still." "That's not it. I just thought that although you have other allies who are more or less as strong as you still couldn't win against the attackers. You've just only barely managed to escape, right? Or are there other stronger enemies present?" "WL. That is. Yeah, there were other enemies, and they are super strong." Rebecca was visibly flustered. Akira did find that strange and Alpha immediately warned him. "Akira, let's forget about the attackers and just focus on getting your new equipment. As for the attackers, we will take them down if they try to attack you. So, there's no need to think too much about them. In the first place, your main goal here has nothing to do with eliminating them." "You have a point." His equipment came first, Akira reminded himself. "I see, anyway, let's hurry up." "Ah, yeah, right." Akira went ahead. Rebecca, who followed him, made a sigh of relief a moment later. After Akira left the hallway, the dead drones once again melted into a pool of green liquid, consuming the metallic wreckage around it. This time, they gathered in two different places and created two female humanoids. Those two glanced in the direction where Akira went and quickly left in another direction. After that, Akira did not encounter any more enemies and safely reached cargo sector B28. He thought that he was finally there and was about to open the door, but for some reason, the door would not open. That's weird. Akira thought he must have made a mistake. Thus, instead of inputting the data through his enhanced vision, he pulled out his information terminal and sent the procedure to open the door through the terminal. But unfortunately, the door only returned an error message and would not open. Akira rubbed his head and mumbled. What the heck is going on? What's wrong? I actually have the permission to open the door, but... So, the door won't open, huh? Well, this is troublesome. The guy who gave you the code to open the door is outside, right? What do you plan to do now? It was not like he could just tear down the door. He would have to return back to those from Brunkel and ask them to assist him to open the door. Akira turned around and knitted his eyebrows. It was not easy to get here. At the very least, he would have to go back and forth once. Now, no one could say how many round trips he would have to make until he could open the door. Naturally, he really did not want to go through all this hassle. That was when Akira thought of something else. Shiro, are you free right now? What is it? Did something happen? After Akira gave a brief explanation, Shiro then confidently said. Alright, I'll use you as a proxy to do some investigation. You can pick two choices. Either to tell me a safe entry point to connect or to set up a temporary circumvention route for me to connect. Akira had no idea what Shiro was talking about, but since it would be weird for him to ask Shiro, he confirmed with Alpha first before replying. It's fine. Just connect to me. I'm in. Shiro dove into Akira's old world connection as an old world connector and put himself in the system, making it as if he was there. It did not take long for Shiro to notice what was wrong. It says that it can't confirm the code you gave. I did get the permission, though. The code was able to open the door to the other sectors as well. Sector B28 seems to house really valuable cargo, so its security level is much higher than the other sectors. Even if you have permission to open it, if you're going in together with someone else without permission, the door will not open. Are you there with someone? Yeah, I met this girl named Rebecca on my way here. So, if I leave Rebecca behind, I should be able to open this door, right? No, once that code gives an error, it is rendered invalid. Judging from the identification method, you will either need to return back to have it unlocked or to get another unlock code. What? Akira sounded extremely frustrated. Since it was through telepathic communication, not only his words, but his emotions were also fully conveyed. Shiro, who was on the receiving end of that call, laughed. But you do have the permission, right? Don't worry, I'll open it for you, I'm actually pretty good at this kind of thing, you see. Oh. Thank you. Yeah, just leave it to me. Aren't you glad you did not leave me behind and brought me along with you? You can say that again, thanks. In contrast to Shiro's voice, which was full of confidence, Akira's voice sounded a bit wry. Though, it was his true feelings. From inside the camping vehicle, Shiro immediately got to work. With this system, it's easier to fake an identification code instead of hacking the locking system. Akira, I'll be borrowing your information gathering device. I need the information used for the identification code to create a fake identification code for that girl, Rebecca. Don't break it, okay? After hearing Akira's short warning, Shiro immediately accessed his information gathering device and prioritized its scanning target at Rebecca. Akira's powerful information gathering device would normally be able to see through under the target's outer clothes and even past the skin down to the blood vessels and organs. Of course, an expensive augmented suit would be equipped to prevent that. Thus, with a good enough augmented suit, it would be impossible to see all those details. That was why, although Akira's information-gathering device could only gather information about Rebecca's appearance, Shiro did not find that to be strange at all. I can't really see the face though. It's needed to make the identification code. Does the sonar sensor not work well because of the force field? I guess I will have to use the camera to get a clear dash. Once Shiro used the information-gathering device's camera to see Rebecca's face, he was in absolute shock. Chapter 295, A Certain Girl. Akira, who asked Shiro to help him open the door, believed in Shiro's skills. Akira expected him to open the door with ease. But strangely enough, the door was still locked even after a few minutes and Shiro did not say anything. Shiro, what's wrong? Is it giving you trouble? No, it's fine. I'm opening it now. The door started to slide open. Akira was so happy that with this, he would finally be able to get his frontline equipment. Because of his jovial state, he was not able to notice Shiro's surprise when he called out to him. There were several containers inside the cargo sector B-28. The sector was well made to defend against attacks. The containers were also strong and robust. To guarantee the security of whatever was inside those containers, different containers were only able to be opened by certain people with specific authorization. Moreover, the authorization to open one of these containers was completely separate from the authorization of the transport vehicle. As expected, Akira's equipment was inside the container owned by Sakashita Heavy Industry. He already received the lock code from Kobayashi before coming here. So, if his lock code was rejected again for some reason, he would have to return back to Kagomayama City to report it. Just to be safe, he asked Rebecca to stay next to the door while he went in to pick up his new equipment alone. As Akira was walking through the room, Shiro spoke to him through telepathy. Akira, just a question. How did you end up with that Rebecca girl? She said something about getting separated from the rest of her team and... Akira then explained how he met Rebecca to Shiro. At the end of his explanation, Shiro just muttered, "That I see." That short answer was somehow strongly laced with conflicting emotions. So much so that even the usually emotionally inept Akira was able to notice. Shiro? Is there anything wrong? It's nothing. But you don't sound like it's nothing. Akira, just focus on getting your new equipment for now. Once you're done with that, I will have you do my request first. You did promise me that after all, right? So go and quickly get your stuff. That's true, alright then. Even Akira knew that Shiro was simply avoiding the subject. Nonetheless, he completely agreed with what Shiro just said. It was only a few more steps before he could finally get his frontline equipment. Therefore, Akira thought that he should hurry up and just do that before anything bad happens. As Akira stood in front of the indicated container, he carefully opened the door. There were 4 large-sized cases inside the container. Those were his new equipment. His mouth curled up into a smile, his new equipment was finally within reach. Akira tried to open the case. But it did not open. Excuse me. Akira was flustered. He thought the case should open normally. He never heard that the cases needed some kind of identification code to open. Of course, Shiro, who was looking at him through Akira's information-gathering device, noticed Akira's reaction and found it to be weird. Akira, what's wrong? The case won't open. Well, that's normal. Although they are your new equipment, to be more precise, they are still Sakashita Heavy Industries cargo, set to be delivered to you. Since your authorization is limited to just transporting the cargo in place of the transport company, you don't have the permission to open it, so that's why, huh? Akira thought back upon his conversation with Kobayashi and finally understood what Kobayashi meant back then as the latter wryly smiled. Don't worry, if you bring them to me, I can open them for you. Really? Can't you open it from there? You were able to open the door remotely. I can, But I don't want to if it can be helped. It might cause trouble later, you see. Shiro refused and gave Akira his reasoning. The inside of any intercity transport vehicle was basically treated as a part of a city, and at last D2771 was no exception. The whole space inside the transport vehicle was treated like the lower district. Meanwhile, special locations, like where the cube was stored, were being treated like the upper district. Normally, someone like Akira would never be allowed to enter those areas. The reason why Akira was able to get authorization this time was most likely because of Sakashita Heavy Industries' influence. That frontline equipment was Sakashita Heavy Industries' reward to Akira after repelling the nationalists. Therefore, the longer those equipment could not be handed off to Akira, the greater the chance that it might damage Sakashita's reputation. This was the main driving force that eventually allowed Akira to be granted special authorization to enter this area. But as expected, his permission only went as far as to enter the transport vehicle, nothing more. Basically, he was not able to receive permission to open the cases that housed his frontline equipment. This also meant that he was not able to enter areas treated as a part of the inner wall. Giving such authorization meant being his guarantor as well, and there was no reason for Sakashita Heavy Industry to go that far for him. If Akira opened the cases in this situation, there was a good chance that the transport vehicle's security system would attack him. For someone who had even picked a fight against the Lion Steel Company and just received frontline equipment, the transport vehicle's security system could not afford to underestimate his power. In the worst-case scenario, he might be suspected of trying to get the cube as well. That was why they did not want Akira to open the cases inside the transport vehicle. They wanted to avoid that possibility at all costs. After Shiro explained, Akira finally relented. I see, fine. After being told as much, Akira did not have any other choice but to step back. He finally understood why people recognized him as that Akira. Shiro then added. To be honest, I was surprised that you even got the authorization to enter Atlas D2771. The guy who provided you with that authorization, Kobayashi, was it again? He must be one hell of a guy. He also somehow managed to get you ammo and medicine during your fight with Lion Steel, that you have a point. Akira inadvertently made a wry smile. He felt conflicted since he had to admit that he was indeed often helped by Kobayashi's amazing skill. However, he was also often thrown into trouble thanks to that man. And this time, Akira was here because of Kobayashi. Even now, he could not tell if it was a fortunate situation, or if he got thrown into another mess again. It could even be both. Nonetheless, he decided to stop worrying about it for now and just kept moving forward. Akira used the case's mobile function to set it to follow him. 4 legs unfolded out from the case, which had wheels equipped on the end of each leg. The cases then formed a small group as they lined up behind Akira. He was a bit entertained when he saw them trailing behind him as he walked back to the door into the sector where Rebecca was waiting. Rebecca squinted her eyes and stared at the 4 cases following Akira. Are those yours? What's inside them? Don't tell me it's the cube. Rebecca said so in a light joking manner, so Akira replied with a light smile. Not even close, they're just my new equipment. Your equipment? That does sound super strong. Can I take a peek? Sorry, due to certain reasons, I can't open them here. Ah, I see. That's too bad. Well, let's put that aside for now and just get out of here. During their casual exchange, Rebecca did not think Akira was lying and just let the matter slide. Even so, Akira found Rebecca's reaction a bit strange. However, since it was just a faint feeling and Alpha did not say anything, he thought that there was no need to worry about it. He tried to open the door, but just like last time, the door would not open, which really surprised him. Again. What's going on here? Akira sighed and called Shiro. Shiro, the door won't open again, can you check it? Sure, wait for a sec. You're not receiving an error from the identification code. It's an emergency lock. The danger level of the area around that place went up. What's going on? Basically, there's an ongoing battle behind that door. Akira inadvertently looked at the door. Zealous was running through the hallway, trying to catch those who attacked the transport vehicle while exchanging shots. He was against two people. Both were girls with augmented suits that looked like a leotard, covered by a defensive coat that looked like a dress. Both were carrying laser cannons. They were not that strong, but they kept running away. Since they were neither that fast nor that powerful, Zealous decided to pursue them. Bullets and laser beams flew from both sides, filling the narrow hallway. Normal hunters and monsters would get blown to pieces by now. But both sides managed to put up a good fight. They evaded each other's attacks, deflecting the laser with force field armor or blocking the bullets by temporarily increasing the power output of the defensive coat's force field armor. Naturally, the battle ended in Zealous' victory. He was mostly unharmed as well. He had managed to tear off the enemy's arm, which was far from fatal. When they approached a turn along the hallway, they managed to escape and hide from him. Zealous knitted his eyebrows. They got away again, huh? I pursued them quite far from my main group. This is bad. Did I get baited to come here alone? Zealous' team encountered these enemies when they were trying to secure a new cargo sector. However, those that faced them were not the main force. They were the team left behind to secure and reinforce the conquered sectors. With a wide gap in firepower, the team was able to barely hold their position thanks to the walls and other structures they had set up. It was only when the main force arrived, did they manage to quickly seize the upper hand and repelled the attackers. Afterwards, the main force went to pursue the attackers as they tried to flee. However, Zealous' team quickly lost the upper hand the moment they pursued the attackers to a different cargo sector. This sector was not secured yet, which meant that they did not know where the attackers might try to ambush them. Unlike the multi-legged drones, which seemed to have been sent for reconnaissance, the attackers were pretty strong. To prevent an ambush and to secure an escape route, it was of great importance that they secured the hallway first. However, that meant dividing up their force. If the attackers were slightly stronger, Zealous would have decided to retreat. Unfortunately, the enemies were not that strong, which caused Zealous to insist on the pursuit. As the pursuit continued, Zealous got baited to go deeper inside the transport vehicle. Eventually, the rest of his men were assigned to secure the hallway while he was left alone to pursue the enemies. Zealous looked down on the floor. The arm that he had shot off the attackers was oozing green liquid. This blood. Is it recovery medicine? Well, it's true that replacing blood with medicine would greatly increase fighting capability. But it's impossible to reconfigure the body to produce medicine instead of blood. It would cause a lot of trouble in everyday life. They really put everything they had into this attack, huh? Well, they are trying to get the cube by attacking an intercity transport vehicle, so I guess it's not that surprising that they would go this far. That was when suddenly a call from his men reached him. Zealous, how's our situation over there? Not good. They just got away from me again. Should we send some people over? No. Make sure that we have an escape route. We ended up overextending, creating a rather long route through sectors that have not been secured yet due to my command. I'm sure that it's not easy, but it would be bad if we don't have a safe place to retreat to in case something bad happens. I'm seriously counting on you, alright? Roger that. Don't get too reckless, yeah? Although they were speaking casually, it was clear that they deeply trusted each other. Zealous then continued the pursuit. According to his information-gathering device, the enemies were just waiting on the other side of the turn, which Zealous found weird. Again, they're not just simply running away. They're just keeping their distance from me as if to lure me. That location doesn't seem like an advantageous area to fight me. They don't seem to be waiting for reinforcement either, so what exactly are they doing? Zealous' mind wandered to one vague term, high-functioning people. Zealous did find that term strange, but for some reason, it was compellingly convincing. He shook that off his mind and ran through the hallway to face the enemies not too far away from the corner. Suddenly, a few dozen flat objects flew out from behind the corner. These boards were able to reflect images as if it was made of glass. Zealous quickly reacted by shooting at them as he quickly threw a smoke grenade at the corner. A moment later, the attackers shot lasers from behind the corner. Normally, these lasers would not be able to make a turn and hit Zealous, but that was where these plates came in. Reflecting off the plate's surface, they could make a turn and head towards Zealous. Zealous, who had already expected this attack, destroyed some of the plates before the laser beam was shot. Using the gaps he created, he avoided the incoming beams. He then pushed forward, past the corner, and shot at the enemies. They quickly reacted to aim their cannons at him. However, the smoke grenade that Zealous had thrown beforehand, already bounced off the corner, landed close to their feet and finally started releasing smoke. The smoke was infused with particles to counter energy weapons. It was able to effectively disperse and damp the laser cannon, greatly reducing its firepower. It was to the point where even if Zealous got hit, it would not be able to deal that much damage. Since the smoke only affected a limited area, normally, enemies could just step back out of the affected area while keeping their distance. Thus, it was meaningless to use such smoke grenades from afar. However, in an enclosed space like this where they were in close range, the smoke was highly effective. Although the effects would only linger for a few seconds, it was enough to decide the battle. Zealous was certain that he had already won. You had spent too much effort adjusting your shots with the reflecting plates that you've made the mistake of adjusting your distance from me. This will be your end. Zealous stood still and released a relentless assault. He stood with a stance that prevented him from evading as they exchanged an intense barrage. The result for both parties greatly differed. Zealous got a slight burn on his cheek, while the enemies did not even retain their original shape. Zealous knew that the medicine inside their blood could bring them back from death, that was why he executed such a risky move. It was to ensure that his enemies were completely obliterated. Zealous lowered his rifle and sighed. Pieces of the enemies were scattered on the ground. It was impossible to reconstruct their original form from such a state. All right, that should do it. You really gave me a hard time. Zealous pinched off the scorched skin on his cheek and applied medicine paste to the area. Once he was done, he called his team. But, he suddenly noticed a sudden change in his radar. It was at the end of the hallway. Normally, Zealous would have readied himself and not gotten flustered, but the location completely surprised him. No way. The signals came from behind, to be more precise, it was from the hallway, behind the corner where Zealous had just come from a moment ago. This completely caught him off guard. There should be no enemy there. Still, Zealous managed to quickly react by taking a shooting stance. The enemies were behind the corner, so he did not have a clear sight of them. Worse, he had used most of his ammo to make sure that the previous two enemies were dead for good. Thus, he was also worried about his ammo reserve. With the signals quickly heading towards him, he had no time to reload. Thus, instead of relying on his rifle, he put them back and unsheathed his blade before running toward the corner. Zealous knew that at this rate, they would end up engaging at the corner, in close combat. Therefore, he could just use his blade and that range and finish up his enemies. And as he had predicted, they did make contact at the corner. As Zealous swung down his blade, his face was filled with shock. The enemy was a huge bundle of flesh, which completely blocked the hallway. Judging from the size of the signal, Zealous had expected it to be something close to humanoid. However, this huge fleshy mess of a monster in front of him caught him off guard. Naturally, the monster did not let any opening get unexploited and lunged to bite Zealous. The wide-open jaw clamped hard, only to take out a piece of air. Zealous narrowly jumped away. He managed to use the opening of its jaw being close to launch a strike, slicing the monster cleanly into two. The carcass simply rolled over on the floor, without any further response. Zealous did not stop there and quickly proceeded through the hallway. That was too weak. So, its frightening appearance is just for show, huh? But what the heck with its size? The signal was not that huge. Just what in the world? As questions regarding the current situation ran in his head, the calm hunter part of him urged him to hurry up. Putting that aside, he was flanked in a one-way hallway with no branches. His team was left behind to secure the hallway. They should have prevented this from happening. Even so, he got flanked. This meant that the monster had broken through the secured hallway. He just contacted his men a moment ago. Thus, there was fear of the monster killing his men so fast that they could not even afford the time to plead for help. If the monster broke through the secured hallway without killing his men, there was a good chance that his men were still alive. Zealous prayed for the safety of his men as he hurried back to his men. If they were still alive, he might still be able to save them. Zealous men were busy securing the hallway. They were surprised when they saw Zealous running at them. However, Zealous did not notice their bewilderment as he shouted. "How is the situation?" "Nothing in particular over here, what?" Zello and his men exchanged a confused look. "Zealous, what just happened? Wait for a sec." "So, what exactly was that?" His men were fine. They did not even encounter that huge monster in the first place. Zealous, who finally understood that, immediately turned solemn. He realized how bad the situation was. "Everyone, retreat back to Sector A7. "What? We're pulling that far back? Are we going to just abandon the sector that we have secured? We will have to redo them again, you know." "That's fine. Just forget about the sectors that we have secured. Think of them as unsecured sectors. I will tell you the reason later. Just get moving. Now." With that one order, everyone's expression immediately turned serious. Although they still did not understand why Zealous would give out such an order, they knew that something must have happened. In other words, he had no other choice but to give such an order. They placed their trust in Zealous and they immediately started retreating. With that, Zealous took his men and pulled out of the area. The monster that Zealous had sliced into two and left behind started shrinking. When it had stopped shrinking, it returned back to its original form. It was the arm that Zealous had shot off the humanoid enemies a moment ago. Akira was rubbing his head in front of the locked door. Due to the ongoing battle nearby, the warehouse was put on emergency lockdown. Akira thought that it might be the security team fighting against the attackers, which was understandable. He did not mind joining the fight, but in order to do so, he would have to open the door in front of him first. However, because of that battle, the door could not be opened. "Shiro, can you do something about this?" "Even if you ask, this lock is no longer a simple identification lock." Akira frowned after hearing what he had said. It seems like Shiro could not help him this time. In the worst-case scenario, he would be locked inside this sector for some time. Akira sighed and mumbled. "Well, this sucks." That was when Rebecca suddenly asked. "You can't open the door?" "Yeah, it seems like it's locked because there's an ongoing fight occurring somewhere nearby." "I see. In that case, how about we go out through the wall instead of the hallway? There's actually an exit right over there." "Is that even possible?" "Is it not? Did the operator say so?" Akira raised his eyebrows. He did not expect her to say something like that. Seeing how he reacted, Rebecca frowned and apologetically said. You just said that the door won't open because there is a battle nearby, so I just concluded there must be someone who told you that. So, that means, you must be in contact with an operator or something to open the doors." "Sorry, were you trying to hide it?" Judging from what she said, Rebecca noticed that he was talking to someone. However, it seemed like she was still unaware of him being an old-world connector. After all, there were information-gathering devices that could access the old-world domain, and Akira had heard hunters near the front line had these kinds of information-gathering devices. Thus, he believed Rebecca must have assumed that he had won and calmed down. Ah, right, just keep it a secret. Okay. So then, is it not possible to get outside the transport vehicle? Shiro, how is it? Akira threw that question just to at least hear Shiro's opinion, but there was no reply. Shiro, alright, let's try that. Shiro paused for a bit before finally answering. Akira stood in front of the door that led outside the transport vehicle. Shiro, I'm already in front of the door. I'm on my way there, just wait for a sec. Alright, I'm here, opening the door now. The door to the outside slowly slid open. That door was for human use and not to transport cargo, thus, it was a relatively small door. Still, it was big enough for Akira and his cases to pass through. The door that opened up by falling forward, turned into a pathway to the outside. Akira stood on that door and extended both of his arms forward. The multi-legged cases that were following behind him up until now leapt forward and stacked themselves on top of his arms. What Akira needed to do now was just to jump off with his cases. Although it was from a height that might even be taller than that of a building, it was not a problem at all for the current Akira. When he peeked down, Shiro already moved the camping vehicle there as he was looking up, waiting for him. Rebecca, just to be safe, you can jump on your own, right? If not, we can jump together. I'm okay. Alright, I'll be going first then. Akira jumped off, but on his way down, he passed by Shiro, who was traveling up. As soon as Akira landed, he immediately looked up. Shiro jumped up to where Akira was a moment ago using the power of his augmented suit. Rebecca could not hide her shock the moment she saw Shiro suddenly appear in front of him. Shiro? Haruka. Shiro smiled happily toward the girl who named herself Rebecca, in front of Akira. No matter how much special treatment Sakashita Heavy Industry had given Shiro, opening an intercity transport vehicle door to the outside was a huge crime. After all, it created a security vulnerability to the cube. In the worst-case scenario, Sakashita Heavy Industry might completely see him as an enemy. Even so, Shiro still did it. It was for the sake of rescuing his precious friend, even if it meant picking a fight against the 5 largest corporations of the Eastern District. The thought that he had finally made it was fully expressed on his face. Meanwhile, Haruka's expression was one mixed with surprise and struggle. Shiro, why are you here? You should be in Sakashita's research facility. Yeah, I slipped out. Haruka, who understood what such an act meant, was aghast. What do you think you are do? I'm here to rescue you. Hearing those words, Haruka was taken aback. She would never imagine that Shiro would go this far for her sake. And I can say the same thing to you too, why are you here? How did you get out of that place? No, that doesn't matter now. Since you're already here, I'll take care of the rest. So, let's go. Shiro extended his hand to Haruka. Her expression was filled with happiness as she extended her hand to reach out for his. But she suddenly stopped as her expression started to turn dark. Shiro believed that Haruka was just getting worried, so he firmly declared. It'll be alright. Although I look like this, I'm actually pretty amazing. I will handle the rest. Don't worry. Trust me. However, Haruka could still not accept his hand. She managed to make a small and weak smile before she replied to Shiro. Shiro, thank you, I'm really happy, I really am. Her expression then turned forlorn. I'm sorry. Haruka then kicked Shiro off the platform. Shiro had waged everything to come here to rescue her. The rejection hit him hard. His face turned sorrowful as he fell. Haruka. Why? Haruka was watching Shiro fall with an equally mournful expression. Seeing Shiro get kicked off the platform and show no signs of preparing to land, Akira flusteredly caught him. Shiro, what are you doing? Akira's confused voice pulled Shiro out from the shock of his own powerlessness and emotion took over his body. He thought that he should still be able to make it. Thus, he immediately tried to chase her. He quickly got off Akira's arms, but, the moment his feet landed on the ground, he stopped. In terms of strength, I am no match against her. It will be impossible for me to make her talk with force. I would only get kicked down again if I tried. Shiro gritted his teeth as he cursed his own powerlessness. However, he quickly realized that there was someone who could do that for him. Akira. Get back to her. Please. Get back. I don't know what's going on here, but she's going to jump down, no? Akira said so and looked at Haruka. She was standing on top of the door, gazing down at Shiro. She then turned around, went back into the transport vehicle, and closed the door. Akira tilted his head in confusion. That was when the ground suddenly started to tremble. It was from the transport vehicle revving up its engine. Whoa, what the heck? Akira was still confused by the rapid sudden change of events. Shiro suddenly grabbed Akira's shoulder and shook him. Akira. Just go and get back to her. Otherwise, Haruka will be gone. Haruka? Isn't that girl, Rebecca Dash? That doesn't matter. Just go. I don't have the time to explain everything right now. Akira was about to be spurred to action as Shiro kept hurrying him up like that, but Alpha stopped him with a solemn expression. Akira, no. Your equipment is more important. Thanks to that, Akira was reminded of his equipment and was able to regain his calm. Shiro, open the cases first. I'm here to get them in the first place. And, make sure to tell me the rest later. Like I said, I don't have the time. Akira turned and glared at him. My equipment first. With that, Shiro finally calmed down. He then glared back at Akira and asked. You'll do my request first once your business here is done, right? That's the promise. And I'm here to get my equipment. I have the cases, but not what is inside. If you won't open them here, I will have to go back to Kagomayama City first to open them. I'll only do your request after that. Shiro glared hard at him, but Akira was unfazed. And also, although I will prioritize your request, it's not like I'm willing to do just about anything without any information. If you want me to properly fulfill your request, you should properly explain everything to me first. In the middle of them speaking, at last D-2771 started to move slowly. Shiro buckled under the pressure and relented. The camping vehicle started to accelerate under Shiro's remote control, to race after at last D-2771. Meanwhile, Shiro did as he was told. I'll open the cases and give you an explanation while we chase that transport vehicle. Get on, now. Akira and Shiro immediately jumped into the camping vehicle. After Haruka returned back inside the transport vehicle, her expression was dark. It was deeply clouded by the feeling of guilt for rejecting Shiro. She reminded herself of her duty and gave an order to the rest of her men, change of plans. We're not going to wait until the retrieval team is here. We're going, now. With that order, the transport vehicle that was stopped up until now, started to move. It was the proof that Haruka had seized complete control of the at last D-2771. Shiro, how did he know that I was here? Was he sent by Sakashita Heavy Industry? If he came here because he received information from Sakashita Heavy Industry, Sakashita would send their army here too. Haruka then sighed and mumbled. Shiro, why are you here? At this timing. Shiro was here to rescue her, and Haruka was equally happy and sad at the same time because of his sentiments. Alright, but promise me two things. First, don't tell Tsukasada about what I'm going to tell you, and second, you will still help me no matter what you're going to hear from here on out. I won't tell Tsukasada, I can promise you that. But I can't promise you that I will still help you no matter what. I don't know what exactly you want me to do, and I don't have the obligation to do whatever you ask me to. After all, I will not kill myself even if you ask me to. Shiro hesitated. There was no guarantee that Akira would still help him after he revealed everything to Akira. However, Shiro knew that Akira would not help him unless he explained. Likewise, even if he told Akira, the worst that would happen was for Akira to not help him. He did not believe Akira would turn hostile against him. Even though they had not worked together for long, from the time Shiro had spent with him, he knew him well enough to know Akira would not cross that line. Thus, he finally made his decision. Alright, that's good enough. Akira, I won't take responsibility even if you say that it's better for you not to know afterwards, okay? I did warn you, after all. As the mood suddenly turned heavy, Akira thought that Shiro would say something very important and inadvertently nodded. And so, Shiro went to the main subject. This is just my guess, but there's a good chance that Haruka is a part of the Rebuild Research Laboratory. Although I don't know for sure if she's one of the test subjects or the researchers, my bet is that she is the former. Shiro first met her inside the virtual space within the Old World domain. He was in the middle of strict training at that time, to polish his skills as an Old World connector. When he was training there day in and day out, he found Haruka inside one of the Old World domain's virtual spaces that he was connected to by pure coincidence. At first, Haruka would not tell Shiro anything, not even her name. During their exchanges, they looked at each other with suspicion. Still, for Shiro who was in the middle of such grueling training, being able to talk with someone from outside Sakashita Heavy Industries facility was like an oasis in the middle of a desert. Haruka's common sense was slightly abnormal as was Shiro's. He had spent all his life inside a strictly secured facility that was isolated from the outside world. Thus, it was normal for his common sense to be abnormal compared to someone from the Eastern District. Both of them were Old World connectors, so Shiro thought that Haruka was also in a similar situation as he was. In the middle of their jam-packed schedule, they made sure that they would have the time to meet up in that virtual space. There, they discussed about their skills as Old World connectors, taught each other, and praised each other. As time flew by, their relationship deepened. The closer they got, the more they wanted to know about each other. But it was not like they could simply confess their personal information to each other. Thus, what they did was use their skills as Old World connectors to investigate each other. It could also be interpreted as them wanting to know the other person's real identity before they considered whether to continue their relationship or not. The desire to know Haruka more greatly fueled Shiro's motivation. He put more effort into his training and became so skilled that it even surprised the staff of Sakashita Heavy Industry. This eventually led to the preferential treatment that he had been receiving. Even so, Shiro was the first one to crack as he was the first to open up about his personal information to Haruka. The first one who suggested trying to investigate each other was Haruka. Now that I think about it, I bet she thought that there was no way I would be able to gather any information about her. Well, it was indeed not easy. The reason why I was able to get her personal information was mostly because of luck. Haruka was connecting to that virtual space from a Rebuild Research Laboratory. I bet it was from a renovated facility in the middle of some ruin. Shiro then heaved a big sigh. I thought that she was inside a facility owned by one of the big 5 corporations, just like me. I never thought that it was from the Rebuild Research Laboratory. It was a huge shock for me at that time. I immediately completely erased that information from Sakashita Heavy Industries log. If they found out about her, her life would be in danger. Shiro's expression then turned serious as he turned to Akira. My original request was to ask you to help me sneak into the Rebuild Research Laboratory and rescue Haruka from that place. I have the confidence if it is for hacking or something similar, but that alone won't be enough. I need someone who can fight against those guarding that place. That is also why I stocked up on Chrome. I thought hunters, who are strong enough and can be trusted with such information, cannot be paid only by Aurum. Shiro let out a small sigh. But well, in the end, I had no other choice but to use all my chrome to get away from hammers. After that, when I was looking for someone that I might be able to hire to accomplish my goal with my emergency orem, I found you, Akira. After he finished his story, Shiro then stated to Akira in a serious tone. There, I've told you everything. Now that you know everything, I will have you help me. Sure. Although Akira gave his affirmation, he said it too nonchalantly. Shiro, who did not expect such a response, was caught by surprise. Wait, what? What is with that reaction? Were you even listening to my story? Akira winced back from Shiro's sudden outburst, but it was not from fear. He was simply weirded out by that outburst. It's fine, I did properly listen to your story. Basically, you want to save your friend who is trapped inside a dangerous place, right? Well, if you put it that way, that's true. But your reaction is just wrong, you know. Do you have a heart made of steel or something? No wonder you have no problem picking a fight with the Lion Steel Company. Shiro exasperatedly sighed. Nonetheless, Akira's bold response did help him to calm down. That was just as he managed to open the first case. Inside it was an augmented suit. Shiro shot a serious gaze at Akira, who just saw what he did. I opened the first case. Akira, I'm sorry, but as expected it will take some time for me to open all the cases. Haruka will get away in that atlas if you wait for me to finish opening all the cases. So please. Shiro lowered his head to Akira, who gave a light smile and casually said. Alright, make sure to open the rest before I'm back, okay? Of course. Akira, thank you, I'm counting on you. Shiro firmly thanked Akira. He was completely shocked and was thrown into disarray when Haruka rejected him, but he was fine now. Although at last D-2771 could not quickly gain speed due to its size, its maximum speed was still above the camping vehicle. Due to their conversation, they were a bit late in starting their pursuit. Currently, the camping vehicle was already running parallel to the very last section of the transport vehicle. Akira leapt from the camping vehicle's rooftop and landed on the side of the transport vehicle. He then started walking up the wall to the rooftop of the transport vehicle. Alpha, I know that we're in a hurry, but isn't it better if I put on that augmented suit? Although he finally got his frontline equipment, he was still not using them. It's better like this. After all, we don't have the time for me to modify that augmented suit. Moreover, our objective is to get close enough to that girl so that Shiro can talk to her. Coming here with powerful equipment would only needlessly make her feel uneasy. You have a point. Akira eventually reached the rooftop. He then looked around for a door to get inside the transport vehicle. But for some reason, he could not find it anywhere. Shiro, I'm fine with searching for Haruka inside the transport vehicle, but I don't see any gates to get in. Can you find me a way in? Sure, wait for a sec. That gate would be. No luck, the control pattern has been changed, I'll look for another way in. Wait, didn't you open a similar door before? It's not that simple. I'm in a hurry right now, so I don't have the time to explain it to you. Ah, now that I think about it, Haruka is also an old world connector, right? Can't you contact her through telepathy too? No, it's not that simple. If I can do that, I would have done that by now. I see, there's a hatch about 300 meters away from you. Try that hatch first, if that doesn't work, I will look for another door. Roger that. Akira followed Shiro's instructions as he walked on top of Atlas. Although he still had some questions, he thought that it would be bad to sour Shiro's mood even more. Thus, he threw his questions to Alpha instead. Alpha, what do you think I should do to find Haruka? I'm sure that without trying to find her, once she notices that you're around, she'll come to you. After all, from her point of view, a dangerous person that she had just expelled from the transport vehicle had returned. Expelled? What do you mean? Was I expelled from the transport vehicle by Haruka? Yes. My guess is that back then, she had done something to that door so that someone from the outside could easily open it. Why would she do that? She doesn't want you to get in her way of stealing the cube. Akira raised his eyebrows. Wait for a sec, so she is the one that attacked the transport vehicle? Yep, although, it's just my guess. She is not just one of the attackers, I am willing to bet she's actually the leader of the attackers. Why didn't you tell me? You won't be able to hide it. You couldn't even pretend that you didn't know something, right? If she noticed that you know about her real identity, she might stop pretending to be someone from the team trying to secure Atlas. To avoid unnecessary hostility from her, I was not able to tell you. It's not like she's your enemy, so there's no need to fight her when there's no real reason to. Although Akira completely understood Alpha's point, he still could not help but to make a complicated expression. But still, she's one of the attackers, right? Yes. But she is not your enemy. You are only here to pick up your equipment. You never accepted any request that needed you to fight the attackers. So, there is no reason for you to pick a fight with her. Though it's true that she is the one who sent those multi-legged drones to attack you, it would be strange if you don't get attacked there instead, right? Furthermore, she did help you fight too, afterwards. I thought that it was better to let her know that you're not worth the problem so she would let you finish your business there and get out of the transport vehicle as soon as possible. I believe you can at least understand that much, right? Yeah, I guess you're right. Although Akira was still displeased with what had happened, at the moment, he was working for Shiro. Thus, he decided to focus on the task at hand for now. Inside the transport vehicle which had suddenly started moving, Zealous' team was faced with an intense battle as they were slowly pulling back. Zealous, who was standing right at the front, spearheading the team, shouted to his comm, "Don't chase them too deep. Focus on pulling back. We're retreating to Sector A7. Their enemies were small girls with weapons. These girls had the same faces and they looked exactly the same as the ones Zealous had killed before he called for a retreat. Everything from their fighting capability, equipment, and green blood, were all the same. At that time, Zealous was fighting them while they were running away from him. However, this time, they were the ones pressing an assault on his team. All of them had flat emotionless eyes. Even when their friends got killed or blasted to pieces, they did not show any reaction. Their emotionless faces were ominous and creepy. All of these girls had this exact look, and all of them looked like Haruka. The hallway was filled with the laser beams released from the girls' laser cannons. Zealous' team used the portable walls that they had installed, to secure each sector. To block the lasers as they were slowly pulling back. Whenever Zealous' team found even the smallest opening, with Zealous as the main firepower, they would quickly attack and decimate those that were open. However, they were still feeling the heat from the assault. No matter how many they took out, the enemies kept coming without an end in sight. Their numbers were not reducing at all. After Zealous took out a nearby enemy, he knitted his eyebrows and turned toward his men. "How's the situation?" "We have 3 badly injured, but everyone is still alive. We also have secured a route to retreat back to cargo sector A7. The badly injured are prioritized to retreat first." Zealous' stern expression relaxed after he heard that report. "All right then, just continue retreating. No need to worry about your ammo. Make sure to stay in the hallway until we can regroup at cargo sector A7. Never try to set up a barricade inside a room even if the fight gets tough. Make sure that everyone understands it." "Of course. After all, we've investigated where exactly these girls came from. It turns out that they were coming out from the rooms that we had secured beforehand." "Just how exactly did they get in there?" Suddenly, another man spoke with a stern look. "I bet they were hiding. But we made sure to sweep the sectors when we had secured, you know. I bet we just checked if there's someone inside, right? I witnessed it myself, you know. The moment when they formed from a locker. I'm not saying that they came out from inside the locker, but the whole locker itself turned into one of these things. Hearing that fantasy-like statement from his friend, the other guy knitted his eyebrows and exclaimed. The heck are you even talking about? But Zealous looked convinced. I see, so that's why. They were disguised as a part of the transport vehicle. You gotta be joking with me. It would be great if it is really just a joke though, let's go. Zealous and his men were slowly pulling back from the front. But the number of enemies did not go down at all. They were shot down and sliced to pieces, drowning the floor in a puddle of green liquid. However, the enemies behind just ignored the puddle and kept charging forward. In the middle of battle, Zealous noticed the connection between the girls. Wait. I see now, so that's it. The reason why Zealous called for a retreat was because he was worried that there were secret routes inside the transport vehicle. When Zealous was attacked by that large monster, he was worried whether his men had the route to retreat secured. After all, that monster attacked him from somewhere supposed to be secured. But his men were safe. Which could only mean that the monster suddenly appeared in between the small opening between where his men were posted and him. Out of all the possibilities that he had thought of, he concluded that there must have been a secret route leading to where it had appeared. If there were indeed secret routes inside the transport vehicle, then it was too naive to think that the sectors that they had secured were really safe. Fearful of getting ambushed through such secret routes, he decided to redo everything with the assumption that there were secret routes. Thus, he called all his men back to cargo sector A7. However, if the enemies were disguising themselves as part of the transport vehicle, then even if there were no secret routes, it would not be strange for them to suddenly appear out of nowhere. Moreover, Zealous knew that no human could do this. This meant that the opponents he was fighting against were monsters taking human form. His thoughts then reached the next conclusion. The opponents were biological monsters taking the form of a little girl. That they were pumped full of powerful medicine. The reason why they were so tenacious and powerful was because of the medicine. It was also the reason why they kept coming back up even after he had already killed several of them. That was also the reason why they could not find corpses or any leftovers from the team that stormed the transport vehicle beforehand. It was because these monsters ate them. Although it was nothing but just a hunch, Zealous was convinced that he was right. Now that I take a good look at the hallway, I don't find any leftovers from the multi-legged drones that we had destroyed. Those drones were also equipped with laser cannons, just like these girls. Is it just a coincidence? Or did these girls get their laser cannons from eating those drones? If it is the latter, it would mean that these girls are of a monster type that would devour and assimilate anything they can consume. In that case, they can increase their numbers by consuming materials. No wonder they just keep coming. They're eating their dead friends to produce copies. Fortunately, Zealous knew how to deal with these kinds of monsters. He simply had to completely obliterate them until they had no energy or material left to reconstruct themselves. This is an order to everyone. Start the counterattack. The green liquid is probably an extremely powerful medicine. There's a good chance that they'll be able to heal themselves unless you completely destroy them. With that signal from Zealous, his team started to ramp up their counterattack. Faced with an intense assault that completely destroyed every single part of the monster's body, the girl's attack started to weaken. Zealous used that chance to quicken the retreat of his team back to cargo sector A7. Haruka, who was commanding the biological weapons, seemed solemn as she saw the changes in Zealous' team. That was fast. Is it normal for them to be able to adapt this quickly? Well, it is basically the same thing that had happened in Kagomayama City, so I guess that's why they know how to deal with it. Haruka shook off her worries for now and decided to focus on controlling the biological weapons. But something else caught her attention that made her knit her eyebrows. Your business here is already done, right? So why are you coming back? In her enhanced vision, Haruka could see Akira walking on the rooftop of the transport vehicle. Akira was in the middle of looking at a door on the rooftop when he suddenly stopped. Not too far ahead of him, a certain part of the rooftop was slowly opening. Shiro, is that it? No, that's not me. Suddenly Haruka jumped out of that opening. The moment she landed on the rooftop, she stood face to face with Akira. The smile that had adorned her face when he was with her while they were inside the transport vehicle was nowhere to be seen. What are you doing here? You have no business anymore here, right? True, but it seems that's not the case for Shiro. Shiro's voice immediately came out from Akira's information terminal. Haruka. Just listen to what I have to say. Why can't you come with me? If you're worried about what will happen after you run away, it'll be fine. I have a hideout that even Sakashita Heavy Industry cannot find. I've also prepared negotiation materials so that the corporate government won't arrest you even if you're someone from the Rebuild Research Laboratory. So please. But Haruka ignored Shiro's plea. She bit her lips, eyes full of pain as she looked straight at Akira. Leave. I have no wish to fight you, but if you get in my way, then I will have no other choice. Well, I can say the same for me as well. So, can we at least talk? No, leave. I don't want to hurt Shiro's friend. But if you give me no choice, I will use force. Haruka's presence started to show readiness to fight. She was no longer trying to pretend to be weak. Just to let you know, I'm pretty strong. Although it was nothing but a bluff, her words sounded as if she had enough power to force even Akira to get serious. Shiro, what's next? Should I just leave? Or fight? If it's the latter, I have no guarantee that she will come out alive, you know? Shiro could not help to raise his voice after hearing that depending on the situation, Akira would go ahead and kill Haruka. Akira. You dash. Shiro. The opponent is someone who came here to steal the cube. Just so you know, I'm not that strong to be worried about not killing her. I will try, but I give you no promises. I know that I'm working for you right now, but I have no obligation to go that far for you. So, which one is it? Shiro could not find any words to rebuke Akira. That was when Haruka intervened. Then just leave. I don't know how much Shiro is paying you, but if it's money, you can just give it back. I can guarantee you, fighting me is not worth the trouble. Unfortunately, I can't just do that. A job is a job. It won't erase my responsibility just because I return the sum. Well, that might erase my obligation to Shiro tied to the reward, but that doesn't help resolve my other debts to him. Debts that are not tied to money. I'm planning to properly repay all my debts to Shiro. Haruka was taught that under the corporate government, everything that was done through money could be undone also through money. So, she was surprised to hear Akira respond in such a manner. You're a rather righteous person. I'm just doing my best. Shiro, what's your answer? Just to warn you, if the transport vehicle gets too far away from the camping vehicle, I will head back. My stuff is over there after all. The transport vehicle was going too fast for the camping vehicle to keep up. It was already speeding away from where Shiro was. Even so, Shiro could not decide to tell Akira whether he should fight or leave. The one who broke the stalemate was Haruka. Shiro, can you hear me? Why yeah. Let me tell you one thing. You might think that I've escaped that place, but that is not correct. I still have not escaped that place. What do you mean? I can't tell you more. But, as long as you don't know why, you won't be able to rescue me. So please, just leave. Haruka seemed honestly happy and sad at the same time as she threw a smile at Shiro through Akira's information terminal. I'm really happy that you have gone this far for me. It's already good enough. So please, just leave. A sad silence pervaded. It was Shiro who finally broke that silence. Akira, return back. All right. Akira walked to one end of the rooftop. He then turned around and looked at Haruka. She was only standing there as if struck by helplessness. Akira let out a sigh and jumped off the transport vehicle. Haruka then headed back inside the transport vehicle. All the emotions she felt were left here. It was taken by the wind created by the speeding transport vehicle and carried away. After Akira landed on the ground, he waited for Shiro to pick him up. Even before Shiro came, he could no longer see the transport vehicle. Akira jumped on board the camping vehicle and went to check up on Shiro, but contrary to his expectation, Shiro was doing okay. Akira, I've opened all the cases. Oh okay, thanks. So then, what's your plan after this? Just as I planned, we will still go and rescue Haruka. Our target is the Rebuild Research Laboratory. This is where things get serious, so let's get ready. The camping vehicle accelerated even faster under Shiro's remote control. Say, Shiro. Didn't Haruka say something along the lines of it being impossible for you? She didn't say anything like that. What she said is that she still has not escaped from the Rebuild Research Laboratory. Well, I still have not fully understood the meaning of her words there. Akira, what do you think she meant by that? Something like that body of hers being a remote terminal that she's controlling from the laboratory? No, that one is not a remote terminal. That is the real Haruka. There is no doubt about that. I can guarantee you that. It's normal practice to prepare a body double when an important person goes on site. So, I'm experienced in both faking myself and seeing through fake bodies. That's why I can tell. That was the real Haruka. Then what did she mean by that I don't know. But, if she's still under the control of the laboratory for any reason, then I will go and rescue her. We might be able to find the reason if we go to the laboratory. It's worth checking. It still sounds like we're just going with the flow. Shiro heard that and made a rather smug smile before speaking. At least not as bad as you thought. You have a point. Akira could not do anything but chuckle in reaction to that. So then, how long will it take before we reach that laboratory? It's about 5 hours from here. Alpha, is that enough time for you to familiarize yourself with the new equipment? Yep. I see. Although this rebuild laboratory sounds like some super facility, I have my frontline equipment with me this time, so I guess it should be fine. I'm really counting on you for this. It is a secret laboratory, so it might look like it's undefended from outside, but it should at least be as secure as a Sakashita heavy industry facility. A secret lab, huh? Yeah. It wasn't easy to find it, you know. I've been trying to find it even using the information that I got from Viola, but that turned out to be useless, so it was really not easy. The camping vehicle continued running through the wasteland and into the Rebuild Research Laboratory that even Shiro had a hard time finding. Back in Cheryl's base, Cheryl was fearfully receiving a visitor. I heard that you have some business with Viola. May I ask what it might be? It's nothing serious. I just have a few questions for Viola-san regarding some of her past dealings. It would be great if you would cooperate. The guest was Marua. Inabe, as an officer from Kagamayama City, already told Cheryl beforehand that Marua was someone from the corporate government and warned her not to do anything rude to him. That was why she was so nervous. So then, where is Viola-san? She'll be here in a minute. So please wait for a bit. Although she had Akira's support and her gang had become a rather untouchable organization in Kagamayama City, they were still nothing compared to the corporate government. Thus, it was not strange for everyone in the gang to be nervous with the current guest around. A moment later, Cheryl's men came in with Viola. Viola sat in front of Marua as she was trying her best to keep her usual smile. I heard that you have some questions for me, so, what might it be? I want to know in detail about your deal with someone by the name of Goru in Mihazono Ruin. We have investigated and it seems like you gave him a certain piece of information. What did you give him? I see, so you want to buy that information? In that case. In order to get into her usual rhythm, Viola tried to start negotiations in her usual fashion. But Marua stopped her. I will give you the gratitude amount, but let's negotiate a later date. I want to know that answer first and foremost. I know you like to complicate the discussion. So, let me state this. I can actually just ask your brain directly, but that will require certain preparations first. So, to not have to go through such a troublesome thing, it would be of great help if you can just tell me honestly. Would that work for you? In front of Marua, who said that with nonchalance and a peaceful smile, Viola got overwhelmed by the pressure and told Marua everything. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.